bad happened. To catch you up at home, if you were joining us right at the beginning of the stream, we did receive some technical difficulties. We've adjusted them. We've moved around the country. We're totally hosting from a new side now, West Coast to East Coast. We're good. We're up and running. We actually are so up and running that round 4 is fired and started. So we're going to quickly give you like a 10-second intro of what Set Roulette is, and then we're going to jump into some magic. So Set Roulette is an invention or a mind idea that came from Pascal and the Mythic Society. It's about taking 6 random sets through Magic's history, combining them together, and boom, you have a standard, in quotation. They kind of created some parameters. So they took 2 big sets, 3 small sets, and a core set. Core sets were a little different back in the day, back in Jarvis's day. So you might see things like 10th edition. That would be a core set. And so Jarvis, why don't you tell us what sets are we playing today while we figure out what magic we're going to watch?
So the sets that were rolled were Kaladesh, World Wake, Prophecy, 5th Dawn, 10th edition, and Odyssey. And I don't know, a little bit of the new, a little bit of the old is how I would put it, right?
Yeah, I can tell you on this list with confidence, I know what Kaladesh is. And I know Jace was in World Wake.
Yep.
That's it. That's the end of our show. You're welcome.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Go home, everyone. There's nothing else to see here, right?
So why don't you let us know, just give us a really quick run through of what cards you think will come out from these sets. Start obviously with Kaladesh and Worldwick and kind of fill in the rest.
So, by the shock of no one, I believe this set roulette will be dominated by the Kaladesh and Worldwake cards. I think there are some very clear standout cards that, sort of dominated their standard format, right? Smuggler's Copter, Aetherworks Marvel. Expect to see a lot of those today. From Worldwake, Jace the Mind Sculptor, kind of a powerhouse card. So we're going to see a lot of Smuggler's Copters. We're going to see a lot of Aetherworks Marvel, and we're going to see a lot of Jace the Mind Sculptors. And
do you think it's reasonable to say we're just going to see a lot of energy in general?
Yes.
Okay. And energy, it's been a while, but when it was in standard, I really, it was very impactful.
Right.
Like even at the tail end of its rotation, the decks were still the majority of energy style decks, even though it was specific to Kaladesh. My fear or apprehend, I guess, I'm not sure what to say, but I feel like that could take over our format today, because energy is a card, what mechanic, I guess is the right word.
Yeah, it's a parasitic mechanic.
And it's only in Kaladesh cards, so in order for it to work, you need a lot of Kaladesh cards. So I'm fearful that we won't get to see some of the highlights from other sets. But hopefully I'm wrong. I'm totally ready to be wrong. That's my favorite thing about being on coverage, is being wrong. So if I am, let's show those decks. Let's show how wrong I was. But
yep.
It sounds like we are ready to go into some magic. We're going to head down to watch. I don't really have last name. I just have first name. Looks like we're just going to watch.
Jamie Miller is his name. He's a friend of mine. And I looked
awesome.
I did look at his deck while someone messaged me it.
Awesome. Okay, well, let's head into feature. And why don't you talk a little bit about the deck while we, figure out how to get down into the magic. So we are going, we should be in the match shortly. Quickly summarize Jamie's deck for us, and then I'll catch us up in the round.
So I would describe his deck as a Platinum Angel Reanimator deck.
Okay.
And the goal of the deck is to put Platinum Angel into play and protect it with either Alexi's Cloak or Robe of Mirrors, both of which give Shroud. So
cool.
the idea is put Platinum Angel into play, protect it, so your opponent can't win the game.
Okay, so that's convenient because we're actually in the match now, and Jamie has Alexi's Cloak in hand, but no Platinum Angel. That's the card that we're reanimating?
Yeah.
No Platinum Angel yet. And we're actually facing off against what I believe will be the most popular deck that we will get to see, which is this Marty Vehicles deck. There was just a Lost Legacy cast, which named Oh, goodness.
Unlicensed Disintegration.
Thank you. I knew the card. It's just
Yeah.
it's
Of
been
course,
a long time.
it's been a while. Yeah.
Why do you think Unlicensed Disintegration was named there?
Because it's open deck lists. So what you want
As
to
we can
do
see.
is cut off all of the outs your opponent has to Platinum Angel and make the Platinum Angel come into play.
Okay.
So
Cool. Now, can you see Jamie drawing out of this? Like, how far away are we from doing anything to stop this, like, 10 damage from coming in each turn?
So
Not
I
actually
think
10, but
well, if we draw Madcap Experiment, we can put Platinum Angel into play. We'll be at like -25 or whatever life, but that doesn't matter because you can't lose the game, right?
okay.
So I think his best role would be Madcap Experiment for Platinum Angel. As you can see, there's one Platinum Angel in the graveyard, and he put it there via Entomb.
So do we have is there a Reanimate?
Yeah, there's Zombify in the deck as well.
Oh.
So
4 mana sorcery, return target creature from the graveyard to the battlefield. So is that not a draw as well?
yeah, so he has, I think, 8 outs is my... I would have to take a look at the deck list real quick, which you can on MTG Melee.
In fact, I believe you can by just hitting !tournament, or maybe, yeah, I think it should just be tournament. And that should get us potentially to our tournament page. Also, our player is showing us all the inner workings.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll fix that. Yeah, I fixed it. Jarvis fixed it too. Nice. That was perfect. You didn't have to type it. You just told him.
And unfortunately, we die.
Okay.
So we to be clear, we had to draw one of those 8 cards that turn to win the game.
Okay. It had to be either Reanimate or Madcap Experiment?
Yep. Nothing else would do it because our opponent was showing like 12 plus damage on board via PNR and stuff like that. As you can see, Jamie making full use of the open deck list to try to figure out what's going to happen in a post-board game. So I don't know if you're familiar with Tainted Pact, but it is like Demonic Tutor.
That was actually in our hand. I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, so what the card does is you exile cards until you hit a copy of a card that you've already exiled. And if you do that, then it stops. Otherwise, you can exile cards until you flip one that you like and put it into your hand.
Oh.
It's a very weird card. It is from Odyssey. It's one of the few cards from Odyssey that I think you're going to see played in this tournament. There's not going to be many, unfortunately. Actually, Entomb is in Odyssey. I'm already lying to the chat. So yeah, what we're basically going to see Jamie try to do again is try for that quick Platinum Angel and protect it, because I don't think versus Marty Vehicles you don't have a lot of time to just sit around and not do anything, right?
Yeah, so it looks like we have Smash as a sideboard card, and that's kind of about it.
Yeah, my worry is Smash costs 3 mana, and all of them with good Mardu Vehicles cards cost like 1 or 2.
Yeah,
it's sort of not ideal, but well, let's see if Jamie can do it.
So I have to admit, I'm sort of cheering for Jamie on this side because I just imagine that the Vehicles is the enemy or the villain of this format, and I just want to find a way to be able to beat it. But I have some doubts. Do you have these doubts with me?
Yeah, I have some doubts. Personally, if I had played this tournament, which I thought about it for a bit, I would have registered the best version of Mardu Vehicles. I don't know exactly what it looks like, but yeah, I don't know. I really like the deck, and it's really, really punishing. Like, if you stumble versus that deck, you are dead.
Yeah. Well, that was back in Standard, too. So
yeah,
I see nothing has changed. I won some PPTQs with Marty Vehicles. I liked it.
If I'm allowed to brag, I made 1 GP top 8 with that deck.
Oh, nice. All brags are allowed. So this looks like a hand that has both the Reanimator and the Platinum Angel, but no way to get it into the yard.
Yeah, I was about to say that's the issue. But our opponent's going to 5, so I mean the Marty Vehicles deck is going to 5. So
that's okay. They're our opponent. We're the hero. They're the villain.
Oh, we're the hero. Well, we're rooting for Grixis Reanimator.
Of course.
We do not want a second Platinum Angel, but we're down
We do
for a
want.
Pyroclasm.
I was gonna say, but a Pyroclasm seems nice. Should help us find a way to get rid of this other Platinum Angel. Entomb gets it from our deck, right? So having it in our hand is kind of a mulligan in itself.
Yeah, I was looking for like a Faithless Looting or something like that. He has Careful Study, which is like the original Faithless Looting, if you know.
Okay.
If you remember that card.
Oh, speaking of powerful cards, this has to be one of the only non-Kaladesh cards in our opponent's deck, right?
Well, it searched up another non-Kaladesh card, which is Grafted War Gear from 5th Dawn.
Oh, what does that do?
It's an equipment. It has equip cost 0. Equip creature gets +3/+2, but when the equipment falls off, you have to sacrifice the creature.
Interesting.
So
our opponent named their deck Mardu Vroom Vroom. I like it.
The person I know, Jamie, named their deck Protect the Queen. What do you think the Queen is here?
I assume like the format.
No, it's Platinum Angel.
It's Platinum Angel. Don't worry, I got it. I was attempting to make a very terrible joke.
I know.
Thank you. So, we did snap off the Pyroclasm right away?
Yep. Because if you don't Pyroclasm, the Grafted War Gear just gets equipped to the Stoneforge. Oh. So then it's a 4/3 that you can't Pyroclasm away. So in some ways that was a forced play for Jamie to do. He had to Pyroclasm that, otherwise the Pyroclasm wouldn't do anything, right?
I noticed that we have Dispel in our deck. Is that just saying we have to counter Unlicensed Disintegration?
Yeah, I think so.
Interesting. 4 mana. Oh, Chandra Torture Defiance. Keeping with the Kaladesh themed, I see.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good card. Ooh. And Jameis' deck is not particularly good versus creatures that have more than 2 toughness. That's the nice thing about this Grafted War Gear. I think every creature is going to become a big threat.
Yeah, this is going to be hard to battle back from. We need to exactly draw Entomb on this turn, do you think?
We can draw a Madcap Experiment.
Oh, right.
We cannot draw a Flash Freeze.
Well, we can, and we did.
Oh, yeah, we can, but it's not
helpful.
No.
Wow, that seems like a rough one to have against Smarty Vehicles, too, because...
The Desperation Animate Tarpit attack.
Getting feisty.
I mean, the problem is Jamie's hand doesn't do anything, so if you attack with Tarpit this turn, you can attack it with Tarpit next turn to kill the Chandra at least.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a plan. We'll see how it works out for us.
I don't love this plan personally, but fortunately, opponent did flip a land off the Chandra. It was a Concealed Courtyard.
Okay. Opponent still has 3 cards in hand, though. And 2 cards underneath the bow mat.
Good old Bomi C, as we used to call him.
Yes. Bomi C. Why?
Why are there so many lands?
Okay. Are we priced into killing Chandra?
With the Dispel and Flash Freeze in hand, I kind of think it's relatively safe to do so.
Okay, let's get rid of the Chandra and see what happens. Next turn we have to draw something that actually does our combo, right?
Next turn we could tap 7 lands and cast our Platinum Angel.
Oh, well that seems like a plan.
I think it's a plan that's very unlikely to work because the problem if you do that, you can't leave up Flash Freeze or Dispel, but it's the plan he has, right? Currently.
Right. That's not great. Oh, no. Speaking of the plans.
Yeah, so the question I think he's thinking about, do you use Flash Freeze or Dispel here? And yeah. So
I guess it's awkward because like we're not casting a spell on our opponent's turn no matter what. So right. Flash Freeze. So I kind of wanted to spend 2 mana.
Yeah, the counterpoint to that is if you keep Flash Freeze, you can counter further Chandras.
Yeah, I guess what I was thinking was if there was a Chandra, it would happen this turn. So I guess that was sort of my, like...
Well, that couldn't happen because Incinerate was cast during combat, right?
Oh, good
Yeah.
call. Okay. I kind of got mixed up on what turn we are. Speaking of lands.
Yeah, so he basically... All right, so there are two lines of play you could take. If you tried to block with Tar Pit to trade, then you can flash freeze a burn spell. If you tap out for the Platinum Angel, you do lose to Disintegration because it's a 3 damage from Disintegration plus a 4 power attack.
Right.
So I think either way you have to take a gamble. The question is, which gamble do you want to take? I sort of like this play, which he's making, because it forces them to spend mana on the Disintegration on their turn, in which case you can flash freeze and then try to deploy your Platinum Angel next turn after having tried to block.
Yeah, I like it.
But so far, not a single 4-mana sorcery has been put on the stack for Jamie, and I really think those are the cards that matter the most in the matchup.
Okay, let's see. Will this work? Also, this feels like it's so annoying to get the right mana with these filter lands.
Those filter lands are a lot less forgiving than like Sunken Ruins. Those are also from Odyssey, for what it's worth.
Oh, see, there's more than just one card.
Yeah. I was exaggerating, but you know, Grafted Warrior has looked really, really good this game. Like, oh, can't flash freeze that one.
No, we cannot.
Can't flash freeze that one either.
Or that one.
Oh my gosh.
How in trouble are we?
But the problem with Pyroclasm, and you probably know this from Standard, is Scratchy Scrounger doesn't care about Pyroclasm when there's a vehicle out.
It does not. It can just come back.
Yeah, so I agree. You just have to play the Angel now and just hope, because if you cast Pyroclasm,
pray.
Yeah. Well, the problem is if you cast Pyroclasm, you literally take 6 damage next turn.
Yeah. Oh. We're ready. Oh. Boo.
Yeah. Boo.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
But...
Well, we're kidding. But, I mean, the problem is Jamie had no other play right there. GG's and GL, your deck is the sweetest I've seen.
I agree. It is the sweetest we've seen, but we've only seen two decks, this one and Mardu Vehicles. So why don't we come back to us and see what else we could find? There might be more magic to be had. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us today for our Set Roulette, our 4th Set Roulette tournament. We just watched round 4, so we did join the tournament midway through. It's a 7-round tournament today, which I'd like to point out is, I think, one of the first times that our Set Roulette event has gone to 7 rounds.
Yep.
That's a pretty good sign that a lot of people were interested to playing Kaladesh. I mean, to playing the Set Roulette. So that's pretty cool. We're going to dig around and find another match that's still live, and then while we do that, we did find one. That was great. We are going to watch Jacob Negro on... I have no idea. Do you know what Jacob's playing?
Temur Dynavolt. I also talked to Jacob before this tournament. So I talked to Jacob, and he really wanted to play with Jace and Dynavolt Tower, and we can see both of those cards in his hand.
Jacob is playing against Albert Han. Oh no, this didn't work. Albert is playing
Mardu Vehicles, I believe.
Okay, it's a little tricky, I will say. The program we use is MTG Melee, and they're allowed to submit any deck name they want.
Yep.
And it's challenging to cipher through some of these deck names. So, thank you. So yeah, we got Temur, and let's go watch some Magic. So do you think that this is just going to be our day, Jarvis? Like, our first couple rounds that we're watching are just going to be people trying to beat Mardu, and then the last couple rounds are going to be Mardu mirrors? Like, is that what you think's going to happen?
I'm hoping for some sweet ones. Moment's Peace is pretty good here, and also we can see Pithing Needle. Like, Pithing Needle is one of the best cards in the format too. It's in 10th edition, but it's just like a versatile answer to all of the vehicles and the planeswalkers and stuff like that, right?
And we're looking at, so you would say Jacob's deck is a control deck, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like any deck that plays Jace is probably a control deck at heart.
Can you talk a little bit about what Dynavolt Tower does, just to kind of refresh our memory?
All right, so it's a 3-mana artifact from Kaladesh. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you gain 2 energy. Tap, pay 5 energy. Dynavolt Tower deals 3 damage to any target.
Are there any other energy producers in this deck, or is it just relying on just the tower?
So I will use MTG Melee to check that real quick. I know when I talked to Jacob before, he was playing a Tune with Aether. So that's like 2 energy. I don't think he has main deck Whirlwind Virtuoso.
Oh, we see a Tune in the sideboard, so I think.
I think it tunes in the main deck, yeah.
Not in the sideboard. I meant to say the graveyard. We see it in the graveyard at the moment, so. Ooh, Nature's Claim. That's going to get some, it's going to do some work, would you say?
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, Jacob is just playing main deck Nature's Claim in this format. Because he thought, because he's just like, Kaladesh. What is Kaladesh known for? What is Fifth Dawn known for? Artifacts. And here's one of the key. Yeah, Aether Hub's nice. One of the key cards in this matchup, I think, is Moment's Peace. That card is from Odyssey. It's a fog with flashback. So it's just 2 fogs for your Dynavolt Tower.
Wow. Well, our Dynavolt. So how does this work? Our tower is still going to make energy, but we don't get to use it currently.
Yes, that's
okay.
But the trick is Jacob was ready for that eventuality by playing a bunch of Nature's Claim in his 75.
So how are we going to solve this Chandra problem?
Try to kill it with Dynavolt Tower or try to ambush it with Torrential Gearhulk, which I saw him put back with the Jace Brainstorm.
Okay. So yeah, so now that we've kind of covered what players are up to, let's talk about like what's happening right now. So, we're at 6 life for Jacob. We have a Jace in play. We have a tower in play, but it's currently needled. We obviously have a plan for that with Nature's Claim. And we have a bunch of creatures, which we have covered for a couple turns with a fog effect. So walk us through what you think the next couple turns could look like.
So I think Jacob's plan, and you can see this, there's already a Pyroclasm in the graveyard. If he drew another Pyroclasm, he could try to pick off all of the creatures, like literally all of the creatures died to Pyroclasm. Or I think what is more likely to happen is he's going to try to set up a turn where he can sort of use Torrential Gearhulk to flash back the Moment's Peace, ambush a creature, and then also cast Nature's Claim in the same turn with the 1 extra mana and try to pick off the Chandra that way.
Okay.
Or we might see a different plan.
Yeah, so it looks like that's not the current plan, but that's totally fine. We did draw another Moment's Peace, so that gives us a large amount of time to deal with this combat damage. So those 4 creatures in play are basically not there at the moment. Again, I still have that same, like, how do we deal with Chandra question, but I assume it involves some sort of Dynavolt towering.
Yeah, so here you see that he went after the Pithing Needle with Nature's Claim. So now he has 9 energy saved up. That's a bunch of uses of Dynavolt Tower. So we're going to try to slowly ping it down.
Dynavolt Tower costs 5 energy to use, right? So we're only currently at, that was 1 activation, but we do have the Moment's Peace, so that will be a 2nd activation. But we'll need the 3rd. We'll need 5 more energy to do a 3rd time, right?
Yep. And the other thing is, Chandra's slowly dealing Jacob 2 damage per cycle.
Right, that's the thing I'm most worried about. We can't prevent that damage with Moment's Peace. No. Wow, I have to admit, like, just chilling from this side, Jacob's overvalued energy over life there.
Yeah, because the problem is the Night Market Lookout also deals your opponent 1 damage when it attacks, or when it becomes tapped, rather.
I totally remembered that. Yeah, Jacob's deck looks like it is pretty geared towards trying to beat this deck. The only issue is it hasn't yet, I guess, if I'm being honest. But we've got time. This Gearhulk is somewhere, right? Or did we fetch?
No, I don't think there's any fetch lands in this format to fetch with.
Good.
Good.
Yeah, fetching is boring.
Yeah, fetching is boring. So one interaction that's actually kind of cute. If you remember back in the day, you could use Copter to tap your night market lookouts, but there's a pithing needle on Smuggler's Copter.
Right. Oh, you know what?
Otherwise,
It's funny. I thought you were going to give a different hint on something.
uh,
I thought you were going to talk about harness lightning and how you can make
yep,
3 energy from it with Dynavolt Tower. You can make you can make 5 energy from it, right?
yep,
So how does that work? So you would target a creature with harness lightning and then just pay 0.
yep.
So that itself produces an actual ping off
Right.
Dynavolt Tower. So that's pretty cool. We still put back the Gear Hulk. My heart can't handle how low we're going, and we have this Pyroclasm in the. Can we not use Gear Hulk on the Pyroclasm?
It's only on instance.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Jacob knows that. Otherwise, he would have slammed that so fast turns ago.
Yeah. Okay. So we just need another Pyroclasm. Is that our issue? Because we're going to die to these lookouts.
I think Jacob's plan is to actually. Oh. Wait.
What? Help me. Help us.
Can you do it right now? Oh. So this gives you 4 life because Nature Claim gives the controller 4 life.
But are we in the beginning of combat?
Yeah, I was wondering if you were supposed to let them attack first, then Nature's Claim it.
But okay, we still have a fog in our hands, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay.
Right.
So what are we doing? We're going up to 6 energy, so now we have a bolt. Plus we have our harness lightning, which will probably net 4 energy or 3 energy.
It's going to net 4, and Jacob's going after the 1/1s that ping him when they attack because he correctly identifies those are the major threat.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we've moved away from killing Chandra at the moment, but there's still time. There will have to still be time because Chandra is dealing us 2 a turn.
Yeah, Jacob's trying to squeeze his way out of this because there's a lot of load on Jace to find so many cards, right?
Right.
He's trying to plan like 6 turns ahead because he expects the game to go that long. If he's winning, if he's not winning, then the game's going to last like 2 turns or whatever, you know?
This was strange that we did end up giving the Smuggler Copter an attacking a loot, which is what the Smuggler Copter is famous for.
Yeah.
That's a bit unfortunate.
It's a little bit unfortunate. I think
we also didn't kill the night market. We only killed 1.
Okay, so I think Jacob's plan is to kill the Chandra first with 2 Dynavolt activations. He has 11 energy now. Where did all that energy come from? Harness Lightning, first off. Second off, Dynavolt Tower triggering a bunch. And third off, Flashing Back Moments Piece. Playing and Flashing Back Moments Piece is just so much energy, right?
Yeah, we have another one to flash back next turn.
Yeah.
I have to admit, if I was on the Mardu side, I would be pretty freaking annoyed right now just because I do not like fog effects. They always annoy me. It's like, this is not fair. I have creatures in play. I should be doing damage. But this is a crazy match. I'm really glad that we jumped in. We're not quite sure if this is game 1 or game 2.
Well, with the Pyroclasm, you know it's a post-board game.
Okay. Well, I guess I should say is we don't know if it's game 2 or game 3. Mm-hmm. That's more accurate. Oh, 2 Chandras in play. One of those is going to go away. Okay. I guess loyalty is not a concern for us. We just wanted to use the activation again.
Barbarian Ring! Another card from Odyssey.
Oh, no. Talk us through. What just happened? How did we die?
Right. So Barbarian Ring is a land that taps for a red. It has Threshold, pay red, tap sack, deal 2 to any target. That was unfortunate.
Oh, wow. Okay. Sorry. Say that again. So it is a land that sacks itself to just deal 2? It's just a...
No. So it's a red land. You can pay a red, tab, sack it to deal 2 to any target. 1, you have Threshold. And Threshold is when you have 7 cards in your graveyard.
Holy moly, that was not a way that I thought that game was going to end. I thought we were going to untap and dirtle around a little bit more. And wow, that was fascinating. Well, I will say that this is our first round, but we have seen some sweet, sweet magics. They have all involved Mardu vehicles, but that's okay. And unfortunately, we did actually see them both winning. But still early days. We're still only round 4. Let's jump down and see if we can find us even more magic. So looks like we should be able to find Andrew Webb giving us some magic, maybe. Do you know anything about Andrew's deck?
No, there's some nonsense going on. I'm kind of. I need to take a look at the deck list. I don't know anything off.
I can tell you that there is a card that in the apartment I'm in right now has the art on the wall, which is Glintnest Crane. There's also Jace, of course, is in the deck, and Metalwork Colossus and Padim. Padim, the console of innovation. So this sounds like a pretty mad-ass deck, if I'm being honest. I don't know. It's giving me a bit of lots of shenanigans going on. What do you think?
There are shenanigans going on foot, but I will say KCI is in this format, and I have seen multiple KCI decks.
This one is not one of them, though. Also, I can't seem to join the game, but if y'all can, you can just tell us what's up.
So I believe the matchup is Metalwork Colossus versus Teamer Marvel with Time Stretch, which is take 2 cards, take 2 turns.
Yeah.
For 8 blue, but Aetherworks Marvel doesn't care how much it actually costs, right?
Right. So we're definitely seeing 2 decks that are taking advantage of the energy, would you say?
I don't think the.
Or is it? Oh no, I guess our Metalworks deck is taking advantage of the Metalwork Colossus as opposed to the energy. Okay. Yep. And the energy is kind of just a byproduct.
Yep.
Okay. But they are taking advantage of the artifacts, aka the vehicles. We have 4 Cultivator's Caravan and 1 Sky Sovereign. So that's pretty cool.
Those cards are good with Metalwork Colossus, yeah.
A Glintnest Crane in play. What a day. This card often looked at the top 4 cards of my library, and then I put them on the bottom.
Well, with Jason Mind Sculptor, it's a little bit better than that, right?
Yeah. I'm mostly just teasing. So, sorry, Metalwork Colossus, I'm just going to refresh everybody's memory. It is an 11 mana 10/10, and it costs X, where X is the total converted mana cost of non-creature artifacts, which is why things like Cultivator's Caravan works, because it's not a creature like when it's in play, and then it can be activated to become a creature to attack. So this was a deck that was in standard, but I would not say it was near the top. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it was mostly like around the tier 2. Although I know Ben White's loved this deck. He just kept trying to make Metalwork Colossus work repeatedly.
Okay. Ooh, Engineer Explosive is in this format. That's cool.
Yeah, it's in 5th Dawn.
I will say this deck that we were watching, Andrew's deck, actually has a main deck Wrath of Gods, just as kind of a little bit of a potential main deck interaction with these Marty vehicles.
Yep.
And Flash Freeze is just everywhere. We've seen, this is our 3rd match in this round. We've seen someone with Flash Freeze in their deck. Oh my gosh, Jace is a card.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I'm not sure if you remember this. Back in the old days when Jace was in Standard, an opposing Jace would kill a Jace that's in play. But now with the Planeswalker rule the way it is, you just see Jaces live forever.
Yeah. I definitely didn't play back then. So how much is this Colossus costing us?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It costs 5.
Darn.
Or okay. No, it costs 3 actually because of the Mind Stone.
Oh, okay. So can we cast it?
We can. The question is, do we want to? Yeah.
Why would we not want to?
I guess leaving up Flash Freeze for some big green play.
Okay.
3.
I want to cast my 10/10.
2, 2, 1, 3, 2, 2, 1. Yeah, I think we could play it for. We could play it this turn. 3, 2, 2, 1. That's 7, 8. Yep, it would cost 3.
Okay. Well, let's see. What our plan is. I will say that to check on Moto, you can actually just try and cast the card, and it will tell you how much to pay. That's like a trick that I use a decent amount. Not gonna lie.
That's very, very, very fair.
That's like Emmercool is the card I do that with the most.
Oh,
like instead
sure.
of counting my graveyard, I just try and cast it. It's like, okay, it costs 9.
Okay.
it's just a little cheat that I use, I guess. So it looks like we chose not to cast it. Likely for what you said, holding up that flash freeze. So one thing to note is we are using Discord screen shares through Moto. One thing, the way Moto works is it doesn't really give you like a screen to just grab. It's sort of annoying. So we actually have asked players to share their whole screen, and that is why you do see them jump in between. And they're often jumping in between the open deck list, which is another part of this tournament. We're already in such a strange world with these new formats, and online tournaments just really need to, one of the things to really help them along is to have these open deck lists. So you'll often see players referring to their opponent's deck list mid-game, mid-decision to say like, hey, what could my opponent be up to here? And we are just going to have to capture that. We're going to see all the insides.
So you missed a very exciting play, which is our opponent spun Marvel and cast Time Stretch, which gives them 2 additional turns, but they have Jace the Mind Sculptor in play. So they probably knew there was a Time Stretch on top of their deck as well.
Oh, I really did miss that. And you know what also I missed? It sounds like it happened maybe earlier on in the match. Yeah. Because it looked like our opponents or our players were communicating on how many turns they had left.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious to me. Okay, so talk me through. Right now we're on I guess we'll go with Popo had.
Yep.
Popo had's turn, and this is turn 1 of 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we're getting up energy, so we get to spin our Marvel on our first turn of 3. And what happens? So if we hit again, do we get
Terastodon?
Oh, yeah. Is this?
That's
okay.
the card he was leaving up flash freeze for.
Okay, I was going to ask you if it was a time to blow up our own lands with Terastodon, but now I don't have to ask that, so that's good. Okay, so we're gonna pass through Popo had's turn and go back to their second of 3 turns.
No, the
second, right?
I think you only get 2 extra turns, right?
So this is the second. That was their extra turn. Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure. I got a little lost. So this is their last extra turn. Okay. Yeah. So we need to get both back up to energy here and hit a time stretch, you think, to kind of progress forward?
Let's see, what else could we hit? We could hit Terastodon as well. That would be like relatively okay.
Okay. We are not at enough energy at the moment because the Woodweaver's puzzle not only gives us 2, or does it give us 3 when we...
I believe it. It's been a while. It's been a long while. No, it gives you 3 when you sack it, and when a permanent leaves the battlefield, you get an energy.
From Aetherworks, you get. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, so we're at 4. So we're at 6. Sorry, I should say.
Yeah, so we can spin looking for time stretch.
So we're gonna spin one more time, or you said Terastodon will get us there as well. Are those kind of the bangers? Is that it? That we have?
Yeah. So the problem is if you don't hit either of those. I think the Glitness screen gets to pick off your Jace. Ooh.
Oh.
That's not what you're looking for, I think.
No, that's a little bit of a... Well, good thing Metalwork Colossus wasn't in play.
Yep.
Oh, so we blew up... Okay.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
That does protect.
That does protect the Jace. And Avi blew the E for 2, then played his 2-drop. That's good sequencing, obviously.
Awesome.
So I'm going to go back to one thing I noticed last turn. Andrew had the option of playing Celestial Colony instead of Tectonic Edge. And if he had done that last turn, he could attack the Jace with Celestial Colony this turn. Oh. It wasn't completely free to do so because by doing what he did, he left up Tectonic Edge and Flash Freeze. So I think that was sort of an interesting small thing that he was thinking about, but it didn't work the best for him.
Can you talk to us a little bit about all the cool lanes that are in play that are mostly in play for Andrew at the moment? Just kind of give us a little refresher course what they are.
Inventor's Fares from Kaladesh. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 3 or more artifacts, you can gain 1 life. You can pay for tap sack to search your library for an artifact if you control 3 or more artifacts.
Which we could have done last turn, but not this turn.
Yeah, all of the artifacts got killed. And obviously his deck is a Metalwork Colossus deck, so that's like kind of appealing. Tectonic Edge is similar. It has a lot of the same words. It taps for a colorless. You can pay 1 tap sack, destroy target non-basic land and opponent controls. Do this only if they control 4 or more lands.
Okay. And what's Quicksand?
Tap, add to colorless. Tap, sacrifice. Target creature without flying gets -2, -1 until end. Or -1, -2. Sorry, -1, -2.
Oh, sorry. Our other caravan just got blown up by another Nature's Claim. Life total is clearly not an issue in this match at the moment. Also, this is a good time to talk a little bit about, I talked about how we're using Moto and how we're doing timers on round clocks, or for players, is they time out when they get to 15 minutes. So you can see Andrew is at 20 minutes. So he's about 5 minutes left on his side of the clock. And Popohead has 20, so I guess about 9 minutes left. So just wanted to because it's a little different than a typical game of Magic. So we're spinning. No, we played a second Marvel.
So this is an old play that came up a lot. If you play a second Marvel into your first, you would get 2 energy because both Marvels see the first Marvel dying.
Sweet.
And the Woodweaver's Puzzlenaut getting sacked gives... Now he has 1 extra energy, despite... He started the turn with, I think, only 1 energy in play.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Okay, so earlier I was asking, is it correct to blow up your own lands in this spot? And I'm still pretty curious. What do you think?
So here there's a bit of a leveling game. If you think your opponent left in Wrath of God, you have to account for that. If you don't think they left in Wrath of God, you should just kill only your lands. But, you could also go this route, which is just kill 3 of your opponent's relevant permanents and give yourself no relevance.
Yeah, so what this has done is this has left Andrew with 1 temporary way to make colored mana in Chromatic Star, and no other way of making colored mana, which should buy us a decent amount of time, would you say, especially if Wrath of God is the out.
And here's the other thing. Andrew knows his top 2 cards because we're so-called brainstorm locked. Without shuffle effects with your Jason Mind Sculptor, you know what you're going to draw, and that's why you see Andrew pack it in.
Okay, so we are done with that match. Our opponent did take it down with the Marvel deck, and we tried our best with our cool Metalwork Colossus deck, but unfortunately didn't get there. So I think that might be all we have for us. There aren't a ton of matches remaining, and I think it's probably best for us to we'll take a quick break, fix the overlay, which you may have noticed, unless it magically got fixed already. It's hard to tell. We are going to end round 4 here. What we're going to do is join you back for round 5, and it's going to be still me and Jarvis, because it's actually just going to be me and Jarvis all the way down for the whole show. Yay. It's going to be great. So we'll be back here for round 5, and we'll show you even more Magic then. See you later. Bye-bye. I'll be quick.
She's getting her quick drink, but just delay it a few seconds.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope that you enjoyed our quick break. I know I did. I ran and got a drink from the fridge. We are ready to go for round 5. I think the players are not quite. I think Magic is about to start, but we're going to be watching Robert Taylor, also known as Fire Shoes, popular on the Twitters for sure, really sharing those deck lists for us all. And we're going to be sharing his deck list by watching his match. So it looks like they've got pairings. Looks like, according playing against Remy Fortier. I don't know what Remy is on, but I can find out for us. I also don't know what Robert is on, but I was hoping Jarvis would be able to sneak in with an answer.
I know both. It's Gruul Pummeler versus Mardu Vehicles.
You know, it's almost embarrassing that I didn't guess this. Like, what was even the point of Robert Taylor playing Magic if it's not going to be Gruul? Gruul Pummeler is what a blast from the past. Yep. I actually did not play this deck very much, which is sort of surprising because I'm also a big Gruul fan. Man, it looks nice though. It has some cool additions that are not Kaladesh cards. I see Birds of Paradise in this list.
Yep.
Well, that's pretty awesome. That has to be a huge advantage for the list for sure.
Yeah,
okay, looks like they are in the match. I don't know if everyone has joined us in the match yet, but awesome. So taking a look at Robert's opening hand, we got 4 lands, 3 spells, and that's a keep from us, I think. Yeah, we kept our 7. Kind of looks like we're doing what we want to be doing, right? We go turn 1 Attune, turn 2 Longtusk Cub, and we win the game, right? That's how it works. That's how good Longtusk Cub was.
Yeah, sometimes. I'm looking to see if Remy has. He has Incinerate in his deck, so he can answer a Cub on the draw.
Okay, well, Incinerate is
1 in a red, deal 3 to any target. It can't be regenerated.
So there's, we can kind of, as we said a little bit, the players do get open deck lists, and that is exactly what Fire Shoes is doing, is checking out what can my opponent do based on what spells I play, which is an amazing insight to watching players play as well. Plus, we get to see the cool MTG Melee, so that's awesome. So we did get to play our Cub. Talk to us a little bit about what Longtusk Cub can do. Like, why is it such a powerful win the game card?
So when it hits a player, you get 2 energy, but it also has the ability pay 2 energy to put a counter on Longtusk Cub. So unchecked, it just becomes like a 5/5 for 2 mana. in many ways, it's like the Tarmogoyf of an energy deck.
Nice. And if you remember from turn one, there we go. We played a spell that made 2 energy with no purpose. So we already have a potential 3/3, which is what you were talking about Incinerate, right? That's why you were going 3 steps ahead of us. You were looking for a way to deal 3 damage to this cub. Okay, so it looks like Remy developed a classic Mardu turn, got the Smuggler's Copter out there, got a Inventor's Apprentice. It's now a 2/3 because we have an artifact. And we're back to Fire Shoes' turn. What do you think we got going on in this turn?
Yeah, the problem is our turn's not very good because our hand is a 4-drop and a pump spell. The pump spell that we have is just target creature gets +3/+0 and haste until end of turn. Reckless Charge, also from Odyssey, actually. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe there's just going to be tons of Odyssey cards in this tournament.
Yeah, I have to admit, this is about the 4th time that you said, "Oh, also from Odyssey." So
fair enough. So in a lot of ways, actually, the best use of Copter here is to threaten the Cub into not attacking. Because if you attack with Cub and trade with the Copter, that's not a great exchange for you.
Right, and the Copter gets a loot on a block as well, which is a very annoying part of the card, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, actually, a lot of the Kaladesh cards had nice nicknames. Inventor's Apprentice was Nerd Ape, like Curd Ape, and Smuggler's Copter was the Looter Scooter.
Oh, I do remember it being called the Looter Scooter. I will say one of the things that Magic players are very good at is about not calling the card names by their real card names.
I agree. I just wanted to bring up both of those nonsense nicknames right here.
Nerd Ape. I don't think I remember Nerd Ape, but
no,
I definitely
I do.
Looter Scooter. I will say I participate in this nonsense as well, as I am currently calling Bolas' Citadel Nicol Bolas' house. So I can't really complain too much. I participate in the nonsense. It is funny to me though, right? Like we're already challenging ourselves to remember like thousands and thousands of names in our head, but we're like, no, wait, we'll make it harder. Let's remember both names. Yeah, we're great. Magic players are awesome. So it looks like Remy isn't necessarily planning to do the whole blocking thing unless... No, there's not really less. I guess if we had a 1-drop and another Copter, but that's probably not in our plans. I guess we just need another... No, this becomes tapped, so it doesn't have Vigilance. So that would be busted. That's a different card. That's Heart of Kirin, right?
Right. The thing is, I think what his plan is to just like smooth out his hand and then try to deploy on curve a bunch of cards. I think that's what's going on here.
That makes sense. I'm a little frozen, so I can't quite give us updates. I don't know if it's just me or everybody, but I'll be back in a bit then. It's all good. Oh, I see. So, okay, we're just stuck in a choice. My bad. I thought maybe I was frozen. So. Been there, done that. Okay, let us see. So we went with the loot. We discarded a Bomat Courier, coming in for no blocks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess you're right. This Fire Shoes' turn was unfortunately pretty lackluster. We couldn't attack and we can't block. So.
And actually, we're sort of seeing. Toolcraft Exemplar is not a very good blocker, but that's okay.
Okay, this one also can't block. I got really excited because I thought maybe it was actually a second Smuggler's Copter, which in that case my play would actually be true, but that's not what happened. Mm-hmm. It's just a scrappy scrounger. I will say Mardu Vehicle, it's not really a known for its blocking sort of day. I will, that's not really its plan. It's the beatdown in most matchups, would you say?
I would say that, and also you just read the cards. All of them basically say you can't block.
Yeah. So remind me of this, it's Bristling Hydra, right?
Yep.
So what is its activated ability? Oh, it's the same as Long Tusk Cub.
No, but it gets hexproof as well.
Oh, okay. It costs a little bit more energy though.
Yeah. It's 50% more energy. But I like what Robert did here. He cast the Hydra first because now you could make a really big long scope if you wanted to. And I think the reason he might be doing this is A, you can get back to 3 energy, which is the cutoff, and B,
Right.
you need to force through damage because this game's going to be a damage race.
Right. So one thing that I was so crazy to me about Long Tusk Cub is it's so hard to block because if you just have energy, it can just become like in this case, it could go up to 5/5. And then if you don't block it, it just gets more energy. So it just gets out of control so quickly. Whereas the Hydra, the pay 3 energy, put a counter on it, give it hexproof, that's a kind of a more like a saved, like you do it when you need to save it. You don't just keep pumping into it. So man, this is really bringing me back to standard back then.
Yeah, so a few points, I'll just go over them real quick, is I think why you probably don't remember Gruul Pummeler was because there was often Teamer Pummeler instead.
That makes more sense. What was the
Warlord, Virtuoso, and Rogue Refiner were typically in the deck.
Oh, that card, Rogue Refiner, was banned.
Yeah, but it's also not in this format because it's an Aether Revolt, not Kaladesh.
Oh, good call. Wow. Okay, awesome. I forgot. Yeah, I guess sets back then were two or three sets combined, right? Okay.
And one last point. Robert's deck contains the card Larger Than Life, if you remember what that card is.
I assume it's a pump spell, but
Yeah, it gives target creature +4/+4 and trample until end of turn. So Robert's very incentivized to try to squeak in damage when he can, and then use Larger of Life to finish his opponent off.
That's awesome. Would you say the Reckless Charge also sort of helps with that?
Yes.
Given that it's a +3/+0?
Yeah, and Reckless Charge also has flashback for 2 and a red, so you can use 4 mana to essentially deal 6 damage.
Do you happen to remember, so was Marty Vehicles and this like Pummeler, Gruulish deck, were they in the formats together?
They
must have been, right? Like
for a little bit, but not a while. I think what happened was Thraben and Spectre rotated. And then you saw a lot more like red-black aggro decks with Heart of Kirin instead.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't really remember these two decks coming head-to-head that often, so I was curious about that.
No.
There was also a more simplified deck that was just Teamer Energy, right? Like, it didn't have the Pummeler necessarily. It was more just... It had these cards. It had Cub and Hydra, but it wasn't doing the combo part. It was really just a value deck.
So I think why we're seeing Pummeler in this tournament and why we saw it back then was Teamer Pummeler and Pummeler decks used to be good versus other energy decks because it was hard to kill the Pummeler itself with Harness Lightning because it would just get like too big or whatever. So
yeah, we should eventually talk and remind our listeners, our viewers, what Pummeler actually does if you have a quick chance, just while we're taking some combat damage here.
Yeah, I will reread the text. All right, it's a 3-mana 1/1. When it comes into play, you get 3 energy. Pay 3 energy. Electrostatic Pummeler gets +X until end of turn, where X is its power. So it works very well with Reckless Charge and Larger Than Life as well.
Oh,
because
yeah.
It only tracks the power and doubles it.
Oh, that would make sense why Reckless Charge is in this deck list to begin with.
Also, Reckless Charge gives haste. So you can set up a turn where you don't even have the Pummeler out and just sneak it in for a hit with Reckless Charge.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yeah, this is a very Caroline deck.
It is. Thank you for acknowledging that, Jarvis. I appreciate it. I work hard at my brand over here. I'm no Fire Shoes, but I have a small brand. I like it. Okay, so we are down to 8. That's, it's a little scary, would you say?
Yeah.
Was there any thought to blocking any of the 3 power, like the Scrappy Scrounger, and putting a counter on our Hydra, or was that just too risky to remove the spell?
I would have considered it. What was the Bomat Courier was used to crew the copter, right? I'm trying to reconfirm.
Yes, there's no card underneath the Bomat Courier, so that would be my guess as well.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we did leave back the Apprentice. Does that kind of scream chump blocking to you, or?
Yeah. Well, also you get to block. Yeah. Right. Well, you can just block the 2/3 for free with your 4/3, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So now we do have Pia Nalar, also an amazing card that I remember.
Yeah.
So you can pay 2 red mana to sack an artifact to ping 2 damage to something. I think.
All right.
So
No. It's 1 in red. Target artifact creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Pay
okay.
1, sack an artifact. Target creature can't block.
Oh.
You used to be able to use that with Scrap Heap Scrounger to set up like combo-esque. You can't block with any of your creatures. You're dead turns from Mardu vehicles.
Okay.
So I think the problem in this matchup and right now is that it's really hard to block the flyers for the Gruul deck. So you're seeing the flyers get in consistently. And honestly, a lot of the Mardu creatures just hit really hard as well.
So we just drew a card. I think it's called Built to Smash. Is that correct? Target attacking creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. If it's an
artifact, it gets trample.
Okay, so we don't have that in that case. Do we have enough damage to? I guess there's just no trample. Like we just would have to assume no blocks. Yeah, it's tough.
So I think the situation is such that Fire Shoes is going to probably die next turn. And this is kind of the problem with putting the pump spells in your deck. The pump spells don't actually trade with your opponent's creatures unless they want them to, right?
Right. Poor Longtusk Cub.
Yeah, that was... I mean, we just sort of saw that the inherent power of the Mardu Vehicles deck this game, which, unfortunately, I think we're going to be saying that a lot this tournament.
Would you say that it really does come down to that turn 3? Like, just us doing nothing on turn 3 has been...
I agree. The problem is, like, I don't... The ideal turn 3 play was Pummeler, and we didn't have that in our hand, right?
Right. So you actually you're not confident that Keep was going to get us there?
No. I think you have to keep the hand, but obviously there was a fail case, and I think Robert hit his fail case.
Drawing lands?
Yeah. And the problem is 1 Birds of Paradise and 4 Llanowar, or 4 Birds and 1 Llanowar Elves are also not great draws. So you had quite a number of not great draws.
Hey, Birds can block a flyer.
Yeah.
Per a turn.
Only if they wanted to with Piet Noir out.
Yes. This was pre-Piet Noir, but still.
Yeah, that's fair. So on board, I think 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I think Remy, you might not know this. Remy has a Pro Tour win.
Really?
Yeah, Pro Tour Valencia.
That's awesome.
It was extended with Counterbalance Sensei's Divining Top. Obviously, Mardu Vehicles is very far from that deck.
A little different, I would say. A little different.
But the one thing it does share is they're both like 3 to 4 color good stuff decks.
Me too. Like, I mean, that's just sort of what Magic is kind of getting into these days, right? It's just all the good cards combined.
Look at that show of strength. Look at the card he discarded. It was Unlicensed Disintegration.
Oh my, that can't be a good sign.
Well, I think he just realizes if I just pump my creatures a bunch, I looked at Robert's deck. Robert's deck has no interaction, so you're just dead. If he just spends all of his mana pumping with Pia.
Does Robert not have lightning?
No.
Hardest lightning?
Okay. Nope. It's in his sideboard. It's in his sideboard, not his main deck. But
okay, well, we're about to go to sideboarding, so let's see what Robert decides to bring in.
So, again, consulting the open deck list.
More importantly, the sideboard.
Whoa.
Ooh, what does Last Rites do?
Right.
I'm with Robert.
Last Rites is a 2 and a black sorcery from, again, Odyssey.
Wow.
You discard any number of cards, and then your opponent discards that number of cards. You basically coercion them that many times. I've played this card before in Legacy. It's kind of an interesting one to see here. I don't think it's coming in this matchup because I think this matchup is about tempo. But if your opponent has like a few key cards and you just want to like take them away, you can discard your like Scrap Heap Scroungers, Bowman Couriers, and get value out of those cards from the graveyard, essentially, right?
It's pretty cool. I also want to highlight these Pithing Needles. These are the second time we've actually seen this art, which is the new
Secret Lair, right?
Yeah, the Secret Lair art, and I have to admit, it is beautiful. Like, I am a huge fan of just how nice it is to see kind of newish art in Moto. My favorite, like, I think it's like a Magic Online promo. It's of, oh no, I was going to call it something else. Ancient Stirrings did a really cute one with the cat.
The cat one, yeah.
I was going to call it Ancient Purrings, which is what I call it.
The first time I saw that card, I'm like, wait, what? Wait.
It's so beautiful, Jarvis. It's so nice. I actually have not played, because I rent a lot of my cards. Mana Traders, which is, by the way, if you're ever on the mythicstore.com, you can use the mythicstore.com to get a Mana Trader subscription, which is pretty cool. So if you win, any of the winners of our tournaments here get credit to spend on the mythicstore.com, and you can see other things there, including lots of Magic singles and some cool merch, which I'll show off later.
So, looking at Robert's sideboarding real quick, he shaved a bunch of pump spells for some interaction, which makes sense to me, and Viridian Shaman, which is quite a potent card in the matchup.
What does that do? Oh, destroy target artifact.
Yeah, it's a 3-mana 2/2 when it comes to play destroy target artifact.
Sweet.
So. All right.
So this is looking like a pretty good hand. So we have we got 2 mana. That's a good start. We have our Pummeler, which you would agree is really just the card of the mashup.
Yep.
Or the card of the deck, I should say. And we have a card that I totally forgot existed, but actually loved, and that's Blossoming Defense. What a card!
Yeah.
So it gets +2/+2 and hexproof. Oh, I loved a good Blossoming Defense.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the hand Robert's looking for. If one of the Pummelers had been in a tune with Aether, then I think it would basically be close to the nut draw, right?
We did draw our 3rd land, so we are good on that front. But we don't have a ton of energy, right? So we can't do anything crazy. In fact, we don't have any energy at the moment.
Well, the Pummeler's going to give 3 energy next turn, which lets you attack with the Cub if you want to.
Right. But we don't have enough to...
Oh, but there's an Incinerate.
Goodbye, Cub.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we play our Pummeler?
Yeah.
I guess we kind of have to, right?
Well, with 2 Pummelers in hand, I think you always play the first one here. If you only had 1 Pummeler, I think it'd be more of a debate whether you should wait a turn to try to protect it with Blossoming Defense. But I think with just 2 in hand, it's pretty clear that you should just play it that turn.
Awesome. So I will say, Remy, because they played the Incinerate, they did take a turn off from playing like a Copter or a Scrappy Scrounger or something that hits for a bunch, right? This little Nerd Ape, is that what you called it?
Nerd Ape.
Little 1/2 is not doing a bunch at the moment. Wow.
Yep.
That feels weird to say. It was fun though.
But I did take a look at Remy's deck real quick a few rounds ago. I think he has a bunch of Siege Gang commanders in the sideboard. So his plan might be to just go bigger and try to just remove all of their creatures.
Awesome. So it looks like Remy is sort of deciding what this turn looks like for him. What do you think? So this is turn 3. What do you think the decision paths are here? Do you think it's like a removal spell in hand versus a Copter, or like some sort of decision tree like that?
So I think the first thing you have to decide is A, what happens if you attack? Like, do you think your opponent will block? Like, some amount of the time when he attacks, he'll be bluffing, right? Do you block and just force them to respect your bluff, or whatever? So I think that was the first thing he was thinking about. Second off, what do you play afterwards? And I think there was actually a good chance that Remy didn't actually want to use a removal spell on that Pummeler. But if you attack first, you can sort of force it out, force them to respect it, and then get to play your Motorist for free second main.
Okay. This is pretty cool. So this is the 2 mana 3/1 when it enters battlefield, scry 2. And then when this creature, so when the Motorist crews a vehicle, it gets +1/+1?
Yep.
And it gets, it becomes that creature, or that There's not a trigger, right? It just happens. It's just a 4/4.
Yeah.
Like if you crew a copter.
Yeah, that was a question back in the day. People got kind of confused. I'm sure you remember Judge Calls with that.
Oh yeah, I do. This is great. This is coming down like lots of memory lane of like different things. Yeah. Oh, this is not what I thought we would do on this turn. Okay. Just going for the second pummeler.
Yeah. Well, no. I think once you draw the larger than life, this makes absolute sense, right?
You're just saying next turn we're gonna combo.
Yeah. Next turn it'll be if you cast larger than life first, it'll be a 4-power creature. Then if you cast one blossoming defense, will be 6. Then you can double twice. That'll be 12, 24. 24 minus most blockers will be lethal.
I understand. So you're saying that the second pummeler was really just cast for the 3 energy, not related to another body. Okay, cool. Like, would you even consider chumping here or blocking the motorist? Or not?
It really depends. I think if I were there's so much to consider. I think.
I think I probably would. Remy's hand too.
Well,
so.
Yeah. A, I don't see his hand. B, and when you're in a match of Magic, you don't get to see their hand either. I think my instinct is not to block because if they have a removal spell for one of your things, you'll have to use like something to save one of your creatures, unless if you don't block, essentially. So, I think those are the things I would consider, and I think Remy is definitely going to attack, and I think we're likely not to see a block.
Okay.
That's not good at blocking.
This is, in fact, I believe it is against the rules of Magic to block with it. It's funny. Scrappy Scrounger, I understand can't block. That one I remember, but the one I always get super I just remember from standards around this time was the pirate, the 1/3 pirate that made a monkey whenever it attacked.
Oh, it had menace.
I always forgot it had menace, no matter what. No matter like whether it was 1 week into standard or 3 years into standard, I always freaking forgot that it had menace. So this will be a 4/4 blocker, right? The Smuggler's Copter.
Yeah, but the problem is 4's not enough. We have 24 damage, right? Like I said last turn. Yeah, you're gonna see larger life plus 5. Actually, it might be more. 5, 9.
Yeah, I think you weren't counting the original toughness.
Well, no, I was counting. Power. Oh, yeah. No, I think I miscounted a little bit. But this is super lethal because our opponent is obviously tapped out and can only block with 1 creature.
And actually, our opponent can only block 4 toughness, regardless of if they crew with the motorist or crew with the scrap heap. So it's 4 toughness no matter what. So
this is 9 times 4, which is 36 damage. Right. Trample, don't forget that.
Oh, I didn't. Don't worry. That is a lot. Oh, attack with the other one for value. Come on.
Yeah, just for value.
For value. Attack all. Let's go. This is a Gruul deck. You got it.
I was going to say, isn't that what they say? Gruul smash?
Gruul beep beep. Gruul smash. Gruul beep beep. It's we're trying out new things. Okay, so we're blocking.
This is actually a cool trick. You can just block with both, then use the motorist or recruit to give it +1/+1.
Oh, I like that trick.
Not that's going to matter because look at how big this creature is.
I actually can't see because it's pretty blurry. So
it's 36.
That's a lot of damage. Awesome.
Oh, he's taking a screenshot. You can see the snipping tool.
Fire shoes. I approve of your screenshot.
Yeah.
New program coming soon. Okay. Oh, we're gonna make a quick tweet.
Twitter. No. It's going to game 3.
It's going to game 3, but we're just going to make a quick tweet here. We're going to stop on the tweeting. We really get to see the whole behind the scenes here, friends.
Yeah, we sure do.
Hey, we did tell you that Fire Shoes lives on Twitter and really shares with us, so we get to see how much Twitter is on their mind. So let's go. So we're back into sideboarding. We did win game 2 from the Gruul Pummeler side. Looks like we're just double checking, making sure there's no cards that we didn't really think of. Back to the sideboard. Do you see any changes coming in?
No, not really. Like the problem, I think the problem structurally is that Robert has to be the beatdown And Remy, by the way he constructed his sideboard, will be the like slower, more controlling deck every time. But you saw with that game where like obviously we can just steal win with our Pummel dealing like 36 damage or whatever, you know.
Okay.
And I think one of the key cards I didn't realize that Remy had so many of is Firebolt, which is another card from Odyssey. He has 3 copies of it in his sideboard. It is red.
I think we need like an Odyssey counter. Every time Jarvis says another card from Odyssey, just pick it up.
All right, so it's red, deal 2 damage to any target. Flashback 4 in a red, so it's just 2 shocks. And that's like clearly a really good card in this matchup, I think.
And you said that's what Remy has?
3 Firebolts in his sideboard.
Wow. That is a lot. So we're just, just double checking that we want our sideboard to look the way it is.
Yep. I think there's actually a small of consideration to cutting Chandra in the draw. Okay. But not that much, just a small amount.
Looks like I think we're submitting. We're hovering over the submit button, so it sounds like a submit to me.
I'm trying to remember. Did Pummel play Servant of the Conduit in back then?
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
I have no idea. I just decided I'll just be confident and give you an answer.
Well, so he's not playing any Servant of the Conduits, which I think is interesting.
Oh, but that we do have birds, right? Like the decks did not have birds back then.
Right. So
do you keep this one lander with the birds, knowing what you just said about the Firebolts?
Great point. If your opponent has a Firebolt and you don't draw a land, then you sort of auto-lose. Attune is also an out. And you also have 2 draw steps, so my inclination is actually keep. But I would not fault Robert for mulliganing as well. Okay.
I'm definitely in the mulliganing camp at the moment. We also just, I guess the, is it Volcanic Brawler? That's the name of the card, right?
Voltaic Brawler.
Voltaic. Darn it, I was so close.
Darn it.
It's not really like the most powerful 2-drop. Like, this hand would be a little different if we had a Cub, right?
Yeah, I guess if you replace one of the brawlers with a Cub, the hand looks a lot more appealing. But here's the thing I was referring to. The reason I want to keep is you have the Pummeler larger than life combo.
Right. I guess one thing that you did say that's kind of interesting is Remy does kind of side into a slower deck. Mm-hmm. So it is potential that one lander has some time to draw out of the problems. And because we had the combo, it might just be worth considering. Yeah. I'm happy with this mulligan, though. I think that this hand is pretty awesome. It doesn't have the Pummeler, but it does have a lot of other stuff, including the Shaman that blows up an artifact, right?
Yeah, so one problem I have, there's a subset of games where Marty Vehicles doesn't even have an artifact, so their Shaman's not going to be live then. Especially since your opponent could just sideboard into a bunch of Siege Gang commanders. So...
yeah, one thing to note though, Jarvis, is we didn't see that. Like we can make assumptions on what our opponent's doing, but we didn't see a Siege Gang in game 2. So that's hard. It's hard to like from a point of player that's maybe a little bit more of like, let's play with what I know. I have to admit, Siege Gang would not be on my mind here, just because we didn't see it, and it's hard to make all those like extra big assumptions. I'm not as big brained as you, is what I'm saying. So I don't know. I would be very happy with kind of what I have here, the tools that I have to work with. The Pummeler was an annoying draw, I guess, since we put away the larger than life, but
yeah. The Shaman does look good here for what it's worth, so...
Well, if we draw a third land, or when we draw our third land, I guess, is better.
Yep.
I will say that Attune with Aether. With Aether. I couldn't think of the word in between. That card is super important here, right? It's not really obvious at the beginning, but that 2 energy to have before the Cub comes into play is huge. Because now the Cub can't even do anything.
Right.
Like, it's kind of interesting.
So, I think the real question is, does Remy attack or block with the Apprentice? And I think whether he attacks or blocks tells you a lot about his hand. So imagine this. Imagine he has a Siege Gang in his hand. Does he want the game to go longer or shorter? Ooh, Death Mark.
Oh, Death Mark. Wow. Is that from Odyssey?
No, that's from 10th edition and Bolt Snap.
I was just guessing.
You can't get me that time. You can't get me that time.
Oh, looks like we are on the smashing plan. We changed our mind. We're the beatdown. At least now.
So
okay.
Also, Remy being on the play might have gone back to a faster build, because being on the play lets you leverage the tempo advantage. And here's a true sign of strength. He didn't choose to loot with his scooter.
He chose not to loot?
How good do you think his hand has to be to choose not to do that?
It's gotta be a removal spell and something. Maybe just 2 removal spells. Oh, no, and we didn't draw our 3rd land. This is slipping away from Fire Shoes, unfortunately. Oh.
Yeah, it's sad for Fire Shoes. The problem is the Long Chest Cub doesn't even have a good block this turn, even if Remy doesn't have removal spell, right?
Right, and that comes kind of back to what I was saying, which was, without that Attune with Aether, it is hard to get that Long Chest Cub kind of rolling. We needed to attack in order to get it going. We're going to take another 6 here.
That's a lot of damage.
Still no loot?
I think he's looting this time.
Okay. That is a lot of damage indeed.
Second copter going makes a lot of sense. Oh man. What's going to happen? We have a disintegration? A disintegration, I think, would just lock up the game.
Yes, I believe it would be very challenging for Fire Shoes to come back from a disintegration. It's still actually possible. Remy could just be holding it. But do you think that if Remy had it, with Blossoming Defense in the format, does it make sense to just play it on that turn?
It does.
Okay. Because of the copter attack too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we can't. We're not even attacking with our cub.
Well, we can't.
Oh, I know we can't.
Oh, Incinerate to the Dome just locks it up. That it makes a lot of sense for it to have been in his hand. The previous turn, his hand was probably Toolcraft, Incinerate.
Unfortunate. So this will be a 3rd match that we've watched, or maybe even a 4th match we've watched, where Marty Vehicles does overcome the cool new decks, unfortunately. But hey, we're not designing a format for long. We're just messing with them. So
yeah, we're
not much we can do about that.
We're just living in Kaladesh's world, right?
Yeah. Kaladesh Remastered was the other proposed name for this broadcast. So that does have Remy taking down the match in round 5. We are going to now dig around to, well, first of all, heading back to us. We'll dig around for some more Magic. I was curious to see where that put Remy. So that actually does put Remy at 5-0. And Robert Fire Shoes falling down to 4-1. So they've still got a decent start to the day with a 7-round tournament. So there's 2 more rounds after this. Both are still quite live for our top 8. And let's see if we got any more Magic. Okay, so we're heading over to going to watch PG8. Which I will figure out who that actually is in a second. Don't actually know. But that's okay. So I'm going to take a guess, I know. It is Paul Green. We've actually watched Paul Green before. I would almost be willing to say that they've definitely made top 8s in previous tournaments and have done well. So we've watched PG8 before. And we're going to be watching from their side in a second. Coverage is up for everybody but Caroline. But that's okay. There we go. I'm in. Talk us through what you know, Jarvis, if you know anything.
I took a look at the deck list real quick. The deck is titled Marvel for Cowards.
That's PG8's Paul Green's list. Okay, that's awesome.
And he's playing against the Protect the Queen Reanimator deck that we saw earlier.
Is this against Jamie?
Yes.
Oh, it is against Jamie. That's awesome. This is a great full circle round. Okay. I will say, so Paul has a Jace in play as well as a Marvel. We have 6 energies, so we know what that means. Looks like we are passing the turn and not spinning. What's the thought there? Am I missing something?
I don't think you're missing anything. If it's a post-board game, he can hit Ceremonious Rejection, I guess.
Okay. I guess with Jamie not really having much going on their side, it made sense to say, hey, let's just wait till I have full information with the Marvel. Okay. And it doesn't, if we hit the take extra turns card, we just take them on our turn, right? Okay.
Yeah, we'll just take 3 in a row if we hit Time Stretch, which we don't. But we hit Glimmer of Genius, which is a nice consolation prize.
Scry 2, then draw 2 and get 2 energy, which gets us a third of the way back to our spinning, which we like to do. We do have a lot of Engineer Explosives in our hand. There we go. So we put a Marvel and a land on the bottom, and we drew a Puzzle Knot, which I know is enough to get us to a spin. It should be enough to get us to a spin this turn, right? 5 mana.
Oh, and look at what's going on here. Paul is just plussing with Jace for a few reasons. If you don't plus with Jace, it dies to Creeping Target. Mm-hmm. And second, you kind of just want to keep... You know your opponent's deck doesn't have that many cards that do that much, right?
Right.
There's a finite number. There's 8 or so. So if you cut them off of access to those, you can sort of force them into a situation where they draw lands or cards that don't do things.
Interesting. So it looks like, as I said, we went back up to 5 energy by playing the first half of the Puzzle Knot. And then I assume since we passed the first time, we're likely to do it again.
Yep.
And we will be able to do a spin. So Paul will be able to spin the Aetherworks Marvel with the crack of the Puzzle Knot on either Jamie's, if Jamie casts a spell, or on end step. One thing I just wanted to highlight while the Creeping Target is activating is Paul has written a note. I assume a note is really mostly for himself. Just the note is just flash freeze. So what that's sort of doing is saying, hey, I know my opponent has this card, which is a very specific counter spell, which counters a red or green spell. And it's just reminding me. It's sitting here in the corner being like, don't forget flash freeze. And I love it. I think that's an amazing way to play on Moto. Just give yourselves a little bit of a note for the future. So it looks like we didn't spin.
So the flash freeze thing is why he didn't spin, because he has Dispel in hand, right?
Awesome, thank you. That was a great line to see. So we can go back to our turn. We get a spin with the protection of Dispel, and also we could set up a spin with Jace, which we're not really going to be able to do. I would say. But
so here we're creating a pseudo. Yeah, we can shuffle away these dead cards from Jace the Mind Sculptor, which is
awesome. Nice. We don't have fetch lands, but we do have a tune with Ether.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That is a good way to shuffle.
Okay.
And now we're up to 11 energy.
So, is this just also a pass here, like attack with Servant again? Because our Jace is dying, right? Unless we spin, I guess, and deal with the Tar Pit. I'm wondering if we're supposed to play the Woodweaver Puzzle Knot. It looks like instead we're going to cast Engineer Explosive for 2. I think that's what we did. Okay. And then I assume then we'll pass with 2 Nature's Claims and a Dispel up. So we're kind of covered against a lot of things. Do you know what Nature's Claim destroys in Jamie's deck?
Platinum Angel.
Yeah. That's going to be a rough one.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out why we put it on 2.
I'm not quite sure. I can't really even name any permanents in Jamie's deck that aren't 7, so...
Alexi's Cloak costs 2, but I don't think that's one we should worry about.
We got an energy from Jace leaving. That's sweet.
Yep. So, actually, a reason to do that is so you can blow up your own Servant to get another energy, but... Ooh, Wolfbriar Elemental. I believe when you cast that, you can also choose to cast the Multi-Kicker. Yep. And so you'll just see a bunch of instant speed wolves. Only 2,
Oh.
because again, we're playing around Flash Freeze by
Right.
leaving up Dispel.
Wow, so you can cast off Marvel and pay the kicker. That's
Yep.
crazy. Okay, here comes a Flash Freeze. Again, a note. It's also possible, for what it's worth, the note might be we knew that they had a Flash Freeze. I wasn't sure if it was specific to like a Thoughtseize effect or just like a reminder. Ooh, a
But
second
double
Flash
Flash
Freeze?
Freeze. That's fine.
Unfortunate. Okay, we do get to spin again on our turn.
Exactly.
Yeah. We can do it a couple ways. We can do the trick you talked about by playing a second Marvel. We can just do it the slow, easy way with the Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot. But either way, we are spinning. And again, same thing. Do you think it's just a continuous pattern where we're going to spin on their turn because of like these counter spells and kind of forcing them to tap out on their turn? Or do you think this is the window here with their opponent tapped out? We should go for it.
Yeah, this is the window.
Okay, which is what happened.
Another Wolfbur
Oh, we can make lots
Elemental.
of wolves.
Yeah.
Now we can make 4, right?
Yeah, and that makes sense. The one thing you would worry about is Platinum Angel plus Alexi's Cloak.
If we don't attack with Servant, we still have 1 green, right?
Yeah, but the problem is if they have Alexi's Cloak, they can protect from the first Nature's Claim.
Gotcha. Okay, I understand. Well, looks like we're just going with the beatdown plan instead.
So I figured it out. He put the E's on 2 because of Alexi's Cloak.
Okay. How come?
Because it gives enchanted creatures Shroud. So if you use the explosives to kill the Cloak and the other explosives to kill the 1-drop Robe of Mirrors, you're guaranteeing your Nature's Claims are alive. So he's basically planning for 2 or 3 turns in advance where there's a Platinum Angel to play with a protection spell on it, but he has both of the protection spells covered.
That's awesome. That's some really far-reaching big brain planning ahead for sure.
Yeah, I know. And I was trying to figure it out.
I enjoyed that you took some time to figure out a little puzzle for us. Ooh, Madcap Experiment. We did it. We got our angel.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be good enough.
What are we going for here? And a Jace, maybe? Oh, another... Oh!
Unfortunately, you look at his life total. He has -12. Double Nature's Claim is going to end it.
That is going to... There's no free counter spells, no Force of Wills, no Force of Negations hiding out here. So that is going to just be game on the spot, right? Because he'll gain 4 life and go to 4.
-4.
So, okay, there's 2 things to highlight. First of all, Paul Green did take it down with a Aetherworks Marvel, which is awesome for a couple reasons. One, we didn't get to watch Mardu vehicles. So I feel like we get a high five, Jarvis. We did it. High five. We found a round that didn't have Marvel. Or, no, sorry, it had Marvel. It didn't have Mardu vehicles.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure we have any more Magic for us. There doesn't seem to be a ton of Magic being played. In fact, that was our second to last matchup. So I think what we're going to do, same deal. We're going to take a quick break, finish out the round, which will be 1 match remaining. We'll join you back in here for round 6, which is our second to last round. Possibly at the end of round 6, we'll be able to jump into our standings, and just see like where are things shaping out, how are the players kind of rising to the top, and what does our top 8 maybe look like. So we'll do that in about a round from now, which will be pretty exciting. But for now, we'll see everybody in a few minutes. Bye-bye.
Mythic Society.
Waste that oil promo. It's a real.
Welcome on back, everybody. A nice quick break. Got us from round 5 into round 6, and I believe we should be seeing some magic shortly. Did you have a good break, Jarvis?
Yeah, I was eating a small amount of food very quickly because it's like dinner time for me.
I was pretty jealous about that. Not gonna lie, but I have some macaroni waiting for me when this is finished.
Nice.
But
Nice.
looks like for round 6, we are gonna be watching Oliver
Firth? Yeah.
At 4-1, they are playing a deck that will load for me shortly. Do you know what they're up to, Jarvis? Oh, here we go.
Green Stompy, I think.
Nissa Vital Force. That's a card. Ooh, I love it. Mono green. This is what I'm playing in standard. Perfect.
Yeah.
Ooh, Jarvis, I want to quickly talk about this. They're playing main deck Viridian's Shaman, which is a card that we saw in the last round with, as a sideboard against Smarty Vehicles. But one of the cool things here is this is in their main deck. So this is another player that said, hey, I will be playing in Smarty Vehicles a lot. What can I do about that? And that is awesome. That is a cool nod to that acknowledgement. Oh, we also have Verdurous Gearhulk. Oh, what a card. Oh, I missed
This is a Caroline deck, isn't it?
Yes. This is the Caroline deck. The Pummeler deck is cool. It's got a little too much combo for me. I like to earn my wins a little slower with just big green creatures. Okay, so I think we're just waiting for them to fire up their stream. Looks like we're gonna jump down and see them, so we'll be there pretty soon, which will be awesome. And then let me check who they're playing against. They are playing against. So one of the cool things that while we're just everyone's seeing some behind the scenes stuff today, and one of the other things that you see is we're using a software program called MTG Melee, which if you're new to tournament play, is a pretty awesome new thing that has really just come out in about the last 4 months, and it's really taken off. A lot of online tournaments are run with this software, and I know as a player, and now seeing a little bit of the tournament organizer stuff as well, it is an amazing advantage that we did not have before. And so both these Moto and Arena tournaments can just really run a heck of a lot smoother for, again, the players and production and organizers. So that's one thing that we're using today that I highly recommend checking out. They always tell you what tournaments they have going on, and I think it's a great new addition to our online world for sure. So it looks like we're ready to go watch Oliver. Looks like they are in we'll call it basically the beginning of their game.
Beginning of their game while they played a turn 3 Nissa Vital Force.
I missed it. Okay, catch us up, Jarvis. I'm not in yet.
All right, so I believe here's what happened. Turn 1 Arbor Elf, turn 2 two more Arbor Elves, turn 3 Nissa Vital Force with Blossoming Defense backup.
Wow, that is unfortunate that I missed that.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
I think I only got in on turn 2, but I was happy to see that. I think the opponent is playing Tumor Marvel as well.
Yes, that is actually what I was trying to track down and then failed. So I really failed on all fronts. I didn't get to see the cool play, nor did I get some decklist information for us. But I am able to get that now, which will be good. Let's see what we're up to.
So yeah, these Blacklands might look at a place, but I think they're only there for Scrapheap Scrounger return.
Yeah, so Jarvis, if you can just give us a little bit of a rundown what's happening, because unfortunately I can't quite see, so I can't describe what I can't see.
Well, Nissa's doing what Nissa does best, which is make angry 5/5s, and every turn Maze is leaving up Blossoming Defense to protect the 5/5 from Harness Lightning, essentially.
Wow, so I'm not gonna. I actually really forgot about this, Nissa, and I think that's possible just because didn't see a ton of play back then, right?
No, it was
there was just other powerful things to do.
Right. Especially for 5 mana, that's a lot. Here you see the Blossoming Defense used to kill the Servant of the Conduit after the block happens. I think that's a statement saying that Maze thinks they're far enough ahead where they can afford to not play around Harness Lightning on their creature. But Aetherworks Marvel. All right, are we going to hit the time stretch?
I hope so, because it will stretch time so then I can actually join us. So what is time stretch from? What set is that from?
It's in 10th edition, which is why it's here. It might also, let me check. It's also in Odyssey.
Yes.
I didn't want to admit it.
I did not know that, but I want to pretend I did. I just want to pretend that I just secretly knew that it was an Odyssey. But that is amazing. I called it.
But Marvel hit Terrastodon, which killed 2 of the Marvel players' lands and Nissa Vital Force. So that sort of completely stabilized them.
Wow. And
also, you get 2 energy for the lands dying, right? I think you do. Let me check the wording on Marvel real quick. Yep. But Viridian Shaman was in hand for Maze MTG, so that takes care of the Marvel almost instantly. But I don't know, one Marvel spin into a Terrastodon making 7 or 15 power. That seems pretty darn good to me. What about you?
I agree. It sounds pretty good. If I could see it.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I am having some internet issues, which I'm happy that it's not impacting our call or our conversation, but it is impacting my ability to see Magic, which is a big impact because I love Magic.
I also love Magic. So we're facing a standoff. The Stompy player just drew Smuggler's Copter, which does break the standoff by the virtue of it having flying. So we'll see if this Copter can deal the last 7 points of damage to Shadowrow.
Okay, Jarvis, I'm gonna have to leave you solo for a second. We're gonna reset our router, so I'm gonna just disconnect and come back. So have fun. Good luck. See you later.
All right. Let's see if this Copter deals the last 7 points. It might. It might not. This really puts Shadowrow to the test. Does Shadowrow have Harness Lightning in hand or not? And if he does, it's pretty good for him. If he doesn't, it's not so good for him because he'll die in 3 turns to the Copter. All right. I'm checking to see if there are more answers to the Copter than just Harness Lightning via MTG Melee. And let's take a look real quick. I want to say no, but you never know. People could make Nature's Claim. And in fact, main deck Nature's Claim would have looked pretty good in this tournament, from my perspective. Oh, also, this is a pair town match. Mason or Shadowro is 5-0, and the Stompy player is 4-1. But yeah, there's only 4 Harness Lightning, so Shadowro taking his time on this turn. Ooh, tapping out for Jace. Bouncing an Elephant, so sort of trying to control the board. And, I mean, the Jace is also going to fog the Copter for a turn, so that'll buy a little bit of time. Because you don't really want to leave Jace on the board. It's just going to do Jace things. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard for Mason to get out of this one, I think. If he doesn't draw Harness Lightning.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
So I have good news and bad news. The good news is I've come back to hang out with you. Bad news is I didn't get to reset the router because someone was in a game that they couldn't reset, but that's okay. We're totally cool. So you can just describe the magic to us, Jarvis. I'll just be here along for the ride.
So Terracodon's attacking. It's a 9/9. We're basically in a race of Smuggler's Copter versus Terracodon.
9/9 versus a 3/3. I have faith that a 9/9 would win. Is that not?
But the problem is the 9/9 can be blocked by 3 Arbor Elves.
Okay. Well, I do have good news for the future. I can potentially move to a slightly better computer/connection, but they would have to happen next round. So we'll have to just make do with what we got right now, which is me not seeing anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, how's the race going, Jarvis? Remember, you gotta fill us in.
Shadowro is trying to figure out, or Maze MTG is trying to figure out what to attack with the Copter. A Jace on 2 or opponent's face at 7.
Ooh.
And okay. I think it's close. My instinct would be Jace because, you know what they say about Jace. He's greater than all.
That was a good callback that like 5 people will get. But I got it, so I guess I'm happy to be part of that club.
Wait, I thought you were a Magic youngin.
I see it. I see Magic.
You see it. Okay. So now I don't have to describe everything to you.
I don't describe anything. This is great. Okay, you are right. We did decide to head. Where did the Copter
all the damage went for Shadowro because it's going to put him to 1 if it connects.
Well, this Scrappy Scrounger could trade, right? Just with a Elefante. Yep.
Or the Servant.
Oh, I do like being able to see Magic again. It is much less stressful. Okay. So okay, we have.
So funny enough, you cannot cast Radiant Shaman because it's from the new era where it doesn't say you may. It just has to destroy an artifact.
Oh, so it would have to have to destroy your own Copter.
Yeah.
That's great. Okay. But I do see that it did destroy a Marvel, at least. That's pretty cool. It's not just for Mardu vehicles. It does work against the Marvel decks, so it's pretty beneficial to that card. Okay, what do you think our opponent is up to here?
I spent an entire tirade talking about how important it would be for him to draw Harness Lightning here, and I think that still remains true.
Well, we're at 4. So yes.
Exactly.
That's important. And you're right, this race against the 9/9, while the 9/9 sounds like it would be winning, we do have a heck of a lot of 1/1 elves that could bite the dust for a while with these Arbor Elves. So.
Yeah. And don't forget, Mace MTG can always bring back the Scrappy Scrounger from the graveyard.
Exactly. Can't block, though.
But it can attack.
Can attack.
So yeah, actually there's a lot going on. The other thing that you could consider is what happens if you brainstorm into Marvel plus Time Stretch. That would be pretty good from my perspective.
because you would use the Jace Brainstorm to put Time Stretch on top, play Marvel, activate, cast Time Stretch, attack with your 9/9 multiple times.
Sure, but that would require us having a Marvel in our hand. Do we have that?
Well, we could brainstorm into both with Jace and Mindswifter.
I see.
And yeah, I think I agree with this.
That's where we're starting.
Yeah. 3 cards is so many.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh! This is 4 mana!
Oh! Did I call
Jarvis!
it? Did I call it?
Jarvis, okay, well that was step 1. Well, step 2, I guess, actually. Let's go for step 3. Into
the Time Stretch?
The double time walk. Let's go.
Oh!
Wow, what a called shot. From not having Jace activated to into Marvel, into Time Stretch, into Elefante, I should say, attacking. Oh, this is great. That was a fantastic called shot.
There's one really subtle thing. You might think that it's better to play and activate second main, but if you force your opponent to trade off creatures, then you'll get more energy for your Aetherworks Marvel. So that's why I think Shadowrow felt it was worth revealing the Marvel in all of the cases where you force all the blocks off. Except Maze MTG just realized he was mostly dead, so he just called it, he backed it in.
Darn, I actually wanted to see an Elefante attack 3 times. That would be great.
Right.
Jarvis, I really appreciate just being able to see, like, looking at our, we're not able to see our opponents, but we're able to see kind of what could work there. And you're like, there's 4 mana, there's a Jace. Really, the only way out of this is to take back the power, like take back the attacking side of things. And that was such a cool thing to see. It's like Marvel into Time Stretch, into attacking, and that was awesome. Thank you. Okay. So is this game 2, I would assume? This is our first time on the side? Okay.
Yeah.
So the Shamans... Okay, hold on. I got a little trick. The Shamans originally came out. Maybe there's 2 more on the sideboard. That's what's happening? Yeah, it looks like there's 2 more. They ended up all coming in. Oh, no, just kidding. I thought we were heading into the game, but we actually were just checking something out. So we're deciding whether or not we want to have 4. What are your thoughts on having 4 of those Shamans?
I think you have to have all 4, even though like sometimes it's awkward at killing your own Copter or Scrounger. Just for the times where Marvel doesn't connect with a big fatty, or like a big spell rather, then you get to pick off the Marvel, end up with the 2/2.
What's with so the Sky Sovereign coming in here? Do you think that's a nod to just being able to Lightning Bolt Jace?
Yes, I think that's exactly it.
One of the cool things about Jace is that it really does stay at kind of a low loyalty for a little while, right?
Yep. Unless you plus it, which we've seen repeatedly in the past few matches, people plussing Jace. So this hand... This hand can produce a turn 3 Gear Hulk, which is kind of nice.
Okay, we're going to reboot our internet on this side, Jarvis, so I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right. So it's going to be turn 3 Gear Hulk. I guess the debate is, do you put a land or a Gear Hulk on the bottom? Or Mulligan. Okay. Interesting. So you have Birds of Paradise on 1, a 2-drop on turn 2, and then Scrounger to crew your Copter. Opponent did not Mulligan. So I think what Maze MTG is thinking about is, how do I present the fastest clock possible in the matchup while not getting blown out by a sideboard card? Like, Pyroclasm would have been pretty brutal with the first set of hand, but there's only 1 Pyroclasm, so I don't know. There's a lot to think about. You see the classic Sanctum attune for mountain play that we're all familiar with from Standard. And This is a big draw set for Mage MTG. Drawing a land would not be great. Drawing like a broken 3-drop would be good. How many broken 3-drops do we have? Ooh, Troll Ascetic. Maybe that counts. So do you play Troll or Copter? I guess you play Troll. And let's get these 3/2s. Let's get to 3/2 into the red zone. Pyroclasm? No, Long Tusk Cub. So Troll gets to attack because it has regenerate for 1 green, so that's not even a trade. So I think we're gonna see an attack. Yeah, so I think opponents trying to figure out how bad is it if they block and we have to pay 2 men to regenerate. I think I would attack first, and then if they obviously if they block, you can regen. I would just. It seems so unlikely that they would ever block there because it's not a good exchange for them. And then we just see a second Troll. If our opponent ever draws them 1 Pyroclasm, wow, it would be the biggest blowout ever possible. But no, instead we see Aether Hub.
Wait, is it happening? Is the Pyroclasm happening?
No, it's War Virtuoso. I was so excited because you saw the colorless and 1 red added to the mana pool. But instead, this is a mighty, mighty powerful Long Tusk Cub now. So if you block, that forces them to use 2 energy to make it a 4/4. But you might be satisfied with that exchange because it prevents them from making Thopters. But we'll see what happens here. Remember, Maze MTG only started with 5 cards, so he's trying to extract maximum value from all of his cards. Wow, we are seeing a big cub made. And remember, I believe the Marvel player did not have the Long Tusk Cubs in his main deck, so this is an indication of a strategic shift. Four Cub coming in, and I guess we're really deciding if we want to make it a 5/5, and we decided against it because this lets you make 1 Thopter. All right, big draw step, a 5-drop. So here you have a decision. You have 2 decisions as the Snobby player. A, do you attack? If so, what do you attack with? And B, do you leave 1 of the Trolls back to crew your Copter as a blocker? And I think those are all the decisions going through Maze MTG's head right now.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back.
Thanks. We'll find out. How we doing? Where are we at?
So we're in game 2. Maze MTG went to 5 cards, and we saw Long Tusk Cub sideboarded in for
a Marvel player.
Oh, I like that. Get aggressive. Wait, we had Whirler Virtuoso in our deck? That is a card. That has a lot of love in this house.
A lot of love in this house?
There was like a combo that Whirly buff. It never happened, but there was always the dream.
Was it triple decoction module Whirler Virtuoso?
Sure. All I know is that Whirler Virtuoso was brought up a lot with the combo side of things. Anyway, okay, I'm in. Everything looks great.
Yay,
awesome.
you're in. Welcome
Sorry
back.
for being alone. Can you talk to me a little bit about the hexproof creature we have in play?
It's Troll Ascetic.
Okay.
Troll Ascetic. It's in 10th edition. It was also originally printed in Mirrodin.
Okay. And so it regenerates for 2. Okay. So we don't get to trade or anything, but we do get a free block for now. Doesn't seem like a great future plan because our green deck wants to be tying up its mana, right? Like a lot.
Ooh. And this is a brutal Harness Lightning.
Oh, man. That means that the Longtusk Cub gets another activation, right? Because it nets 2 energy in that exchange. Yep. Wow.
But also, like, Maze MTG is just mana screwed, right? So cutting off even a single mana. Like, I think if Maze drew another land, he would be able to just play both of his 2-drops, and now he can only... Yeah.
But we can play the Copter.
So he's trying to prevent damage by leaving the troll back.
I get it, but I feel like we're spending 2 mana a turn to fog and developing nothing on our side.
And our opponent's just allowed to tap all of their lands of return to play their most expensive spell. And since they're a Marvel deck, that's kind of terrifying, right?
It is. I will say we don't look like a Marvel deck at the moment. We look more like the classic Teamer
energy
stuff deck. Yeah.
Teamer energy with the Serum Visions in the graveyard.
Okay, here we go. Here's the 4th land. This might be the turn to deploy 2 of our 2-drops. What do you think?
Or you could play one of your 2-drops and continue to fog. This is consistent with the game plan that Maze MTG has shown that they want to pursue.
Okay. I will say that our opponent did have 4 mana and didn't spend it. So that is a good sign.
Oh.
Hold on. I might have been too excited.
Ooh.
Oh. Nissa's joining the other side, switching teams, heading on over and turning, I assume, a land into a 5/5. Yep. Oh, yeah.
The other thing you could do with Nissa, I think, is -3 to return Whirler Virtuoso to your hand.
Is there any sort of double block that we... No, never mind. I guess we can't double block with the Copter. Never mind. Do you prevent 5 for sure or 4 and an energy? I guess
it could be potentially 8 damage, which I think is way too much to take.
Yeah.
I think this, once you've gone down this path, this is what you have to do.
Oh my gosh. And it just gets to untap another land and make it a 5/5? Holy cow.
Which is bigger, Leatherback Bailout or Longtusk Cub?
Oh my goodness. I didn't even know this was a card. Green, 4/5? Holy.
Yeah, it's from World Wake.
Oh man. Okay, this is not looking fantastic for Maze on this side, I'm gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we get to attack Nissa, we're not really developing the board enough.
Well, I think if you attack Nissa, you're basically just borderline dying, because there's also a Raging Ravine, which I'm sure you know what that does for Modern.
So, I have a question for you. What happens if we make Raging Ravine a creature with Nissa and then activate it?
I don't. Then it'll be. I think it's timestamp, so it'll be a 3/3.
Okay. So nowadays, if you do that with the new Nissa, it works, but that's because the new Nissa puts counters on it.
Yeah. I think if you activate first, then plus Nissa on it, then it works the way you want it to.
Okay.
It'll have the ability and be a 5/5.
I assume we discard the Scrap Heap Scrounger, right? It looks like Maze is a little annoyed that the land we drew is a tap land, but here we are.
Yeah.
Looks like this is sort of going to be game over, right? Because we're going to have to chump the Cub and take 10. And that's going to be tough to come back from. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Oh, then this is only for till the end of turn. Oh, okay.
Well,
I think I didn't quite know what Nissa did, but I know now.
I think it's still going to be tough. Um, and I actually think you don't want to make the play that we were describing. I think you would rather diversify your threats, right?
Yes, you would have a 5/5 land and a Raging Ravine land.
A 5/5 and a 4/4.
Yeah.
Where also the long tusk cub is threatening to be a very big creature as well.
So we have to jump the cub.
Yep.
And unfortunately, because it was a tap land, we don't have the regenerate anymore. So that is the end of our troll.
Yep.
We always hate trolls to leave, but here we are.
Do you hate trolls to leave?
I don't know, good trolls. Maybe not bad trolls.
Fair
so we are
enough.
down to 2. I'm not seeing a ton of ways out of this. The Gearhole can, make something else bigger too, but that doesn't really give us another threat.
No.
And with the Raging Ravine, we do get to have 3 attackers next turn.
So drawing anything that costs less than 3 or less does buy a turn because you can return the Scrounger block with Copter.
Oh, okay. So that happened, right? Because we have the elf, so we can play an elf and the Scrounger. So it does mean we can't attack with Copter this turn, unfortunately.
Right. You have to block with it, then loot away. Well.
Oh, actually, we're in such trouble because
I know
our 4/5 can't even properly block the Raging Ravine anymore.
Nope. The problem is all of the creatures are bigger than a Leatherback Baloth. So I think what's going to happen is we're going to play Elf, return our Scrounger, block with all 3 of our creatures, have nothing left. Our opponents at 17, we're at 2, and they have 3 lethal cards every turn, right?
Yeah, that sounds like we're going to be in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, I don't think the Mono Green deck has a catch-up mechanism from here.
Unfortunate. Okay.
Yeah. So this comes back to when you instinctually were like, oh, I don't like fogging every turn with this troll aesthetic. I think doing that every turn caused this game to happen.
Right. So I guess what I'd like to know, and it's really hard because when you have a creature that does that, when you stop the combat damage for turns, it kind of makes sense. But was it possible, and maybe it comes down to the birds dying, but I wonder if it was possible for us to take a turn off that play and try and develop our board so we don't get into this situation. But then we just would have taken 8 from the Cubs. So it's not like anything was that better. No.
And a Harness Lightning. Yeah, this was...
That's a right-click concede for me. I don't know about you, but...
I was already ready to concede before that.
Yeah, looks like that is our plan. Okay, so we do have Maze not taking down. We have... do you know our opponent's name? I wasn't sure.
It was Mason.
Nice.
And in fact, this was a pair-down match. This was 5-0 versus 4-1. Shadaro was 5-0, and now he's 6-0. So good on him.
Yeah, so Mason now advances to 6-0. So let's head over. We're gonna watch some more Magic because that's what we like to do. While we figure out what that Magic is, let you know. Okay, let me look at the things. Okay, so it looks like we have Alec Levy playing Teamer Energy versus Matthew Fernando, thank you, playing a deck currently labeled blue red trash bag, which I'm not even going to let you know what that is because I don't understand what Standstill does. But
Ooh, he's playing Standstill?
Yeah.
That's a card you sometimes see in Legacy and Vintage. It is very...
That's awesome. I only know it from Cube. Or not Standstill, I only know Upheaval from Cube. So why don't you let us know what you see?
I'm trying to load it, unfortunately.
Ooh, I also can't load it, so I'm glad that I'm sharing my issues with everybody. Okay. Cool. Is Stream seeing the match? Jealous. Must be nice. Okay, maybe I'll come back and try again. Okay, but for now we can talk. Oh, there we go. We can talk a little bit about. So, I thought that our day would be filled with a lot of Mardu vehicles deck, but it looks like our day is also filled with some Teamer Marvel decks, which sort of makes sense because that card was also banned. So. And as you said, we're in post board, so we are going to see things that maybe we wouldn't see in a typical game 1 Marvel. So one thing I'm seeing in this match is there's a Long Tusk Cub in the graveyard. There's a Whirler Virtuoso and a Bristling Hydra in Teamer Marvel's hand. I don't know if those are in the main deck. Do those feel like main deck cards to you?
Trying to find the list, but that I would not put all these cards in my main deck most of the time, but you never know.
We're looking at Alex Levy's deck, Teamer Energy, if that helps you. Oh, it looks like we are a little wrong, actually. I'm totally incorrect. We're actually not looking at Teamer Marvel. We're actually looking at Teamer Energy.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is too many cards for a sideboard plan.
Yeah, so it looks like this is actually just the deck. This is a classic. This was a deck, right? Just a Teamer Energy deck. Yep. But it did play... the card you mentioned earlier that was actually not in Kaladesh, it was an Aether Revolt.
Rogue Refiner.
So that is missing from the deck, but everything else is here. So a little bit different. We don't get to see the Marvel plan, which, might actually be nice. But we do get to just see some value energy creatures, including this Whirler Virtuoso, which actually has been Pithing Needled. And we did just play a Bristling Hydra as well with 6 energy in the backup. So we have enough to block a Chandra minus, which can't quite, I guess we could do. And we have enough to block a removal spell as well. So we're doing okay. Are you joining us now, Jarvis?
Yeah, I'm in.
Awesome.
Yeah. I'm just taking a look. So you can see a Standstill cracked in the graveyard. What this card does is whenever someone casts a spell, sacrifice Standstill, and each of their opponents draws 3 cards. It's a very strange card.
So it's a counter spell?
No, it's an enchantment.
But it sort of acts as a counter spell.
It forces the game into a standstill, hence the name.
Oh.
Because no one wants to cast a card.
I understand. But wouldn't a standstill benefit the aggressive player?
Only if there's a creature out.
Okay. So it looks like Trinket Mage was played, getting a Pithing Needle, which is a card you let us know early on was going to be a key part of this format. And here we are. Here's 2 in play. The second one, the newest one, naming Raging Ravine, which again is something we saw happen last time. So it's a powerful creature land for sure. But we are doing what we want to be doing. We play a removal spell, we play a 2-drop, and we attack for a bunch. So this Teamer Energy deck is doing what it used to do best, to be honest.
Run people over. Mm-hmm. Run control decks over.
I believe if I was to play in this tournament, and I knew Mardu's vehicle existed and I didn't want to play it for some reason, I think I would be drawn to this space to play some energy instead. So, our player is doing kind of what we talked about, which is just heading over and checking out some deck lists, seeing what is up. This is Alec Levy. Just seeing what my opponent being up to, and as we've guessed, but we're not confident, but we're pretty sure this is a post board game, if not maybe game 3. Looking at the clocks, so we're attacking for a bunch. We got 6 energy. We've got Glimmer of Genius. We're really set up to make some moves. Would you say?
Yep. I think the card that Alec was checking for was some sort of sweeper.
Oh, okay, awesome.
And a brief glance of Ferrando's deck list indicates no sweeper, so you just jam all of your stuff, I think.
Okay. And that's Matthew's deck sideboard. Yep. Yeah, I'm not seeing. I'm seeing destroy all artifacts.
Yeah, I was going to say the sweeper we have is a very Mirrodin-esque sweeper, which is to destroy all artifacts in the form of Shatterstorm, which is not so good here.
I will say that there is a card in Matthew's sideboard, probably not related to this matchup in any way, but it's called Dragon Master Outcast, and I loved that card.
But Upheaval is a sweeper of sorts.
Upheaval. We did say that that's a 1-of in the main deck, and here we are. This is a very... I'm used to this in Cube, but not in not in a regular constructed event. So this is pretty exciting. So land gets played for Matthew. Pithing Needle, making sure that Whirler Virtuoso is covered at all costs.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because look at how much energy Drum Devil has. 13. How many Valkyries is that? 4.
Yeah, and so Whirler Virtuoso, just 3 energy, make a 1/1, right? No tapping of any sort.
Nope.
No summoning sickness. So that's a smart heads up play there, is like, I do not want you to have a kabillion 1/1 Thopters. So here we do have to go to discard the saddest turn 7 thing that you've ever seen. Just discard all of it. With that on the mind, do you think that it's worth considering not playing all of our creatures out there? Or does it doesn't really change it, right? Because they'd be in our hand or in the battlefield. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I think what you do is you look at deck lists and determine if your opponent has, like, if there's something you can represent to get your opponent not to cast that. And the answer is Alec Levy has no, like, reactive counterspells that can cover upheaval. So you might as well just play everything out.
Okay, so on this turn, we'll call it pseudo turn 2, we played out our Servant. Now, I'm sort of tempted to play out our biggest threat, like Longtusk Cub. Is the thought here, because Engineer Explosives is on 2, we want to see if we can at least get mana from the Servant for a turn instead of playing out our threat? Okay.
I think that's exactly what's going through Drum Devil's mind.
Awesome. So we do get access to 4 mana here. We probably get to play our Servant. This attack feels... I guess this means we're playing the Whirler Virtuoso, so...
Yeah, unless if you think you can get your opponent to crack the explosives inside combat. But I don't think Matthew's going to do that here.
Okay. So we do get to play a 2/3. We do blow up the Servant, which does mean that Longtusk Cub is free to come down at the moment, which is pretty good. I have to tell you, I have no idea what was in play for Matthew going into this. So I have no idea if there's more Engineered Explosives in their hand. But I did know there was another Pithing Needle. That one I was confident on.
Yep. And I think what Matthew's trying to do is keep all of his removal spells alive. Because if you let the Bristling Hydra come into play without Pithing Needle on it, it can just become a big creature, right?
Right. I will say, so is the same not for Longtusk Cub? Or do they just find that Hydra's just too big of a threat with 20 energy?
I think maybe the hexproof part of it matters. Or what Matthew's going to do is just counterspell this Cub.
Okay.
One of the two things is going to happen.
Well, it looks like there's mana being tapped, and hey, you
cancel. How often
Actual,
do you see cancel?
In constructed, not very often.
Yeah. I do love Ferranda's choice of cancel. He uses the OG from Time Spiral.
He has some nice art, I have to admit. And you have a lot of choices on what cancel you can use.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, well, these turns are shaping up to, sort of how you're describing them, is like the big threats are being taken care of with those Pithing Needles. Our little threats were dealt with either with explosives or in this case a counterspell. But I will say, Jarvis, there is still a 2/3 on the board, and it is still attacking every turn, and we're at 6. Our opponent's at 6 life.
And Incinerate.
Our opponent is at less than 6 life.
So one thing, you're not going to see Drum Devil activate this Ravine because of the presence of Tectonic Edge now.
Okay. So I was going to ask about that, because originally it was Pithing Needle, and it's not anymore.
I think somewhere in the turn cycle, obviously, Matthew drew Tectonic Edge, so he didn't re-Pithing Needle it, essentially.
Awesome. And honestly, like, this Bristling Hydra does seem like a little bit more of a threat, so it makes sense to want to save your needles for that. So we know that Matthew is at 1 in theory.
Yep.
Ignoring a counterspell, I guess. How do you think Matthew can kind of come out of this turn alive?
I'm looking at Matthew's exact deck list real quick, because it basically, he needs to deal with both of the creatures or present enough blockers or something like that, right?
Right.
Okay, well, this answers one of them.
Chandra kills a creature, and then stabilize us from Matthew's point of view, but from our point of view, we do know of the incinerate. So unfortunately, that's not enough at the moment, but we don't know what else is in Matthew's hand.
Yep. So interesting. What you might see happen here, and I guess we don't, but you could have seen the ravine activated to force out the tech edge.
Yeah, I was curious about that, but then we'd have to attack, and then we wouldn't have enough to incinerate, right? So that I was wondering about that play too. I think we just slam. Here we go. Let's see if it works.
I think it's going to work.
There's not a lot of 2-mana counters.
I think the 2-mana counters. Oh? Yeah, I was about to say I don't think there's actually a 2-mana counter that can counter that except for Flash Freeze.
Unfortunately, this Condescend does get cast, but we can pay for it. So we paid 1, and that will put our opponent at -1 at 0. So that should have Alex winning the match. So that is actually a resolution for us. So let's check how many matches. So it looks like we only have 2. We actually only have 1 match remaining, which we've been down this road before. So I think what I'd love to do is just quickly, from our perspective, head on over and look at the Swiss standings. They are not going to include this round, and that's okay. What I want to do is just quickly look at them, get them in our mind. We'll take a quick break, and when we start back in round 7, we'll have these back on the screen for you with the results updated, and that will show us really what we're fighting for in round 7. So if that is possible... Okay, so I think we're about to do that. That's awesome. One thing I can kind of talk us through while we're there is going into this round, we have 3 5-0 players. Remy, Paul Green, both we've watched us already, and Mason, who we actually did watch this round, and we actually know Mason won. So Mason will be 6-0. And then we had a smattering of 4-1 players, including players we've also watched, Robert Taylor, Oliver, and I think that's it. Is this a different Matthew or the same Matthew? It's a different Matthew. So we've watched a couple of these players. So what our plan is, I don't know if chat can see what we see yet. Awesome. Perfect. Great. So what we're going to do is we're going to break from here. Keep this in your mind. When we join you back, we'll throw this back up on the screen, and it will be updated because round 7 will be starting. We'll go from there into the round 7 matches, take us through. And what we're actually going to have is a really sweet bonus with these set roulette tournaments is we're going to be joined by Zvi, will come in and actually give us bonus prizes for some deck lists. And because we had so many people in this event, he has a lot of deck lists to look at and a lot of sweet things to find. So we'll see everybody in about 5 minutes. Enjoy.
We're off now, right?
I got us! Mythic Society.
Promo. It's a real
Awesome. Welcome on back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that quick break. We are back with you. My name is Caroline Kavanagh. If you're just joining us for our set roulette coverage, and I'm joined by Jarvis, who has not left my side. It's been great. We're hanging out
We're hanging
all
out.
day. We do have a special guest coming at the end of this round, so stick around for that for Zvi. We're just going to go with Zvi. Just Zvi. It's like share now. It's just Zvi. Zvi Mousewich. That's the closest. I was so close. I basically nailed it. Is going to join us and do some cool kind of decklist prizes based on just what he saw in the decklist categories decklist, and based on some categories, he's going to dish out some sweet themythicstore.com swag available there. BT Dubs is going to give you some credit for that. But first, let us look at these Swiss pairings. Unfortunately, we didn't time this as well as I wanted. They are not quite updated. So we can still just hang out with these. One thing I'd love to do while we're here is I'd love to look at this Jund Pummeler list. I don't think we've seen it on coverage, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of just browsing through. I will say it's a little anticlimactic in the sense that it is a rule pummeler list, but it does have one black card in the main deck, and it's Rush of Vitality. So it's a 2-mana instant. Target creature gets +1/+0, and gains lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. What do you think of this splash, Jarvis, in the classic pummeler list here?
I'm looking at it. It kind of feels out of place to me. I think the reason to play that card is if you're expecting a lot of spot removal, but I'm not sure how many of that type of effect you need, because you also have Blossoming Defense in your deck already, right?
Yeah, so one thing I noticed was I thought maybe the sideboard would have some more black cards, and that could justify your splashing. Unfortunately, I don't see that.
Right.
That being said, is it possible that the Blooming Marsh is just a free card to have in your deck, plus the already 4 Aether Hubs and the Servants? Like, is it maybe just literally free? I know that's a phrase that a lot of Magic players use.
Yeah.
Splash is free.
To address that precise point, you have 4 drops in your deck, like Chandra, Tortured Defiance, and Bristling Hydra. So every time you put in a land that is tapped some portion of the time, it means it's not going to be free. You have 3 Blooming Marsh and 3 Raging Ravine, which both come into play tapped on turn 4. So you're playing 6 tap lands on turn 4. So I would personally say it's not free, and it's an interesting decision.
Okay, one quick. We're coming back to us. That's awesome. You get to see us. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the. I cannot even pronounce this. So it's the Helion in the deck, the 3-mana 4/4. When it enters, you get 2 energy at the beginning of your end step. Sack it unless you pay 2 energy. I didn't see that in the other pummeler list. I wonder if maybe we just never saw it cast.
No, it wasn't there.
What do you think of that?
So, if you look closely, this person chose not to play the full 4 pummeler and is playing Helions instead, and playing less larger than life. What that actually indicates to me is they want to play more of a fair creature game and less of a combo pummeler game.
Okay, that makes sense. Why don't we take a little bit? We'll just check out some of these deck lists. There's a deck list here called Teamer Free Spells. I assume this is going to be Teamer Energy.
Yeah.
It is. Oh wait, it's not. It's Teamer Marvel.
Yeah, the free spells is a joke because when you activate Marvel, it's a free spell, right?
Gotcha. That makes a little bit of sense. So this deck has one Saheeli Rai. I kind of like it. You know, a little bit of a nod to a powerful card from the past. And then, the rest is pretty normal. One thing we haven't seen too much of, but I've seen it in some deck lists, is this one of Eternal Witness, not a card from Kaladesh. And that adds a whole nother power level, right? Like having a creature that gets you back, whether you're Marvel that was blown up, your Jace that died, like just something powerful. That's got to be a really powerful effect in these decks for sure.
I also think maybe there's a nod to, suppose you cast Time Stretch on turn 6. then you cast Eternal Witness, get back your time stretch, and cast it on turn 8.
Wow. Okay. I have great news for us. So the round has resolved. So we have finished round 6 officially, which does mean we get to go back to the thing I really wanted to show you, which is standings going into round 7. So we're going to throw that up on screen, and Jarvis, if you can pull it up as well, and let's chat a little bit about it. So at the top, we do have Remy with a 6-0 record, and I believe Remy's on Marvel. Was that a correct remember?
It was Marty Vehicles.
Marty Vehicles, sorry. Tough when they're not labeled. So that is a Marty Vehicles on top, followed by Mason, who we did see last round on camera with a Teamer Marvel deck. So those are the two enemies that we sort of predicted that would be near the top, those Kaladesh base decks, and they are at the top, both at 6-0. Those players are locked with a loss. Well, Remy's locked with a loss. I wonder if Mason isn't locked with.
He is.
He is. Okay, they're both. It's X and 1 will just make it no matter what.
Yeah, no, I did the math. There's only 71 people, I think. So that's very close to the cutoff, which means that 6 and 1 is a lock.
Okay, awesome. So then let's go down to our 5 and 1. So we have Jason, Robert, Andrew, Paul, and Jack and Miles. Those are all 5 and 1s. And again, there's no draws in this tournament, so they do all have to play. I'm thinking players like Jason and Robert are probably maybe in with a loss, would you say?
That's murkier because there's shifting of tie breaks, but I would say they're probably in with a loss. It's probable. Okay. It's not like a lock.
Okay, and some of the decks that we're working with here in the 5 and 1s, we've got Marty Vehicles, Gruul Pummeler, Jund Pummeler, Marvel for Cowards, another Marvel deck, and I don't know what Miles is on. Let me check quickly.
It also appears to be Aetherworks Marvel with time stretch.
Does okay. Yep. So I have to admit, a little bit more Marvel decks than Mardu decks. I'm not, a little bit surprised there. I thought the Mardu decks would kind of push out the Marvel. The Mardu would push out the Marvel. That's hard for me.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's going to give us the majority of our top 8 will be those players. However, there are some 4 and 2 players that might surprise us, might make some tiebreakers. The math matter, and one of them, sitting right at the top of the 4 and 2s, is Steven with labeled KCI. I hope I'm not being tricked. I hope there's a guy in this deck, and there is. This is awesome. If it's possible, we'll try and get you this match. I'm not confident we can get that for this round. But you know what? It looks like the person picking our feature matches is in my brain, sees the line, knows that KCI is what we want, and it is confirmed to be our first feature. So how awesome am I? I didn't even make that happen. That's just was happening behind the scenes. So that's actually the match we're going to go and watch. So I'm not quite sure players are ready. We get to sort of see things behind the scenes, so we know what's coming down the pipeline, but players are not quite ready for pairings. But what I'd love to do is just check out Steven's deck. Since we're going to go see, awesome. Let's go back to Steven's deck. I really want to dig into this a little bit. Yeah, let's show it. I didn't get to talk a little bit about it. Jarvis, do you mind talking to us? How does this deck win?
So I think if you look at it, it's a hybrid deck. There are 2 engine cards in it. One is Croc Clan Ironworks, and the other one is Paradoxical Outcome, which I assume you've seen in the past from Standard, maybe some in
Vintage.
Modern. Maybe
mostly Vintage.
Oh, Vintage is obviously quite a busted card. Yeah. But here, I think the plan is to kill your opponent with Aether Flux Reservoir and Paradoxical Outcome most of the time.
Wow. Okay.
And here, I don't think you're going to see a lot of like Croc Clan's Scraptrawler loops, which you are used to in Modern. That just can't happen here. Instead, you're just going to see like Croc Clan Ironworks, make a bunch of mana, play a bunch of spells, and kill your opponent with Reservoir.
Okay, and Reservoir is like gain a bunch of life per spell cast.
Yeah.
And then, okay.
So
when you cast a spell this turn, gain 1 life for each spell you've cast, pay 50 life, deal 50 damage. That's awesome.
Yep.
Okay, so it looks like we are ready to go. I might be eager on that one. Okay. So it looks like the round is being paired. So players will now get to see what we see, which means we'll now get to go find Steven, which unfortunately I don't know let me see if we can see who Steven is. One thing to note is, we've mentioned this a little bit, but players are, mixing between the real names and also any sort of Discord communication. So sometimes it's a little bit of a puzzle that we have to solve as we go from place to place, depending on what we're looking at. So we'll see. Okay. Oh, I see what it is. Okay, so it's Mock Squirrel. So Mock Squirrel is down in feature 9, which Jarvis knows and didn't tell us. So thanks, Jarvis. Jarvis knows everything and doesn't say anything. So it looks like we're actually going to see another person that we've already featured. So Steven is going to be playing a pair up against Maze, I think, or is it a pair down? No, they're both 4-2. What is a pair down? Oh no, Steven's 4-2. Oh, okay, and Maze is 3-3. I don't. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. So we're gonna jump into that, and we do need Steven to show their screen, which we're waiting on. But that's okay.
I see this pairing as Steven versus Oliver, which is a 4-2 versus a 5-1.
That makes more sense. I think I am seeing something off. So I'm in tournament control, and I do see it as versus Maze. That might just be... Oh, here we go. No, mine's versus Oliver, which is Maze, which we've watched already. So that makes sense. Okay, and Oliver is also 4-2. So we're actually just seeing two
it's 4-2
play each other. Perfect.
Oh, no, actually, this makes sense. These are 9th and 10th place, so they got paired next to each other.
Totally makes sense. These are likely playing for a potential spot in top 8, so that is an awesome match. Once Mock Squirrel or Steven shares the screen, we'll be able to watch some magic. So if someone doesn't mind pinging them, that would be great. Okay, if someone could ping Steven and tell them to share their screen, that'd be fantastic. Yep. Otherwise, we're just chilling with us. While we are chilling with us, we can tell you, you are watching a set roulette tournament. This is our 4th one. There are plans to be one every month, about the 3rd or 4th week of the month. I don't have a confirmed date for our 5th one, but when I hear about it, I will let you all know. The players get about 8 days to design their decks based on the announcement comes on a Saturdays, and 8 days later on the Sunday they play, which is today. We also are being put on the, Mythic Society is putting on this tournament, and they have a store, the mythicstore.com. You can grab Magic singles, you can grab some merch, like this wonderful sweater that I'm currently wearing, and you can also buy a Mana Trader subscription through the mythicstore.com. Whether you have credit, like you're going to earn from this tournament, or you just want to buy it through the store, that works too. The players are playing for something today, so the players that make top 8 will be playing for store credit. First place, $200. Second place, $100. Third and fourth place, $50. And 5th through 8th, $25. So a lot on the line here that we're playing for in round 7. Anyone getting anything? So it looks like we don't quite have a player sharing their screen. Unfortunately, we are waiting on that to happen, which that's sort of why we're stalling. We can't really do anything, for being honest. We just are just chilling. We have other players that we could head into and watch, but we really want to bring you this match, I think, for a couple of reasons. One, it's KCI, and 2, they are playing for a potential spot in top 8, and that's pretty appealing for us to watch. Worst case scenario, we can jump in and see. Maybe we'll watch some Pummeler. Huh, okay. Is Robert Taylor not streaming? I don't think. Okay, well. Okay, Okay, why don't we head over and watch Robert Taylor? That's the pummeler match that we've talked about. This is the straight Gruul pummeler. We've actually have watched him already once, but he is 5-1. A win here will lock him for top 8, and we think maybe a loss, but it's a little murkier. So, jumping into that.
He briefly just finished game 1 with the 10-9 Voltaic Brawler with his opponent on 10.
I'm having a small issue getting in, but that's okay. We'll just chill for a bit.
Ooh, apparently it was 10 power on turn 3 and turn 4.
Wow.
Take 10, take 10.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that is great.
Okay.
He is on the internet.
Well, I can't really watch anything, so you're gonna have to let us know what's happening, Jarvis.
So again, Robert consulting the open deck list. Bring in Viridian Shaman and Harness Lightning again because the matchup is Marty Vehicles again. So I think we'll see him sideboard very similarly as to before. Oh, except this time he did not take out any larger than lives.
What do you mean by sideboard like before? You should probably let us know what that looks like.
Before he took out a bunch of pump spells, and this time Eleanor Elves for Viridian Shaman and Harness Lightning. Before he cut larger than life for Chandra as well, so I'm curious to see if that will still happen. But no, he was consulting the other list to determine if he wanted to put Chandra in or not, and it looks like we're still on that decision.
Okie dokie. Well, I'm glad that we're still on a decision because I'm still just chilling. Unfortunately, it looks like we never even got Steven to share the screen, so we're not missing any KCI coverage. I can let everybody know that. But we did. I'm sad that we missed that sweet turn. You said it was turn 4 kill, Jarvis?
Yep, turn 4. Turn 3, take 10. Turn 4, take 10. The game ended. We eventually saw Robert decide to take out 2 larger than lives for 2 pithing needles this time instead of Chandra.
So, pithing needle. What we're playing against Marty Vehicles? Is that what you said?
Yeah, but this Marty Vehicles opponent had a very interesting plan, which I've seen from standards past, which is Cunning Spark Mage plus Basilisk Collar.
So we're playing the Stoneforge Mystic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, go ahead and talk us through that a little bit.
So what those cards are is Cunning Spark Mage is a 2 and a red 0/1 with haste. It has tap, deal 1 damage to target creature or player, or planeswalker rather. And Basilisk Collar gives the creature Death Touch and Lifelink. So you just shoot down all of their creatures slowly.
I like it. So I'm trying to find me another way to watch this match. Have we gotten into the match yet, or are we still in sideboarding? Okay. So Jarvis, you really got to help us out here.
Okay, so Fire Shoes won game 1, so Searsist is on the play. Turn 1 Apprentice, turn 2 Scrounger. Fire Shoes had a 1-lander with a tune, and just cast a tune on turn 1, obviously, instead of birds. Because for all the times your birds gets killed, you don't get to play the game anymore. But if you play a tune, you at least get to play the game even if you miss out on the mana ramp. So on turn 2, Fire Shoes is deciding, do I play a tune plus birds, or do I play Long Tusk Cub, or do I play Brawler? A lot of options for Fire Shoes here. And he went with Pass, leaving up Harness Lightning instead. Interesting. And then there's a turn 3 Stoneforge for Searsist. Wonder what that's going to go get. Options are cranial plating and grafted war gear, basilisk collar. I wonder if Loxodon Warhammer came in. All right, it got grafted war gear, actually. Ooh, and a pithing needle. Wonder what pithing needle will name.
Okie dokie. We get to see magic again. It's exciting.
Hey, you're back in?
Yeah. It
All
does not look like Robert has played any spells.
I think we're going to see a harness lightning here. The question is targeting what?
Looks like it's targeting the Scrap Heap Scrounger.
Yep. So the pithing needle named Bristling Hydra. That's interesting.
I'm surprised it didn't name Longtusk Cub.
I think the assumption was if Robert had a Longtusk Cub, they would play it on turn 2 instead of Harness Lightning. But obviously, we know that Robert has 2 Longtusk Cubs in hand, right? So a tune for Mountain. So I assume we're going to see Voltaic Brawler, but... Or are we going to see Cub?
Oh, neither. They tricked.
Ooh.
Fire Shoes tricked you. It looks like we're going to see Birds of Paradise into
Pithing Needle, I guess.
What do you name Pithing Needle here? Stoneforge?
Probably Grafted War Gear.
Oh, okay.
Because that's the card that was searched up with Stoneforge Mystic.
Right.
Here, so unlike in Legacy, unlike in Legacy, there's no like Batterskull to worry about, so the Stoneforge Mystic itself doesn't matter that much.
Okay, good to know.
I actually am kind of surprised that that was the play. I don't know. Maybe you and I just play way differently than these people do. I just want to get my creatures into play before I play my Pithing Needles.
Yes, I want to be attacking with these Longtusk Cubs ASAP.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, it's kind of like the longer a Longtusk Cub is in play for and it's connecting, the better it is for the Cub, right?
Exactly. And especially if our opponent is attacking us. I will say, I guess, well, we had energy to start, so it's not like the Inventor's Apprentice is an issue. But, you know, this turn we get to play two mana spells.
Yep.
It's sort of awkward because we sort of did burn our bird's turn. Like, we didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, and this is actually one of the issues I had with birds in this deck. It's nice to go from 1 to 3, but after that, like, you have a lot of 2-drops and 4-drops in your deck, right? So that can lead to a lot of, like, kind of inefficient turns, which we saw right there.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So,
why did this Stoneforge attack? It must be Cunning Spark Mage in our opponent's hand, then.
Oh, that's exactly what Robert Taylor is looking to guess about as well. And so I love that we get to ask the questions and the player also gets to go and find the answers. So do you block then or not block?
I probably block because Spark Mage is so bad for you anyways, as it is, that... And also, like, taking damage is bad for you, too. Like, you're at 8 already, and you like, honestly, Sears just hasn't played, like, impactful threats, and there's the Spark Mage we sort of... It was sort of on face up for me, you know? Wait!
Yes.
You didn't ping? You were supposed to ping the Brawler!
Wait! Oh no, that was our whole plan. Nor did we ping the birds either. We just really let it all happen.
Well, I think not picking the birds is fine because like, what does Robert do with 5 mana in the deck? The answer is I don't.
Well, the 6
nothing.
mana, but yeah.
Yeah, but I assume we would play the Ravine tap this turn, right?
Right. I guess the point I'm trying to make is, if you're not going to kill the Brawler, you might be thinking of killing the birds. Oh,
Yeah.
Look at that. Who called that shot?
Yeah. But I would have just contemplated just going to the Nug.
Yeah, just to the face. Well, we get to make our long tusk cub sort of big.
Yeah.
Comes a 4/4 easily.
Yep. So I think the best draw for Jason here would actually be we did this to return Scrounger. I guess this makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Every time you suicide the Stenforge, you do get the Scrounger back this turn.
Oh, so that's really funny. So you saw one play which happened, but the player had a different intention. Oh, I thought we just had the.
No, that's top deck. We do have Graphic Guardian in our hand. That was a top deck. That's a really good top deck because that is lethal damage.
That was crazy. Yeah. And this is game 1, right? So that was.
Oh, this is game
2. Who won game 1? Oh, we did. Fire Shoot.
Yeah. The Spark Mages are in the sideboard.
Right. Back to the Twitters, we're going to go, I assume. So we'll go and do that. Let's check out the sideboarding. Okay.
Look, this is the most important thing about online tournaments, tweeting what's happening in every game, right?
Well, it's not just that. It's specifically to Robert Taylor. We've talked a little bit about this when we featured them a different round, but they are really a big part of our Magic Twitter at the moment. They share a lot of deck lists with players. They share a lot of tournament events and just what's happening. And this is a role that they play. That's what they think is, this is the end of this match. I have to tweet. It's not how I play it, but it doesn't mean that it's not how they play. And that's awesome. That's like a really, really extra thing to think about when you're playing a game of Magic, and it's tough. I think it's hard to be doing all those things about sideboarding and playing and also tweeting. So I love it. It's great. I also enjoy the screenshots. I think it's great to show like, hey, this is what I see when I've been playing. So, Build to Smash. I love that card. So you said in sideboarding, I heard you say something about Pithing Needle coming in.
Yep. Still there. There are 2 Pithing Needles in there.
The Larger for Lives came out, which is sad. I like those cards.
Do you like them because they say +4/+4 and trample on them?
Well, it's mostly the trample part, but yeah. You got a small feature there that we are trying to get Steven to share their screen. It hasn't worked, as you may have seen from the various pings, but that's okay. We get a Gruul Pummeler match to tide us over while we see if that ever happens. And then, we're about to go back into the match. It does look like Robert's opponent is sideboarding. So how many lands is this? 20 lands. Holy moly.
+4 Attune, +4 Birds. 1 Llanowar Elves was sided out.
That's a lot.
For a deck that says 20 lands, it actually has quite a few mana sources in it, right?
Okay. And you're saying this list does not have the 2 mana Dork.
Yeah, no Servant of the Conduit.
Okay. And you said, do you kind of see what Robert was up to on that, or?
I didn't confirm, but basically, I think if you're going to do that, it's because you want to ramp to your Pummeler or Hydra faster, or Chandra in post-board games.
Okay. That makes sense. So, we're about to go into the match no matter what happens. 2 and 1.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay, so we get to be on the play from the Pummeler's point of view. So I imagine we're got to go fast. And we're not going fast with this hand.
No, that ain't it. This is not really. So I hate to mulligan, but this hand is just not functional.
If we don't have a 1-drop,
Yep.
Yeah, we gotta ship that one back for sure. So we do have to go to 5.
This hand's perfectly functional for 5, which I think is what you're asking for by this point, right?
Yeah. So We're definitely going to keep it. I assume Larger Than Life is heading back, and I want to say, I can't decide if it's the Birds or the Blossoming Defense. What is your thoughts?
I think my inclination is to put Birds and Larger Than Life back.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I do not think you want to put that Carpusin Force back.
I wasn't sure.
No, I am sure. Because the thing is, if you put Carpusin Force back and just go Ravine Go, you don't even have a great nut draw. Whereas if you keep the Carpusin Force, you can go a tune on turn 1, turn 2, play Voltaic Brawler.
And then my gosh. Maybe Fire Shoes is really making my heart beat with hovering over these lands. I just don't think this hand can put a land back here. Looks like we're also hovering over the Attune, which is something I was also a bit surprised about. So we did keep the Birds, Brawler, and Blossoming Defense. We're going to go turn 1 Birds and take a damage from that forest, or Carpusin Forest.
So if we go back to that, I think if you're going to keep exactly one of those cards, you should actually keep a Tune, because it makes any Long Tusk Cub or any energy outlet you draw much better. And the Birds is not doing that much for us because we don't have anything to ramp into.
I think the counterpoint is probably we get to play a 2-drop on turn 2 here and our tap land.
Yeah, but if you just keep the Attune over Birds, you can just Attune for an untapped land and play your 2-drop, right?
Right. But then our turn 3 would have a tap land is the thing.
Yeah.
But I am surprised that we're not just slamming the Brawler, because I felt like that's what we were setting up for.
Yeah.
With that play. Okay, that is our plan. I like it. Probably play this tap land. So now we have 2 energy. The Brawler, when it attacks, you may pay 1 energy, and it gets +1/+1 and trample. Is that correct?
Yeah. So one last point to harp on the Birds thing. You know your opponent sided in 4 Cunning Spark Mage.
Right.
I really would just prefer that card were on the bottom of my library instead, but it is what it is.
Yeah, well, here we go. We drew the Attune after all that debating. And we also drew a very good card, which would have made our Attune keep a bit better, but we do have a Long Tusk Cub waiting in the wings. What are your thoughts here on going to combat and attacking for 4? Do you feel like we should be holding in that mana for the Cub? Are we happy with just an attack for 3? What are your thoughts?
I'm personally happy with just an attack for 3. In combination with the Blossoming Defense, I think this Cub is actually a huge problem here.
A problem for our opponent, not for us. Okay.
Yes. Come on, tap the Birds. No, always tap the Birds here.
So what's your reasoning here? Why are you advocating the Birds?
So suppose your opponent has 2 removal spells. By not tapping the Birds, which is something you really don't want to block with anyways, for every time they remove your Birds, you would have to float mana, then they could switch phases and try to kill your Cub. Whereas if you just tap the Birds and leave the forest up, then it's a lot safer.
Okay, thanks. That was a good insight from Jarvis, everybody. I can tell you with certainty, I almost always do exactly what Fire Shoes is doing, which is leaving the Birds untapped. But I will try and not do that in the future. So it looks like we're going to take 6 here, unless you have a plan to block. Do you have a blocking plan? Well, we block now.
Previously, if they had attacked, I probably would still block and just get the clean 2 for 1, even if they have Incinerate or something. Okay. But this is obviously insanely good for Robert.
Well, they can't attack now.
Yeah, exactly. You traded 1 mana for 3 of their mana, which is something. Again, if that Birds was a land, an untapped land, I think you could actually just attack with your Raging Ravine here, and that would be that's sort of. You get to dictate the tempo, right? You get to be first in the race, which looks great here to me.
Which we still are, for what it's worth. We still do get, we get to pump some energy into here. Mm-hmm. This, things go a little badly if there's a second removal spell, a second unlicensed incineration. But for now, we are the beatdown. Next turn, we do get to attack with the Raging Ravine. So our opponent's at 9. We're doing our best here. They do get to swing back at us for 6. Assume we're not in the chump blocking stage of our life.
No, especially since the 2 birds let you activate the Raging Ravine.
Exactly. Unless exactly the card you're talking about, the 3-mana 0/1. That would be a little awkward.
Yeah, if that's their follow-up, then I think you're okay with that anyways, because you just attack with your other 2 creatures.
Right. So it looks like we have an Inventor's Apprentice coming in, a Nerd Ape coming down. It will be a 2/3. So it does seem like it might be a turn to make that Volcanic Brawler a 4/3, just because now it can trade. And we have a bonus free energy plus a free land. So we actually get to make this energy, get a land drop, and still attack with Raging Ravine should we want to. I think.
Yeah.
I did all that correctly.
Now the concern is, what happens if you attack with everything and they have a removal spell?
Right.
I think that's what's going through Robert's head right here.
Right. Is there some, temptation to just attack with our 2 threats and leave these birds to block?
I'm trying to work that out. It's kind of complicated. If you think they have a second Disintegration, which would definitely be on my mind here, I think this gets you killed. But if you don't think they have a second Disintegration, I think this is a perfectly fine attack to make. So it's really a judgment call here, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So it looks like we put the counter on the Ravine, 3 damage to the Ravine. That also killed us, didn't it?
3, 3, 2. No, we go to 1 when they attack.
Wait, I thought that the Toolcraft Exemplar becomes a 3/2, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 3, 3, 6. 3, 3, 9. Weren't we dead?
If you incinerated opponent?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't understand why the incinerate went there instead of I was working it out.
Right, because you said to me that the unlicensed incineration is lethal, which would mean also a 3 damage burn spell is lethal. Unfortunately, there's no reason to harp on it. It didn't happen. Right. We knock our opponent down to 5. We are taking a maximum of. There's no hasty threats, right? Oh, I guess they could have a second incinerate. This is a Death Touch like Lifelinker, so they'll go back up to 8. Should they put it on something?
They go to 8, then
they might try and put it on Toolcraft to block.
Yeah, I think that's better. Okay. If you don't do that, you die to the. Yeah, you just die to both of them attacking you. Okay. Or if your last card in hand is a land, you can move it second main, right?
Okay. So it looks like we're going for the attacks here for at least 3. Looks like it is for 3. That will put us back up to 8 and put our opponents back up to 8, put Fire Shoes down to 6. And if there's a land, there is, we'll move that collar over to the Toolcraft Exemplar, making it eventually a 2/2 death or 1/1 Death Touch. Does it give any stats? It doesn't give stats.
No, it doesn't give any stats. But it's 1/1 Death Touch lifelink, which I think is the key part. Long Tusk Cub is not known for having trample.
It is not. The Brawler is.
Yep.
And the Long Tusk Cub can block, but I guess the Scrappy will probably have Death Touch, so maybe it won't be blocking. Okay, so I would like to. I'm interested in likely just attacking with just the Brawler here with the trample effect. Okay.
That would be my instinct as well.
Leave the Cub at home. Leave it to be a blocker later if needed, or another threat later. This way now it dies. This actually maybe isn't that bad because they still need to have a blocker for the Brawler. Oh, they don't because they go to 5.
No, they'll be at 8 next turn, right?
Oh, because they're going to attack with the Scrounger. Yeah, this is getting a little dicey. That collar was a great draw for sure, or in our hand.
I think it might have been in hand. I wasn't tracking the number of cards, but it makes sense why Cerzis might have tunnel visioned on incinerating the creature, because every time you have collar here, you get to trade all of your other stuff off as well.
Right. Okay, so we are back at 8. So we are not proactively making any progress. Fire Shoes does need to draw something powerful.
Oh, larger than life is lethal.
We cited them out.
All of them?
How many were there?
There were 4. I thought
okay.
only 2 got cited out. Yeah.
Okay, so what we can do in theory is we can Pithing Needle the collar.
The collar and trade with our
trade.
brother. Yeah.
It's not great. The scrappy actually still comes back.
Yeah, I think that's the reason you're not allowed to do that, essentially.
Okay, that's fine. I was just trying to see the lines. They're not always good lines, Jarvis. I just get to see them.
I know.
Okay, so we do. So do you play the needle naming collar anyway?
I think you have to, because for all of the times your opponent draws Spark Mage and then equips it, you lose the game on the spot if you don't needle it. Because they just like kill your brawler with Spark Mage collar.
Okay. So that looks like we are casting the needle and we are typing in Basilisk's collar.
Yep.
Okie dokie.
What if they named Basilica Bellhaunt by accident?
I was looking at like Greater Basilisk or Rock Basilisk. There's a lot of options there to misclick.
Yeah.
I also want to play this land for what it's worth, but in a Gruul deck, in my opinion, that uses, I guess it doesn't do a ton with its mana, but I'm pretty interested in just playing that forest. I understand the hesitation not to, so probably a chump again, right? That's again another reason why I wanted to play the land, especially for chumping. But okie dokie. So we have to we're really threading water here.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
That one's a tough one.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. So 4 damage to the brawler. We no longer have a blocker for the Scout Ranger. We have to draw.
Bristling Hydra, I think, would be the best draw.
Well, that would have been lethal.
Let's see, our opponent goes to.
Had we still had a brawler, but unfortunately, it's not.
Opponent's going to go to 10, so. Oh, that's lethal.
That's lethal in many, many ways.
What's 3 plus 3?
Yes.
It's lethal in exactly one way, I think.
Yeah, I know. I was making a joke because Chandra does 2 damage, and then I realized that's not. So, okay, so that is a resolution. We do have. I am trying to find out who our opponent was. Okay, I have 2 more matches outstanding. We still have Squirrel versus Oliver, which we still have not been able to see, unfortunately. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to call this round. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to go grab Svi, get Svi ready for the call, and then we'll come back. We'll have our top 8. We'll have our awards thing. I'm going to call from a different location as well. So we're going to have a ton of changes. It will be great. So why don't we see everybody in 5 minutes?
See you then.
Bye.
I got us! Mythic Society.
Playset Oil promo. It's a real.
out. And Zvi, I'm gonna bring you through each Welcome on back, everybody. We have picked up a special guest, Zvi. No, I can't do it. It's just going to be wrong. I can't do it. Can you introduce yourself, and I'll try harder next time.
Zvi Moshowitz.
Thank you for joining us, Zvi. So we have not actually resolved round 7, which is surprising because I thought we would since we took like a 10-minute break. But there's actually did you say it was a mono blue stand or blue red?
I thought it was blue white.
Blue white standstill deck. So rumor has it that would be why we're at a standstill at the moment. So I thought what we could do is we could bring Zvi in. Zvi is going to be responsible for talking about the deck lists, what he saw when he was, digging through all 70 somewhat deck lists, and then actually awarding some prizes. So Zvi, why don't you take it away? Let us know, what was your thought process through this little challenge?
So the question every time I do set roulette is, what is this about, right? What are the natural great decks? What are the cards that matter? What should you be thinking about? And then there's always, what are the lucky combos? What are the engines? What's the beatdown, et cetera, et cetera. So this time, artifacts were a big deal for this one in a lot of ways. You've got the
you don't say.
Yeah. You got the vehicles deck, which is, clearly out in front, Remy 7-0. You've got KCI. You've got If It Works Marvel. You've got, a whole bunch of directions you can go. And so that was one of the things I was looking for, was how are people interacting with that. There were a bunch of control decks, blue-white decks of various types. And the lack of ceremonious rejections in those decks surprised me, especially because several aggro players splashed blue to get ceremonious rejection in their sideboards, including one Mardu Vehicles player.
Oh, wow.
Used 4 Aether Hubs and 5 dual lands to cast ceremonious rejection out of the board.
So, Zvi, I don't know if you're familiar with this. That was a Pro Tour deck from that standard format. 4-color Mardu Vehicles, splash and ceremonious rejection. So I think that's where they got the idea.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I can totally believe that was the right thing to do at the time. Yeah, Smuggler's Copter is so huge. Yeah. And so I was always looking for that conclusion. And how good is the beatdown? Are these decks fast enough? Is always a question you ask. There's a lot of also what is stable. Like there was a Reanimator deck that I kind of liked, right? Because you get to use birds and elves. Because this format had Arbor Elf, Lenore Elf, and Birds of Paradise. The idea was you would get to do Necromancer on turn 2, and then lots of ways to just reanimate on turn 3, or you could Zombify on turn 3 after Burying Alive or Entombing, which are both available. There's a lot of tools. The problem being that there was only Zombify and Doom Necromancer to actually get the creature back. And there's a lot of decks that had a lot of burn in them. Like the tower decks in particular, the Dynavolt Tower decks were a big problem. And so you're now counting on one card. One thing I've learned in these tournaments is that a lot of players will build decks that are very reliant on their one key card, and often they'll have a lot of ways to go get it. But even if you can go get it, people can counter it, people can kill it, people can discard it out of your hand, and people can kill you relatively fast, and your thing doesn't always work. So if you try to get too cute, you try to build around one thing, it's generally not so great. So, energy was the second big theme, right? Because, Kaladesh was one of the stupidly powerful sets of all time, so many of the cards had to be banned. So a lot of people were running a lot of energy stuff, shall we say. And so a lot of the other decks I looked at were like, oh, this can't really compete. Like the blue-white control decks, I felt like their counterspells were weak this time around. Like you had Condescend, you had Cancel. But when you're playing Cancel, something's not going great for your strategy. And it just didn't feel like they could reliably counter an If It Works Marvel even, because of their lack of ceremonious rejection in the actual builds that I saw. Can't counter with Marvel, it's going to go pretty bad for you because the Terrestodons happen, double time walks happen, and other bad things. So one of the big questions was, did I believe in the Aetherworks Marvel? Right? Did I believe in this Terrestodon double time walk strategy? And it was clearly powerful. But thinking about it sort of compared to its previous incarnation and comparing other decks to their previous incarnations, I wasn't that enthusiastic. It felt like the deck was much more likely to fizzle than I was comfortable with. It felt like the backup plan, if you didn't draw Marvel, wasn't that great. It felt like if someone ceremonially rejected your Marvel, that was really bad. So even though the discard wasn't there in the format, and the removal wasn't necessarily too late. Like, it wasn't that easy to put you away. Like, Terastodon is good, Double Time Lock is good, but neither is Emrakul, right? Neither is Umalog either. It's not the same thing. So you have to figure out where you want to land. So I decided, after looking at the lists, you know, it was pretty clear to me that Mardu Vehicles was the place you wanted to be by default. You have like all the great cards were there. It comes together really well. The man is great. I'm not 100% that the Mardu Vehicle is actually right. Like, it felt like kind of a residue of, you know, we're used to this being Mardu, therefore this is Mardu. But if you look at the lists, like, the black is very, yeah, I mean, the black is, you know, just Scrappy Scrounger, and unless it's Desecration. There's probably a lot of flexibility in exactly what you do, but it came out, it looks like it plays really well. I'm sure it does play really well. It looks almost exactly like it was. And one list, like, that's the question is, you look at a lot of lists, they look very similar. You try to find what you're happy with. And I decided in the end that Remy's deck was the one that I was going to go with. Right?
Okay, so this is your winner for best choice for $10 store credit at themythicstore.com.
And a perfect 7-0 going into the top 8.
Awesome. So we're going to just quickly show the deck list. Why don't you talk a little bit about what drew you to this version of Mardu Vehicles that put you at the best deck?
Yeah. So, like, I like to dedicate. I sort of, first of all, I like it. There isn't any mistakes. Like, there isn't anything bad. Like, a lot of people are always tempted to do things that aren't good, like to put in extra stuff, to cheat on the lands, to play weird lands, you know, not to play enough copies of their key cards, like not playing that many PNLRs, which I think is a really important card for the strategy. Like, there's one Siege Gang Commander here that I'm not thrilled with, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with every other card. I especially like the Fragmatize main. I think that's really cool. You can definitely get away with running one. And I like that there's a full 24 lands, just like 4 of all the good cards. Like, there's no reason to mess around. It's a very, you know, level 0, straightforward format. Like, there's a lot of just people trying to do their thing. And you should just plow through people as fast as possible. So, you know, I think it's a really tight main. And a card you talked about on the stream a lot, a Firebolt, was one thing that drew me to this list. I felt like in a format where lots of people were trying to drop a lot of really cheap things, you know, things where a lot of 2-drops have 2 toughness, a lot of mana, a lot of bolting a lot of birds and elves, things that have to die. Having access to 3 Fragmatizes also was really exciting to me. You know, Death Mark is another example of, like, I want the ones because I want the ones. And so just, it felt like the board was full of some really tight stuff. Campbell was interesting to me. I'm not sure if he's good. But, you know. And the one Siege Gang in the board tells me, like, sort of, the Siege Gang is not an accident. This person knows where the Siege Gang is going. Like, they know when they want to.
I think Jarvis actually mentioned specifically the Siege Gang plan, right, Jarvis? You were talking about it in round 4 we were covering.
I think it's when you want to go bigger versus other creature decks. It sort of trades off with a lot of their stuff, provides a lot of flexibility as the top end card.
Right, and you even have the mountain there to support it.
Yeah,
right? Like,
exactly.
Cool. Well, why don't we move on to the next category? So the next category that we have here, my personal favorite category, because this is the category that highlights the people that may not necessarily be 7-0 in our tournament, but this is the sweetest brew. So this is, you know, what did you bring to the table that was not the obvious, the Mardu Vehicles of the format?
Yeah, and I had a few candidates, but then I saw Jamie Miller's deck, and it was all over immediately.
We actually featured Jamie multiple rounds, I think. We actually saw Jamie Miller in round 4 and round 6. So what brought you, like, what stopped the door for you for this one?
I mean, the title is right there. It's warning you, protect the queen. I was like, well, you know, you have my attention. What is protect the queen? Who is the queen? She is Platinum Angel, I'm listening. Yeah, and then Robe of Mirrors, Alexis Cloak, I'm listening more. Very good, sir. And then, you know, I saw the way it was created, you know, all the different things that are going on here, and it's, you know, it's very ambitious. And what sold me was when I saw Lost Legacy in the main deck, right? It's an open deck list tournament. You're playing a deck that, when it works, you know, you just win the game outright. See, what Jamie realizes is most people have 1 or 2 cards that can actually stop me. So I get to play Lost Legacy and just take the card I actually worried about that can stop the Platinum Angel plan out of their hand, and see if they have the other card that could possibly stop me in their hand, so I know what I have to play around. Right? Like, looking at their hand in the deck has got to be huge, like, in and of itself. And then just, you've got the careful studying the Seven Visions, so you've got a lot of card selection. You have, both the Madcap Experiment plan and the Zombify plan to get into play, right? Even you have Tainted Pact to find the missing piece of your puzzle. Like, this is an amazingly chef's kiss. This is the chef's kiss build. My hat is really off to where this is. This has got a lot of great stuff going on, and it takes really big advantage of the fact that a lot of the decks in this format are very linear. Right? They're doing the one thing that they do. Right? You're playing a Mardu Vehicles deck. Yeah, you have a few removal spells, but if you don't have one of those few spells, nothing else in your deck matters. And Lost Legacy on Licensed Disintegration is in time. Right? You're probably left with a very small number of removal spells that can still hit an Angel. Right? Quite possibly 0 at that point, because why would you play them? They don't make sense in the format. So if you pull this off, it's a turn 4 win, right? Often through a Lost Legacy. I'm actually surprised there isn't a 4th Legacy in the board, or other ways to sort of preemptively interfere. I assume from the deck list that there was no good discard available, in general, for anyone in any of the sets.
Yeah, it didn't seem like that was a plan for anyone. Why don't we head to our last category, the most powerful deck that isn't our best choice?
Yes. So, another deck we've seen on camera. So I was pretty sure I wanted to highlight one of the Pummel decks from the very start. So I had several candidates. And the question was, which details did I think suit the deck best? And one that I really liked to see was the Built to Smash. I felt like Built to Smash was a very, very important card because you need trample. You can't count on larger than life. And also, you just want a critical mass of that stuff. And, being an instant speed trick is still really important. Blossoming Defense, it's important to protect your creature, but it's also a little bit small. I'm a little skeptical about Reckless Charge, actually, whether or not it's going to pull its weight, because you kind of need to untap anyway, right? To pull off your best tricks, you want to play your creature, then untap so that you can play all your tricks and have a powerful creature. So if you Reckless Charge something, you're not necessarily getting that much of what you need out of it when you're trying to pull off the giant turn. You're curving out early on, right? So you're not going to be able to do this to Bristling Hydra, do this to very often, right? You might be able to do it to a Cub on turn 2, which is more exciting because you get 2 energy, right, straight off the bat. So doing the Birds of Paradise straight into that. One question I had was, do I think Birds or Elves is the right creature, right? Because we saw some other builds that had Llanowar Elves instead of Birds of Paradise. And my instinct actually was I was leaning at first towards the Elves because of the power and the mana being actually very good. But then I decided actually I liked flying. You have a ton of pump. The ability to actually just kill them with a Birds of Paradise was actually looking like it was going to be more important than the 1 damage because there were so many creatures on the ground. It was so hard to actually get meaningful damage out of a Llanowar Elf.
We want to ask you a question. This list doesn't have the 2-mana Energy Dork, whose name escapes me at the moment.
Servant of the Conduit.
Yep. Yeah. What are your thoughts on excluding that 2-drop?
So the question to me is, if you take your turn 2 playing Servant of the Conduit, how happy are you, right? So the good scenarios are this lets you protect a Pummeler on turn 3. That's somewhat exciting. And the other thing you can do is you can just accelerate the Hydra. The problem being that did you play a Bird or an Elf on turn 1 or not, right? If you ask me, do you want to cut a Bird or Elf to get a Servant? So I'm paying an extra mana to get 2 energy, and probably, passing the turn 1 entirely, unless I have an Attune with Aether, which is a lot like passing the first turn, right? It's one thing to have a Cub, and then Attune, and then have the 2 pumps so that you're even, you can protect against it. Incinerate, if you have the timing right, you get to untap, you can do good things. That's pretty great. But in every other scenario, Attune is kind of like passing the turn. You have the 2 energy, which is good, but you could have picked that up later, right? You could have spent your 3rd turn playing a 2-drop and an Attune, for example, right? Instead of playing the Attune now, if you can play a 1-drop now, you can play a Bird into a 2-drop and an Attune, and then turn 3 you can play a Hydra, or you can play 2/2s, or a 3 and a 3 with protection or whatever. So basically, it feels like you really want to set up with a bird or an elf because of the curve, right? You just don't have enough 1-drops otherwise. And if you're planning to play a 1-drop, well, I don't need the servant anymore. The servant's going to net negative mana. It's going to be net negative mana for me. It's a terrible attacker. I want energy, but I don't want it that bad, right? So.
Okay. That makes sense. Why don't we? So that was our 3 prizes. I'll just quickly recap. So we do have Remy taking down our best deck, our best build, which makes sense because spoilers, they are 7-0. We do have a Sweetest Brew coming over from Jamie Miller with the Protect the Queen Platinum Angel Red Cap deck. Or sorry, Madcap Experiment deck. And then our 3rd most powerful deck, but isn't best choice, would be Robert Taylor, who also, spoilers, did make top 8. So we have 2 top 8 winners here, which is pretty interesting because they're nice, strong, powerful decks. And speaking of top 8, I gave you 2 spoilers, but why don't we look at all of them? So why don't we get some standings up on screen? Game plan for right now is we're going to show you the standings. We're actually going to fire the top 8, so the quarters are going to start. Zvi and Jarvis are going to take over for everyone, talk you through the quarters, and I'll come back for the semis. So let us see the standings. Awesome. So in first place, we called it. We talked about it. Remy with Marty Vehicles. It was the villain. There it is at the top at 7-0. Filling out in 2nd to 5th, we have some 6-1s. So that's Jason with also Marty Vehicles. We have Mason with Teamer Marvel. Paul Green with Marvel. Again, all of these decks were known. We did know about them. And we have Miles coming in at 6-1 on... I didn't know this one. Looks like also on Marvel. Then we have some 5-2s. We have 3 of them that snuck in. We have 2 Pummeler decks. So Andrew and Robert both came in with their version of Pummeler. And we have Jack Cummings sneaking in 8th place with, you guessed it, Teamer Marvel. So that's a count for 4 Marvel decks, 2 Mardu Vehicle decks, and 2 Pummeler decks, a.k.a. Kaladesh Remastered, I called it. Okay, that's awesome. Let us get the round fired. Go ahead, and I'm gonna let Zvi. I don't think we really need a break here, just because we're about to fire the round. So if Zvi and Jarvis, y'all can take over. I don't know what cameras you're showing right now, but I'm gonna ditch. Okay, so I'm gonna ditch out. Take us through the quarters. Enjoy. We are going to be watching Remy Fortier playing the villain, the Mardu deck, at 7-0. They deserve it. It makes sense. Let's see that powerful deck. So we'll see I'll see everybody in a little bit. The rest of you are staying here. Don't leave. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
The villain is Aetherworks Marvel, guys.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mardu Vehicles is good, honest magic. I don't know what everyone's problem is.
So you think the villain is the deck that cheats out like 17 mana worth of spells over the course of a game?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And it's entirely based on playing 1 card over and over and over again. Yes. Having the 1 card and then spinning the wheel and hoping you hit something. Yeah. I mean, look, there are no villains here. It's at roulette, right? We're having fun. The hero. The hero was Platinum Angel. That was clear.
Yeah, that person's vocal to me. I know they love to cheat out fatties, so I'm not surprised to see them playing that deck.
I mean, I think you have to be, given you didn't know that deck was possible or existed.
Yeah.
Until you saw it. But
so here we have. What do you think of this hand?
So we've got all 3 of our colors. We've got 1 drops of plenty. We've got 2 drops of plenty. This is living the dream, right?
Yeah, and it's open deck list, and play draw was in effect. That's why you saw one yo, 2 yo choose not to play first, because he is on the draw. Looks like a pretty ideal start for the Marvel deck as well, though.
I mean, there isn't much to say about the Marvel players start, right? They either do it or they don't, but they sort of they kept a 7-card hand, right? So we can. So in some ways, it's not necessarily even bad news when they attune, because it means they might have kept a hand about Marvel. Whereas if they don't attune, they obviously have Marvel, right? They kept a 7-card hand for London Mulligan.
Yep.
So yeah.
I actually remember I played quite a bit with the Mardu Vehicles deck in its standard. I managed to make top 8 with the GPs. I do remember this matchup was like close to even in standard, and now I have to imagine it's even better for Mardu because the cards that Marvel can hit aren't like as game-ending as like Ulamog or Emrakul, right?
Yeah, like you don't want the Terastodon, you don't want to take 2 turns,
Yeah.
but neither of them is as bad as hitting an Umalog.
Yeah.
Right? So you can be pretty confident that the matchup got better. Like the Marvel deck seems like it's a worse version of Marvel, and the Vehicles deck seems like it's basically the Vehicles deck. Right?
Yeah. I think the only card you lost that you were unhappy to was Gideon Ally of Zendikar, which was clearly like a busted Magic card, right?
A busted Magic card, but not clear it's busted here. Right?
Yep.
Like it's.
Right.
I mean, if I had Gideon in my 75, I probably wouldn't have it after board in this matchup. I could find better cards because just things don't last that long, right? You either win the game or they find a way to beat you. And Gideon just isn't in time. So we have the Fragmentage, which is kind of cool. They only get 1 shot at their Marvel.
Yeah, I think sometimes the problem with Fragmentize is that they get to spin it once, and if that one spin is good enough, then maybe the Fragmentize isn't good enough, right?
It's also a sorcery, so if the 1 spin gets them 2 extra turns, then you'll never cast the Fragmentize.
Oh, yeah.
No, don't get me wrong. It's not a perfect solution.
No.
By any means. It's definitely not a perfect solution.
So what do you think of this Scry 2? What's your instinct here?
My instinct is we want to Incinerate for sure. And also we already have 3 lands, and we don't really need a 4th. So it'd be surprising if we put back spells that are vaguely useful. Mm-hmm. But the question is, what's the next turn, right? Is there anything we'd ever want to Incinerate? I think the next turn is play Scrounger a lot of the time, but also we're about to attack with our Copter, so we're going to loot. Mm-hmm. So the bigger question is, what are we discarding?
Yep.
Right? And so my guess is what we're doing is we're playing Bomat Courier to get a refill, and then we're discarding the Apprentice. Mm-hmm. At which point, we want to. It doesn't really matter what we put on top and what we put on bottom. What did he do? It's hard to see. It happened so fast.
So he crewed the Copter with Motorist.
No, that part, yeah. Did he top or? That's the question.
Yeah, he topped. I'm pretty sure.
So the other option is to put the Scrounger in the graveyard, right? To discard it to Copter. I actually kind of like that. It's been so long since I played a Scrounger. I just right. Because chances are we'll be able to attack a Copter again, discard another creature.
Oh.
Or we could just do it this way, right? Which is plan to discard the Scrounger, but if we don't get the opportunity to discard again, we're kind of happy that the Scrounger's in our hand, right? In that case.
Yep.
So now we sort of covered all our bases.
Speaking of a creature you want to incinerate.
Yeah, I guess the only difference in lines is mainly that I wanted the Bomat Courier in play so that I could refill my hand later in the game. Mm-hmm. Even though it would do probably less damage on net. Mm-hmm. So this is where we find out. All right, they're spending energy. That is excellent news.
That indicates that they don't have a Marvel to me in their hand.
Correct. So there's no Marvel on the other side. We now know that. Mm. So life is pretty good, I think.
Is it tempting to Fragmentize one of the Thopter tokens?
That's exactly what I'm thinking about as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not tempting to do it now because we haven't attacked yet. We're about to loot. Right, and there's no reason to not see. Mm-hmm. So what we're going to do is we're going to crew the Copter with the 3/1 because that makes it bigger, and because the 3/1 can't attack into 2 Thopters. Now we're going to send a team, right? Because if he trades with the 3/2 1-drop, we're just thrilled. And if he does anything else, all 3 attacks are free. This not attacking with the Exemplar makes no sense, right? This is just a missed attack.
So the only reason not to do that is if you draw a 3rd artifact to give it first strike next turn. So I think.
Yeah, but I mean, so that scenario just means it can't. But still, aren't we thrilled with this trade? Right, if this trade happens.
So I think Remy was thinking about the thing you were talking about, right, and just realized that it was correct to attack.
Yeah. So now we discard the Scrounger because we're going to play the Battlefield Forge and then bring the Scrounger back.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. Attrition is not our concern.
No.
This is
a matchup where getting them dead is the only thing that matters, right?
Right. Yeah. So like as I said, like he's not blocking the 3/2 with 2 creatures. Like that was just I would have my jaw would have been on the ground if he had blocked that way. Like, I would be like, I can't think of a hand that would make me want to do that, right? Like that could be composed of cards in this format. Like so I don't know how it would happen. So now presumably land Scrounger, and there isn't even any energy to activate a Marvel.
Right.
You're at 8 facing 4 attackers, each of which has 3 power. So any 3 of them kill you. So 5 attackers if you find something off the top, 4 if you don't. So we didn't, because we don't. There's no rush technically. Yeah.
So
here we are playing proper Magic, waiting till the end step to bring the Scrounger back. Yeah.
Yep.
Sure. I sort of
The one thing I think that's going on here is I think it's pretty late for Remy. He lives in France, so just he might be thinking out all of his plays very carefully, even because it's really late for him, right?
And or just not wanting to misclick. Yeah.
Yeah.
I certainly on Arena. I have the last few months of quarantine been focused more on how do I make this game play at a reasonable pace and minimize the chance that I misclick painfully.
Right.
Much more so than am I actually getting exactly max value?
Yes.
Right. And then when I played the Pro Tour, like I was a little more concerned with max value, but still like not as concerned as I would be if I was taking this quite fully seriously. Okay, so presumably again we're using the 3/1 to crew. I don't see a reason not to. We don't want the 1/1 in front of it.
Yeah,
right?
so
it's the only block we mind right here in any way.
So I think the question again is, do you fragmentize the Thopter token, right?
So we fragmentize the Thopter token, and we attack with 4 things, and they have 1 thing. And
they can make a Thopter, right? With 5 energy?
They have 5 energy, so we'd force them to make a Thopter. I mean, it seems worth it on the theory that if they make a Thopter, they can't use a Marvel, and what other artifacts are we worried about at this point?
Yep.
So yeah, I think you do it.
Yep. And I think we're seeing Remy just think out everything very clearly, very slowly, making sure everything lines up correctly.
You can see the clock in the lower right-hand corner, right? 156. Times 1 does not play Magic if one can help it. Like, I was tempted to play in the 3 a.m. tournament, but I realized no, I should not do that for the Pro Tour. I know it's a better metagame, and I want to be able to play correctly. It's just more important.
I actually had the same decision as you. Should I play the 3 a.m. PT or the noon one? And I also chose the noon one because I do not like playing it in the middle of the night on East Coast time.
Right. The problem with that 9 and 7 is I'm confident that I'm confident that I would have had at least 1 extra win in the other tournament, and the field was smaller.
Yep. If
I'd been able to play correctly, right? If I'd played at the same level of awakeness and skill that I played in the matches I actually played. But what can you do? All right. So yeah, presumably this is just there is no way this match goes to time. My timer is safe, right?
Yep.
So why not take a minute, think through the only decision left in this game, because I'm discarding this Vantage. We're discarding this land no matter what here, right? Like there's no card I can draw unless it's a worse land, but that doesn't really matter.
Well, I mean, I think that is the worst land in the deck, right? Because it's tapped.
Right. I mean, it's land 5. It doesn't really matter that it's tapped.
Yep.
Right.
I agree.
So vol nothing matters. We went
I think that's just lethal damage, right? Yep.
Yeah. We just if we disintegrate this Whirler immediately, then this opponent
they have 1 blocker and they're at 5 life and they die.
They're dead by a full attacker, right? They were just staying alive and now they're double dead because like you remove a blocker and do an extra blockers for damage. So kill the Thopter for extra elegance and the game is over. I like it. I approve of killing the Thopter, not the Whirler Rogue.
So, look, he has a sideboard guide up on the screen for us. It looked like you want to take out 4 Bomats and 3 Disintegration in this matchup.
That'll make sense, right?
Yeah. And so he wants Kumbals. Last Rites is a nice one. Because, tell us what you think the theory is behind Last Rites in this matchup. You have to relook up the card.
I have to remind I want to remind myself. You score any number of cards. So the theory is basically, once I have my threats, right? Yep. I don't need to worry about the rest of my hand. The rest of my hand isn't very good. So like if my fourth, like especially on the play, my fourth turn can be discard 2 or 3 other cards. I have a board. Take away everything that matters. The game is over. Right. On the draw, it's a little trickier because all you have is a 1-drop and a 2-drop. You're taking your third turn off, and you're down a card by doing it. But it still seems like a great idea. Right? I just wanted to be absolutely sure before I said it on camera that I had the right card. So, like, yeah. In fact, I would say Last Rites was missing from the sideboard of the Platinum Angel deck, right?
Oh, that makes so much sense, right? Because then you can Last Rites, look at their hand, see if it's safe to zombie, then just zombify the Platinum Angel.
Also, discard the Platinum Angel to the Last Rites.
Yeah.
In fact, it probably should be. It's probably just better than Lost Legacy, right? Like Lost Legacy is cute, but it's probably because like Jamie just didn't find Lost Rites.
Yeah, that's a pretty obscure one, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, like whenever I'm looking it up just to be sure, right? Yeah, it's pretty obscure. So we have 3 lands. Yeah, I'm not sure about playing a tap land in this deck. That seems like I'm surprised basically we're on 6. It's a good 6.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of surprised that land is in the deck to begin with, honestly.
Yeah, I was wondering about that as well. The cost of playing a tap land in your deck that has a lot of 3-drops is like relatively high.
Yeah, you have a lot of 1s, 2s, and 3s. There isn't obviously a turn you can play it. But we're also playing 24 lands in a deck that definitely runs out of stuff to do. So I guess the argument is there's also high upside.
Yep.
So maybe.
So the second Cabal was a bad draw, but the Mountain, I think, is a pretty good draw.
And the second Cabal was a bad draw if the opponent doesn't kill the first one.
Yep.
There's always that chance.
Yep. From a 1-yo, 2-yo side, it definitely felt like they had a Harness Lightning there.
This is always the big moment question, right? Do you dare kill the Scrounger rather than the Exemplar, right? You do the 2 damage instead of 1, so you have 1 less energy.
Yep.
And then you have an artifact this turn, I only take 1. Do you have an artifact next turn? Because if not, all you have is a 1/1.
Yep.
So it's the gamble. It would have worked here, right? Or we forced the play of Pia.
Mm-hmm.
To get an artifact, which is not what you want to be doing on turn 3. You very much want to play one of your 2/3s, right? Because like even if Pia is kind of mana intensive to get like full value out of her, and you really want them to kill your 2/3 so you can play the other one, right? If they have a spell to kill something. But this Whirlwind Rogue's going to be a problem.
Yeah, the Whirlwind Virtuos is going to be worth at least 1. Yeah, it's going to be worth at least 1 Thopter, if not 2, this game.
Well, we don't know that there are any Thopters because
of course.
Yeah, might be busy.
Exactly, Aether Hub plus Marvel would allow a spin.
Yes. It would be really good discipline to have held the Aether Hub until now. Like.
But it from the lands they played, if you track them, it would be basically free to hold that Aether Hub, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, just sort of. The instinct is always the moment you can get the energy, just in case you need the extra Thopter or something, right? Like
that's fair.
Yeah. Oh, making another. Yeah, this is the problem with Marvel, right? Like if this match looks like it's going to be played as if there were no Marvels, right? Like, and then everything in your deck is kind of, playing at half speed. Like the energy cards are still good, but.
What do you think of these Serum Visions in the Marvel deck?
I think you have to.
Yeah.
Like you have to use every tool at your disposal to get a Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What else can you do? So I'm not 100% that like the build is right or anything, but I'd be shocked if Serum Visions the reason this card, it's ban worthy, right?
I'm not sure about that. Modern's pretty busted, so that's probably why we don't see it banned there. But
I'm not saying it actually gets banned. I'm saying we're if I told you 10 years from now Serum Visions got banned, would you be that shocked? Right? Like,
No.
no.
But I would also assume like 5 other cards before it got banned that look similar.
Well, I'm not sure. Like, so how many blue cantrips right now in Modern are better than Serum Visions? Go. Name them.
I guess I can't.
Well, yeah.
But here's the counterpoint. All of the decks that used to play Serum Visions mostly cut them because the London Mulligan's better than Serum Visions.
I mean, yeah, that's a good card.
It is a good card.
If the 2/2 body actually matters, kill a nice artifact.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's just go for value, man. Value town. Maybe it'll work. All right, lands do nothing. So all we can basically do is, pay 2 life to play this 2/3 and hopefully play a bunch of non-creature spells.
Yeah, and the problem with that is the Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot represents 3 more life, so it's unlikely you die on that axis, right?
That's not going to work if they have it, right? There's 7 energy in the tank. There's 3 more in reserve on the board.
Mm-hmm.
That can be a bunch of Thopters at minimum.
Yep.
So, we're not getting through. And, yeah, there's plenty of time to get a Marvel to work.
This is good, I think, though. I think if you force exchanges, either via Thopters or the Viridian Shaman, being able to bring it back from the graveyard is exactly what you want to be doing.
And they don't know that we don't want to this turn, right?
Well, it also tells you what to do with the card, right?
Yeah.
Ari Lax and I had a joke that the Marty Vehicles deck tells you how to play it because half your creatures say can't block or aren't good at blocking, so you just attack with them, right?
What about the other half?
Yeah, the other half is trickier. Oh, so Bristling Hydra came in from the sideboard. That's not in the person's main deck.
Okay.
So
I can see it. 4/3 is already bigger than a lot of creatures in their deck, and you're threatening to go to 5/4. And if you have a lot of energy, right, it's kind of just immortal. They can't target it. So, the Marvel deck is asking the question: if I don't draw Marvel, how do I beat them anyway? Which is always the right question to be asking, especially when they have multiple removal spells from the Marvel if you don't take infinite turns afterwards. And I realize we're going to try to take infinite turns after.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume this is block with the Hydra and spend one of our energy charges, basically. Go to, But
yeah, and I think that's pretty free because even if your opponent has disintegration, you can just activate it again, right?
Right. So no, we're going to block with 1 Thopter. This is surprising. This is surprising to me. It's generally I'm generally pretty skeptical of letting the situation degenerate slowly in one of these spots.
Yep.
If we had a reason why we were okay with this, then didn't we have a better play than the Hydra? Right? There are plenty of reasons why the Hydra could be the right choice. But in that case, we don't need to hold our energy back because we would have just played the card we were holding it for. Otherwise.
So Remy's going to the log to see if the plus stays on top, and it does. Probably a pretty bad side for Remy.
Well, it's one of these things where why are we playing Jace over other things we could have and then plussing?
Yeah.
But also keep in mind, we've got 5 lands at PNLR and our opponent's on 12. Even with the 3 life, it's only 15. So they're not that much not dead.
And leaving a second Pia is sort of interesting because it still represents another artifact and another threat, right?
Yeah.
I think Remy's trying to figure out if he wants to run the bluff attack again.
I mean, it's not a bluff, right? It's just a matter of I can get this back for free. It can't block. We probably don't care if this dies twice that we're in trouble bringing it back because we probably alpha struck and have plenty of other victims to eat out of the yard. And well, so put it this way: they folded once.
They might fold again.
Yeah, whatever. He's weak on the turn. Keep betting.
The one counterpoint to that is every time you do that, it's less PA activations on the crucial turn. So
only if they block.
Yeah, that's true. Only if they block. So our hand is not stellar here. We have duplicate legends of legends that are in play. At least one of them makes a Thopter, but the other one, its only use to cast it would be to put fuel in the graveyard for a Scrappy Scrounger,
Strongly
right?
agree that this game is not going well on many levels. We do have them at 12. I don't like hitting Jace here. I like going to the face.
Yeah, that would be my instinct too, because how do you expect to win a long game versus the present board?
Yeah, like if Jace is plussing, like it's a losing battle. So again, like, you were thinking about not attacking?
Yeah, if I knew this was the block it would induce, I would attack 100% of the time, right?
But I was like 80% plus confident this was the block. Like this or take the Thopter.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's not clear you want to trade Thopters here, but if you do. In general, once people start jumping,
Yep.
right, if they don't draw a relevant card, it's very, very difficult to admit you were wrong and make the block you should have made last turn. When they have one extra turn to have drawn a trick that's relevant. Like it's really hard.
Mm-hmm.
So the other question, of course, is why didn't we attack with PNLR?
Yeah, I was thinking about that because
I guess you just give the game away, right? You just block with a Whirler Rogue or a Hydra, and like you've just announced your hand.
No, you didn't quite announce it because you saw the PNR from the Jace Plus, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So it's actually like it's kind of free. It only raises the question: what was the card in your hand last turn?
Right, it's more of an insult to the sort of I don't want to insult your intelligence by attacking and forcing you to block. Yeah. Like, let's all be polite here.
This is not the best fragmentize.
Not the best fragmentize, no. And it doesn't mean it won't be good later. Like it's still going to kill a Thopter at some point reasonably often, if nothing else.
Yep.
Yeah, the problem is that like this pressure on the Jace isn't going to stop, right? Like there's no reason. You've used your Thopters up on chump blocking. And now, like, if you're going to spend energy to make a Thopter, okay, this makes no sense to me. Why are we making a Thopter unless we're blocking the Thopter? Okay, we're blocking the Thopter. That's fine. And then we're trading.
Yeah, this is fine, I think.
I still don't like it. I still don't understand why we're not using the Hydra.
Yeah, I think.
Like we have 3 energy coming from the puzzle, right? So we still going to have 8. We're still going to have. We get back to 5 minimum. Like, I don't know. I really hate letting them grind me out like this. Also, this seems terrible, right? They have the mana. Was it 3 mana?
No, it's 2 and a green to sack.
Oh, okay, so that's fine.
No, this is fine. And this is actually, I think, the only turn you can do it, right? Because they're going to have, like, it's going to be pretty easy for them to leave up 3 almost any other turn.
I mean, if they draw a land, then it's probably, this will be your last chance.
So I think we're just going to see Jace run away with this game, if I had to guess.
Jace is plussing again, which is never a good sign.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by that. I think the first Jace Plus makes sense because that puts it out of incinerate range, right?
Yeah, I understood the first Jace Plus on the theory that like I don't really lose the game if this Jace lives.
Yeah.
But the second Jace Plus, I'm confused.
I'm also confused. My instinct would have been, just brainstorm them to death, right?
Right. And this is why I hate the Viridian Shaman block, because like, what are you gonna do now? Right? You knew this was gonna be the situation a turn later. 100%. So are we just down at 2-2 for no reason? Or are we going to keep doing this?
And are we going to block with Raging Ravine is the question I have.
I mean, I don't think we are, but maybe we are. Looks like we are. Just from the mana tapping. No, we're not.
Oh, so this makes...
energy.
Yeah, mix energy. Are we finally going to see... No?
So, okay, this doesn't make any sense to me at all. All right, so I think this person is, one of us is misunderstanding how this Hydra works, right?
It's not us. It is 3 energy to +1/+1 hexproof.
And hexproof. All right, so this is just, so at this point, this person, I have to assume that this is just for, it's late and he has just forgotten how Hydra works, right? Like, there's no other explanation.
Yeah, I think that might be.
Because it's the same cost as making the token, which we would then lose. So there's no risk in the room, right? Like, it's strictly better. And it's not going to matter, but I don't think it might. I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I think the Jace is going to win the game eventually.
Having a Jace at 9 when you're not actively dying is usually good enough.
My question to you, the way that this game has played out, does it feel like they've taken Aetherworks Marvel out of their deck?
Why would they?
I don't know. Like no,
it actually actively does not feel like that because they're sandbagging. They're sandbagging energy quite aggressively, and yeah, that's the Thopter attack in order to, like, demonstrate that you think you've won, and then the opponent agrees, right? Like, I mean, it's like, yeah, okay, if you're attacking a Thopter, you must have won. I agree. Jason's gonna ultimate. You can just give up. So it's a lethal attack for 1.
Yeah. So if your opponent's bringing in Hydras, how appealing are the last rites still?
I mean, on the play, it seems pretty appealing, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have the same situation of, if they don't accelerate, right, no Servant of the Conduit, you can play 1-drop, 2-drop, then, like, 3 mana worth of stuff, and then last rites away all but 1 card in my hand, roughly, to get, like, 3 of yours, and all of their best cards are, cost 3. And alternatively, like, you do it on turn 3, you get Whirler Virtuoso as well.
Yep.
Yeah, but no, I can't see taking out Marvel. I mean, if the sideboard allow it, right, you'd have to be taking out Marvel and Terastodon and Time Stretch.
Yeah.
So you need to take out basically 12 cards. Does their board have 12 good cards in it, right, is the first question. And then, is that a good idea? Does that look like a good idea? Right?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't map it out, but
I guess it. Yeah.
It does not look like a good idea to me. It doesn't look possible that they could have cut all those cards to me personally.
No, if I'm gonna play this deck, that's an aggressive mulligan, right? That hand was perfectly playable.
It was missing black and had no artifact, which I think was very.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it had no artifact and it had no black. So
now we're on 5 on the play, which is really, with 1 land, which is really scary. But we can't go to 4. So
well, this hand's pretty appealing, especially if you draw a land, right?
I mean, it's appealing, but it's scary, right? It's a reasonable land to have if you only have 1 land.
Yep.
And yeah, that seems like the only 5 we can keep. We just have to have maximum pressure.
Yep.
Right.
So hypothetically, if you draw a land, what do you play on turn 2?
So I mean, if we draw a land, so we get 2 extra damage this turn by playing Scrappy Scrounger.
Yep.
And then we get 2 extra damage next turn by playing the other way. So it's basically a wash. Except that Scrounger feels like it gives us more flexibility. But it also means they know what to kill. Like, they might kill the Scrap. I think the issue is they might kill this. If they kill the Scrounger next turn, and they make everyone back into a 1/1, you're a little bit. You're more than a little bit sad. So I think you probably are slightly better off playing the Scrounger here, because if they kill the Scrounger, then you get 1 extra damage in. And also, if you draw like a different 1-drop, you might be able to slightly upgrade your plays. Right.
Yeah. Okay. So suppose you're saying if you draw another Toolcraft, you can play another Toolcraft next turn instead of playing the Apprentice.
Like, I can't. Like, the question is, like, would you play a Copter over a Scrounger if you drew it next turn? Right. Then they can't, because then you can't be incinerated. Maybe that's a reason to take the other line.
Yeah, I think that one is not so clear what you're supposed to do right there.
It's very close. It's very close.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was playing as a non-open deck list, then I would play the Scrounger because of Pyroclasm.
Right.
Like, it's kind of weird to me that the Marvel decks didn't have Pyroclasm. It seemed like a very good card for them to play. But, you know, it's at Roulette, so it's very easy to just forget about things.
Wow. So, assuming our opponent has... Yeah, I mean, this is basically the nuts for a 5-card hand, right?
It's about as good as it's going to get. I mean, that third land is not ideal, but that's okay.
Yeah. Ooh.
Ooh, yeah, that's got to hurt. Like, I can feel that from here.
Yeah, I can feel it from here as well.
Yeah, we just got 3 for 1, and we're on a mulligan to 5 on the play. Yeah, this is not great.
I believe there's 2 engineer explosives in this person's sideboard. Obviously, it makes sense to set them in because the mana curve is so. Yeah.
The salty sideboard check there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, no blame.
Yeah, I don't blame him for that.
It's 2 a.m. and like it happened. But yeah.
And this Bristling Hydra, I think, is going to block every time.
Yeah, like, I'm actually like a little curious to confirm that it happens. You know, just like. Yeah, these fragmatizers are looking so bad. Like they just keep hitting artifacts that got value.
Yeah.
Right, they're hitting Thopters, they're hitting Puzzle Knots. It's not where you want to be. I mean, we have plenty of cards in the graveyard. It's almost a free action. All right, so we do know we can do this. I was not clear why we didn't do it in game 2, but it didn't.
I actually figured it out. Pian Noir can pump Scrap Heap Scrounger, so that just forces a trade, right?
Oh, okay. So there was enough mana and artifacts. Yeah. And such. Okay.
But Twitch chat actually just I ducked in for a sec, even though we're on a delay, and they pointed it out, and I'm like, oh, that makes so much sense. That's why.
You forget what text things have. Yeah. That's fair. I think there's enough energy. So the question is, do we have enough energy we could have done anyway? But like that gets expensive, right? You don't really want a 6/5 Hydra or anything. Yep.
Unfortunately, this looks like it's going to be a route in the other direction pretty easily.
This is pretty over. Like, there's just no coming back from this, right? You're down 6 cards, like actual, like you're like it's 4 lands versus 4 lands, and they have 4 cards in hand, and 2 creatures in their creatures in play, and it's like you're down 3 cards if you count the Scrounger as a card, and we're flooded. No, this is just over. We don't even have the mana to cast our 5-drop if our 5-drop was in our deck and it's in our sideboard.
Yeah. I was thinking that. I was like, well, what about Siege Gang? Well, we don't even have double red.
Yeah.
I don't think Siege Gang would be good enough because of how Hydra works either.
It's also in the board.
Yep.
Because of course it is, right? There's no reason to have it.
No. I think Remy realized that going fast is better than going slow in this matchup. Although both of these games, like Siege Gang, would have been better than just trying to outright kill your opponent. Because just imagine drawing Lacerates right now.
It's too late.
Yeah.
But... And yeah, drawing Siege Gang now, if you had the red, like makes this game very interesting. I'm not sure what happens. Like you're under a lot of pressure right now. It might be too late. It's a good card, but it's not going to matter, right? The problem is the Hydra has hexproof.
The problem is you can't block either.
Right, the Hydra's hexproof, and you can't block.
Yeah, so he's saying GG now.
Yeah, this is GG. Yeah, we're done here.
All right, well, Remy put up a good fight for 5 cards, obviously.
Remy, you make them have it. That's all you can do.
Yeah, make them have it. Wait,
Agric on 5. Make them have it.
For 5-card hand, we had 1-drop, curve out, and, he did what he could, but unfortunately it wasn't enough for him.
Yeah, it's back to Twitter, I guess.
back to Twitter. We did see the run back to Twitter.
And now the stream is over. All right, Remy is no longer sharing screen. Remy is going to get some well-earned sleep.
Yep. I believe that's all the matches we have for Top 8. And so I think we're going to take a quick break and get Caroline back in the booth.
All right.
All right. Nice to work with you, Zvi.
society.
Playset Oil promo. It's a real.
come in. Welcome on back, everybody. I myself am back, so it's a welcome for myself. And I'm joined by Zvi, who was kind enough to stick around for a little bit longer due to some of our previous issues. So we are actually all the way into the semis. I'll recap everybody, so I'm also being recapped. We do have Robert Taylor advancing with Group Hummeler. We have Mason advancing, which I'm not sure if that one you watched, but Mason's advancing with Teamer Marvel. Jack Cummings is advancing with also Teamer Marvel. And Paul Green advancing, guess what? Spoilers, Teamer Marvel. So we do have 3 Teamer decks and a Group Hummeler in the semis. We're actually going to go down and watch Paul versus Jack, the Marvel Mirror. And we're going to see what that looks like. Are we ready? Okay, that's okay. The round did just get paired, so the players are just literally starting, which I am so excited for. I'm not gonna lie, this is one of the first times that we've actually got to watch a match from the beginning. 0 issues. I am hyped. Zvi, what is a thing or a card or plan that you're thinking of for the mirror? What does your mirror look like?
I think it's about Aetherworks Marvel. I'm going to have a hot take.
Reasonable.
These decks have very little in the way of interference, right? Like they can't really stop the opponent. Like if we look at this Marvel for Cowards list, right?
Paul Green's list.
Yeah, like if you look at it, like you can Jace, you can like scry their top card, and you can Moment's Peace their attack, which I love just in principle. I don't know if it's good, but I love the idea. But like if you look at the main deck, there's actually, and you can engineer explosives theoretically, but getting 4 colors is Aether Hub material. It's Aether Hub territory at best. So it's going to be very tough to do much interfering. Like if you look at the sideboard, you see Ceremonious Rejections, 3 of those, and 3 Nature's Claims. So game 1, it's basically just a race. It's who can do their thing, who drew Marvel. You have to assume that any hand without a Marvel has to be mulliganed, I would say,
right.
In game 1.
So we're here on Paul's turn. We're on turn 2. We kept the hand that had 2 lands, Servant, Glassblowers, Puzzle Knot, Marvel, etc. Speaking of getting to it first, we are literally going to try and get to it first by casting Servant of the Conduit on turn 2. If we draw land, we do get to play Marvel. On turn 3, which we did, we're great. However, it doesn't mean we get to spin it. So are you still considering casting it?
I'm considering it for sure. But it doesn't mean I'm doing it. So
the other option we have is we could cast the Puzzle Knot, which does get us, still doesn't actually get us all the way there, right? It only gets us to 5 energy.
So our opponent's on 2, which means that most plays they have get them to 5. And so we're on 3 energy, but we'll go down to 2 energy to play Jace here. This is what I assumed was the play, just because.
Okay. Well, we want that time. We want that.
We want that time stretch back in the deck, right? Yeah. So like we're drawing an extra card, and we're swapping our time stretch for a real card, and ensuring there's a time stretch in the deck. So we're not going to spin the Marvel next turn because we only have 2 energy, but we have pretty sure we can spin it the turn after that. So we got a turn 5 spin, right? Almost certainly. Our opponent, unfortunately, just created Aether Hub, which is scary because now they're going to have. Oh, that's a Healy Rye. Right? Normally this would be Whirler. So if this is Saheeli Rye, that's pretty safe, right? Like Saheeli doesn't do anything.
Okay. So that does get us. That does mean that we're currently, with the turn of likely 2 Glassblowers Puzzle Knots, we're likely in the driver's seat for a Marvel. Do you want to play the Puzzle Knots first or the Marvel first?
So let's think about this. We know the top card is Time Walk.
Yes, which we're going to brainstorm, I assume.
We're going to brainstorm it back. Right? We want to keep it there.
Yes.
So we're not going to get that much use out of these scries unless we're prepared to. I mean, theoretically, we could keep it in hand and then scry back 2 cards we put back that we don't want, and then Jace before we use the Marvel next turn. And that's fine, right? And we don't want a second Marvel because there's no removal spells for Marvel. And what else don't we want here? I think we do want land 5.
So it looks like we're putting back the Glimmer as well.
Yeah, I think we have so many cards, right? Like card count is not our issue. That makes sense.
So it looks like, sort of the plan that you crafted. Put 2 cards back that we don't potentially want, play a puzzle knot, scry them away. That's done. Step 2, play a second puzzle knot.
Get 2 real scries. We don't know whether we want them.
Right. Let's see what those are. Looks like, wow, it looks like that time stretch was happening no matter what we were going to do. It was around forever.
And that's just going to our hand. So basically, we're now, I wouldn't say it's over, but it's pretty over.
Okay, so this one's sort of interesting because let's talk about next turn. We're going to untap, have 5 mana, have Jace. We're going to draw that time stretch, so we're going to have 2 in our hand. With Jace, I assume we only put 1 back so that we can Jace. Okay, awesome. Wow, that's crazy.
We put one of them back. We spin the wheel. We take the time stretch no matter what else we find. We then have a second time stretch in our hand. We have enough glass blowers activations to get our 6 energy to spin it again. So we're about to take the next 4 turns. Right? No matter what happens, we're taking the next 4 turns.
So I did just kind of realize these 2 Marvel decks are actually pretty different. Like our opponent's deck, Jack's deck does have 1 Saheeli Rai and also 4 Whirler Virtuosos. Something sort of to do with our energy should we not have a Marvel. What do you think of that strategy?
I approve of the Virtuosos. I think that's a very good thing to consider. I'm not sure if it's, I think it's very reasonable. I'm very skeptical about the Saheeli.
Okay. So it looks like we did exactly that. We kept a time stretch in hand. We put one on top of our deck. We flipped it. Here we go. 2 more turns after this one. So we can't really attack with our Servant anymore. We've done everything else that we can with our Chase. So we're going to pass and head back to our turn for turn number 1 of 2 extra.
Presumably.
We need like a turn counter.
I think we can keep track in our heads. It's not that hard. But yeah,
oh, no. Well, 2 grows to 4. That's like.
Well, it's down to 1, so it's going to be 3. So yeah, I mean, this is the first extra turn of the 4.
Yeah, that we know of.
We haven't technically bought the second pair yet, but we will.
We know we can buy it. So here's a question for you, legitimately. It's awkward. We need to 0 Jace to get our time stretch back in our hand, but all these extra turns are sort of done. We can potentially win.
Well, the game's over, right?
Okay, so what I'm trying to long-winded say is how do we win? And now with the Terracodon,
now we 0, right? Wait, so how much energy do we have? 3. So
we're short in energy.
No, we're not. We get 1 every time.
We have to play a puzzle.
When a permanent dies. We just use a puzzle knot. When a permanent dies, we get an energy from the Marvel itself.
Gotcha. Okay. We're good on that. Good catch. So we're going to 0 Jace.
Right. We go to 6. We play Terracodon because we already have a turn coming.
Right.
We destroy 3 of our lands. We don't need them anymore.
Yeah. Okay. So we were, and then we had.
Then we brainstorm. Right. And then we sacrifice. That kills a bunch of our permanents, so we get more counters on our Marvel. Then we. Untap, we sacrifice the glass blower for 2 more energy. Because there's a 3rd more energy. We have the 6 energy again. We activate the Marvel a 3rd time. We get the extra 2 turns. We attack up a 9/9, 3/3/3s 4 times.
The writing was on the wall. And that actually does bring us to our sideboard game. So we're going to be in sideboarding. The first thing that came out is those fogs. Makes sense. They were mostly there for the aggro matches. And those ceremonious rejections, as you called, did come in. We also saw, I think it's called. Oh, God.
I played that.
I don't know what that card is called.
It's a wolf something. It's a multi-kicker. So you get an extra 2/2 for every extra mana you spend, right?
You actually saw Paul use it a couple times. Wolf Bayer Elemental. Wolf Breyer Elemental. There we go.
Yeah, I actually finished 22nd in San Juan with a Monarch Renegade that had 4 of those. So
That's awesome.
I'm very familiar with it.
We did see Paul use it in a way where it was just an extra hit and a mana sink. So when the Marvel games weren't spinning and weren't like landing cool threats, we had an extra hit.
That's clearly what it is. Basically, the theory is that every deck after board is going to have.
Oh, we
ditched
one. We ditched one.
We just all but one of them, right? We had access to a lot of them, and we only have one of them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, do you know what answers we're facing? Which list is this?
Let's see. So we know Paul brought in the Nature's Claim and the Ceremonious Rejections, and Jack has access to only 2 Nature's Claims, Pithing Needle, a Shaman, a Smash. I don't know how far you're going down the line.
Pithing Needle is a pretty bad answer when you have the same.
Yes, agreed. We also have. That's really about it.
It's a Smash of Viridian, Shaman, and 2 Nature's Claims, which all work after the first spin, and nothing to counter it. So I would say we have a much better board than they do.
Yes.
I think we are significantly advantaged here in game 2. Like, we are going second, but
our hand looks great.
I feel so good right now, right? Like,
we don't have the Marvel, so.
But they're not playing Servant of the Conduit, so they're not threatening Marvel. So we actually can take a turn off to play Servant of the Conduit ourselves.
Ooh,
and there's no risk of the clone. I think we play Island here, right?
I want to play Island Servant. That way we don't have to worry about using Aether Hub to cast our Ceremonious Rejection, but...
We play on the next turn, but in case I draw one of the lands that has to be played on turn 3 or will come in tapped, I want to play the Island here.
Yeah, right? that totally makes sense. Okay. We are definitely at 5 energy, so we'll be easy to get to 6 if we draw the Marvel.
So once again, like, Saheeli Rai is definitely unimpressive, right? Like, we're spending 3 mana and getting no energy out of it.
It's a 1 of 2, so it's sort of awkward. We've just seen it on turn 3 both games.
So is this where we play the Servant of the Conduit, Attuned of Aether for a land, forget to attack with our Servant?
So I kind of want to use Attune to get a forest. I guess that's bad.
No, I think we want an island for Jace.
Yeah. Well, it's just I want to avoid using energy at all this turn, and if we are actually attuning and Servant, then we don't.
Yeah, it's true.
Now we have to use an energy, but this is fine. Oh, okay. So it looks like we are just going to hold up the rejection.
And get the damage into Saheeli. Okay, that's not unreasonable.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And now we can play Marvel next turn and spin.
I think I like the other line just because I want the Jace next turn.
Yeah.
So I think I like attuning for a forest. Understanding that we have to burn 1 to get the So.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like our opponent actually went the aggressive route. So they sided in. So they do have 4 Bristling Hydras in the sideboard. Totally skimmed over them when we were chatting. So it looks like the plan here is like, while you spin around, I'm going to beat you down with a big creature.
Which I'm going to copy with Saheeli Rai.
Ooh, I'm going to beat you down with 2 big creatures.
And all the energy that I get.
It's interesting, right? Because look at our hand. We have 2 reactive spells to Marvel and nothing to do with them. So the plan is potentially going to work. We do get to play Jace's turn, but what do we do with it?
I think we zero. I think clearly 0, right? We're forcing them to spend mana on the Hydra. Forcing them to spend energy on the Hydra is not that exciting. So it looks like we're playing Puzzle not Jace. I think is... So much energy, I don't understand this. I feel like...
And we don't even scry. It's not even a blue puzzle.
We even have a Terastodon, right? So, like, if we play Jace and we hit a Marvel in the top 3, we can put the Terastodon back 2 from the top, and we know we hit.
We are still holding up the rejection.
We could still have the rejection anyway, though, right? We just have a Servant that we're not using.
We just have
so I don't understand the play.
Okay, the Eternal Witness.
I mean, there's some risk in the room, right? If we Jace and we don't hit, then we're kind of locking ourselves. Right? Are we going
to Aether?
Jace
Yeah, Jace lock is a scary thing.
I mean, like they can copy the Hydra, attack into Jace with both Hydras. Both Hydras can beat a double block because they have a lot of energy. So it's a scary thing. We're just basically buying a Brainstorm for 4 mana, in many senses, but it prevents them from doing this play instead, which is a better play.
So just to catch up, everyone, our opponent went off a little bit. They sort of comboed. They played an Eternal Witness, got back attuned an island, copied Eternal Witness with Saheeli's Ride minus, made a second Eternal Witness, got back Serum Visions, cast Serum Visions. So they really did it. You can really say that they were doing it.
So
I don't know what it is, but they did it.
So an interesting thing happened, which was that our opponent thought about not attacking with Hydra. So, like, what do we think is going to happen if we double block with the Servants, right? Do they want to spend the 6 energy here? We have to assume that they will.
6 energy to kill our 2 creatures seems pretty good for them.
Yeah, we have 12 energy, so we don't really mind tapping the Servants for mana. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think I don't think we can double block there.
Yeah, it's just so weird that they thought about not attacking when they have a 2/1 to block the Servants. But
okay, so now it's Jace's time to shine. So let's go, Jace. Let's figure this out. Help us solve our puzzle.
We have 3 draws to find an Aetherworks Marvel, basically, I think.
Yeah.
Which we did not do.
Not of them.
I mean, we're only at 15. Like, we don't... Glimmer of Genius gets us redraws. Right? Glimmer means we can scry back. If we can upkeep Glimmer.
So we could also do something kind of crazy and keep the land plus Servant and play another Servant this turn. And still be holding up Ceremonious Rejection should we want to.
Could.
So
I kind of like it. I
think that looks like the play to me. The question is really, are we going to attack Saheeli? I guess that's something we need to address.
We're not. We can't, right? I mean, we have to use both Servants to attack Saheeli, or it wouldn't work.
Yeah, that sounds too tough.
I mean, Saheeli's only on 1. I think we don't have that much urgency to this mission.
Okay, there we go. So we did that play. We played the second Servant. We put a Puzzle Knot, and what was the other card we put on top? Glimmer?
Right, we can block both attackers and save Jace for a turn, so we get to redraw with the Jace. Mm-hmm. Right.
We could also double block the Hydra again, but that doesn't seem like it's getting better for us.
I don't like not holding the Glimmer in our hand, by the way.
Right. Oh, how come?
Because I think Upkeep Glimmer is a play we might consider making if under certain circumstances.
Gotcha.
By Large Nature's Claim, I actually don't see a scenario where we want to spend a Servant on a Nature's Claim.
Ooh, we're going to let Jace go. Jace is going away.
I did not think we were letting Jace go here. Okay, so now I don't understand, right? If we're letting Jace go, we should have a Glimmer so we can Glimmer in the Upkeep. Because, like, look, we have 8 mana.
Right. Okay, so they're attuned. They go up to 6 or 8 energy. Saheeli's at 2. So we're hoping a Marvel comes down here and not a Hydra, which is what came down.
They still have a lot of still very hard for them to beat a Terastodon. Right.
Well, they can give Hexproof to their Hydras.
They have to beat a 9, but then they have a 9/9.
Right. Okay, well, there's our... Oh, we can just hard cast the Terastodon.
Oh, is it only 8? Yeah, sorry. I thought... Yeah, okay.
Okay, that's a plan. I like it.
Sorry, my mind thought it was 9. That's what was going on. All right.
That's awesome. Okay, so now what are you blowing up?
All right, what are we blowing up? Puzzle Knot for sure, right? Like...
Okay, looks like we're definitely blowing up our own things.
I think that's right.
Okay.
Maybe we can blow up a forest. I think it's fine.
Awesome. This is fun. So we now have 18
I'm a
power.
little worried about the last land going, but I think it's good.
Okay. I'm mostly concerned the fact that we're now tapped out to the rejection, but hopefully there wasn't just a Marvel hiding.
If our opponent plays a Marvel here, they're a genius, right? Like if they just like have been sandbagging.
I thought they were going to do it. I thought they were about to do it. I thought it'd be so sweet.
I mean, look, our Ceremonious Rejection was kind of face up, but it just still felt like, are they really going to play around it that much? Are they just going to not play their Marvel, really? But
yeah. Okay. Well, so now what are the attacks just aren't good. They just don't have really anything. They have 50 energy.
Suddenly we have 6 creatures to their 3, and one of them is 9/9. So
and
we have 15 energy.
We still have infinite energy or infinite mana to work with here. This is great. Do we want to just glimmer now?
Well, so let's think. I'm probably, but let's think about attacks, right? Like, so if we attack a Terastodon, they can double block with the 2 Hydras, spend 3 energy to do the trade, or they can try and pump for 12 energy to try and prevent us from killing the second Hydra. We still, right? Because then they can kill. Basically, if we attack, no, they wait for us to order the Hydras and they block the second. They pump up the second Hydra, and then we kill the 4/3 and they leave them with a giant creature. So it looks bad. So yeah, I think we just glimmer and see what we get. We tap the basic. I mean, this seems right. It obviously lands before servants. Like I would have been very tempted to take to keep a 4th land and kill one of the servants.
Right. So we actually.
I also thought about going after one of their Hydras as the last hit.
We did see a 4th land, but we also saw another Terastodon, but we're still sort of far from casting that one. So I think we have to let that one.
We're literally 1 land short.
Yeah. I'm pretty tempted to let it go, but I'm not sure.
We can play Puzzle Knot and say go here, right? Like go up to 13 energy.
Yeah.
And still have 1 mana up for the rejection of the Nature's Claim.
Okay. Sounds like
this attack is bad.
Oh, okay. So we did keep both.
The problem with this attack is if they block off 2 Hydras, wait for you to order them, and then pump 4 mana, 12 energy into the second Hydra, then they keep an 8/7, and you trade your 9/9 for a 4/3. Or your opponent could just not do it, and then it's a great attack. That's also
what happened. That's what happened.
But you understand, like, so the problem is, like, there's no risk in the room, right? You've just tapped a bunch of mana. There's no cards in your deck. It's open deck list, so there's no fear.
Right.
So, also, by the way, there's 0% chance they cut the marbles. Right. Like if you're worried that they saw they were also.
Oh.
Do not click OK. Do not click OK. That almost happened too. You saw it, right?
Whew. Oh yeah.
No,
I've been there on Moto.
That is very much not OK.
Okay. So we got the Ceremonious Rejection did something. We already know the EWIT is used. There is a Healy activation that could make the Eternal Witness get back the Marvel. Hey, look at that.
We got Thopters for days, and the Marvel's coming back.
We have the Nature's Claim to cover it on the way back, but not on a spin.
That's not a clean answer, as we all know.
Ooh, Thopters for days does beat a Terastodon for days, for what it's worth. So that's going to be a bit of an issue.
Eventually, the Terastodon beats it, right? Because the Terastodon just never dies, and the Thopter only lasts for days. So, like, a couple weeks later, you kill them.
Ooh, there's our land. So we do get to play another Terastodon this turn.
First we attack a Terastodon, right? Like, obviously.
Oh, I thought it was a bad attack.
Well, they already. Now it's not a bad attack because they want all their mana from Marvel. Their energy from Marvel.
Okay.
Right, like if they burn 2 Marvel activations in a world in which they have a Marvel, we can't come. Also, we now can Terastodon there. If they do that, yeah, no, we're fine. We're fine.
Okay, here we go.
I mean,
Elefante. Yeah. Let's see what our opponent wants to do for blocks. I'm predicting a Thopter is born.
That is what normally happens in this spot? Yes.
Yeah. So Thopter is born, and then it will briefly live, and then it will die. Okay.
It's toast.
Okay, so now we're going to tap out, I think, and play the Terastodon. What do you feel?
I don't see any other option.
I don't think that we're going to kill all of our own stuff this time. Oh, I think the Whirler Virtuoso is going away.
I don't know about that. Because the problem with attacking the Whirler Virtuoso is they get to use as many Whirlers as they want, and then the Whirler turns into a 3/3. That's not great. I actually don't like that.
Okay.
I actually think we have to go for our own stuff and then Alpha Strike and hope that they die.
Okay, well, that is what we did. So good call. We didn't even take out the Puzzle Knot. We just went for 3 lands.
I'm a little nervous that we didn't keep our Pain land, but it's probably fine.
Okie dokie.
I guess we have 3 servants if mana becomes an actual issue. So they are willing to. I guess they were just assuming our last card is Nature's Claim at this point. because what else would it be? So they're just like, well, I'm not getting a second activation. Might as well just make 3 Thopters.
That's a smart play if that's what happened. That's great. Okay, what do we got?
But I don't see
in
any
the
need
world.
to make. I don't see any need to make 3 Thopters necessarily. I guess like you're trying to time walk here and kill them, but yep, they're doing it. We are doing it. All right, so attack for 3. I mean, Scry +1 Healy Rye. So Healy's gonna get 3. So Healy's gonna activate 3 times. So that's the 12.
Well, so Healy gets to double a creature for the last activation.
Right. Well, if that's preferred.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, I guess it's the same if
So
it's
we're not dead.
I don't think we're dead. Unless they can make more energy on this turn. Like if they can puzzle knot, green puzzle knot gets us 2 more Thopters, that could put us dead.
I mean,
this is not quite enough.
These can definitely put us dead. Like
also Healy minus on this turn gets us a Thopter.
If they want, but minus is in place of a plus, and plus does a damage, so
that's true.
Matters.
Oh yeah, well now we have an extra Thopter.
But they're on 4 energy, so like what they just want to do is find 2 more energy and spin again, and then if they find one of their 3 other time stretches, they win.
Well, I think they also just win. So this is their second attack. They get 1 more attack after this.
It'll put you at 5. So Healy will put you at 4. Or if they minus, then you can do something else. But
okay, so they made a Thopter. So they're not doing a spinning plan.
Right, they're on the kill you plan.
So maybe they just have. Can you imagine they just had it in their hand at the time? A time stretch in their hand. Is that what's happening? Is that what's happening?
I see a lot of mana being tapped.
Yes, I nailed it. Yes. Okay, well, both opponents did their thing. Let's go to game 3 and see who does it faster.
See, you're casting 2 Terastodons after blowing up my lands with the first one, and I raise you time stretch.
Yeah, I can't tell. So the old Marvel decks played, I think it was Emrakul was a big win con. Ulamog was around for a little bit. Those ones were a little bit more potentially win on the spot. These versions give you a little bit of a stretch. You just have to.
I like where these versions are at. It feels like good Magic. Like it feels like it's like gives you just enough play. The cards are just castable enough. I really like it.
I enjoyed watching us cast 2 Terastodons and losing. That's great. Can't beat that.
The best part is it wasn't just that we cast 2 Terastodons and then lost. It was we cast 2 Terastodons and knew we were losing while doing so.
Yes, that's a good point. We spent a lot of mana.
I guess we're going to have to cast Terastodon. It doesn't look good.
we paid them on the fair, too. We paid full price for those Terastodons.
We were head on life and cast 2 Terastodons and knew we were in deep trouble.
It's crazy. So the thing that's interesting here is those bristling hydras really changed the game, right? Because the game came about like, hey, I can cast Marvel whenever I want, but for now, deal with this 4/3 that has hexproof whenever I want. Like, that's a pretty cool avenue. I know that you said that you think Paul Green has the better sideboard, but that's specifically with Marvel. I think that Jack having the hydras could really change what these games look like.
I mean, it's a way of stalling the ground very well while generating energy, but stalling the ground isn't necessarily that important. Like, put it another way, if we had drawn a Marvel that game, right?
Right.
We win.
Right. That's a good point. I guess we are looking at that game where we did not draw a Marvel. Okay, here we go. Servant, getting some energy. We need a 4th land to make this Jace work. But we do have Glass Blower's Puzzle Knot to scry our way into something should we get a little stuck.
Yeah, I basically say that they have more ways to get value without Marvel / and we have more ways to like win the Marvel war, right? To stop their Marvel.
Right.
So.
Okay, so we got kind of what I wanted. We did get that land, so we'll keep that one on top. We put the Mind Stone at the bottom.
It's too late, yeah.
We have no fear about anything ceremonious about next turn, so we're going to attack in with our 2/2.
Yeah, they're not gonna put anything we want to Nature's Claim or Ceremonious Reject here, so there's no reason to hold up.
If Saheeli gets played here, I'm going to call hacks. Okay, because it's a 1-of in the deck, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's 1.
Of course, the counter argument is, why would you hack, right? Like even if cheating, why do that?
That's fair. I was mostly kidding. Okay. Question: are you willing to tap out here?
Good question.
I'm scared.
I think no, because I can sacrifice the bauble while holding up the counter spell.
Yeah.
And that gets me to 6 energy.
If we don't use the
and lets me look at 2 extra cards to try and find my marble.
Yes, I'm in that camp as well.
And also, if we cast Jace, it costs us an energy here, which is actually going to spinning the marble. Whereas our hope is to like scry, and then find a land, play that land, play Jace holding up the servant, and then play the marble.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we're not setting our game back very much by going in this order, and this is a very key turn.
Okay, so let's see what happens. So if a Hydra comes down on this turn, I would imagine we're in a bit of a pickle.
Well, that's the problem with this strategy, right? The problem with this strategy is that you have to hold up this defense, and they have other 4-drops.
There it is.
Right. We don't know if they had the Marvel too. Obviously, if you have both, you play the Hydra because your opponent's representing a counterspell. Mm-hmm. So right. So you attack. You dig. You get your 6 energy.
Can't we don't use either of those. So goodbye.
That's not fully true, but we don't want them, right? Like we need exactsies at this point.
Shoot. Now we're in a bit of a trouble.
Now we have to play Jace, I think.
Looks like we're going to play the puzzle knot. Oh, no, hold on.
I think we play Jace because we have 3 draws to find an island.
Okay. That looks like...
even though they're going to attack the Jace. Alternatively, because this is necessary, right? Like we just have to keep going. There we go. We found us on my coast.
Okay, so we put back probably one of the Jaces.
I will say I like Hydra a lot more than I like the Wolf.
Okay.
Right. So like I think that if we're gonna play Wolf, we should have Hydra instead in that spot. Mm-hmm. Like the scenario where we actually have major multi-kicking going on just doesn't seem that relevant compared to generating 3 energy when you play it.
Okay, so we'll probably play the Yavimaya Coast, which holds up both options. There we go. And on to our opponent's turn. It looks like they are thinking about making Thopters, and they did.
I mean, you want to kill Jace. They made 1 Thopter. That's a very interesting number of Thopters.
Well, they have that leaves them with 8 energy, so now they have a spin.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they might hold out hope that they're going to actually get a spin.
Oh, here we go. 4-drop. Maybe just a 2-drop. Oh, 3-drop.
No, so you're right.
This seems unfair.
I mean, in the sense it doesn't really matter.
Doesn't. Okay, so take a damage, scry, attack. Jace down to nothing.
And take you for 4.
And attack you for 4. Very nice. And make our Ceremonies Rejection and Nature's Claim look a little silly. So next turn, I think... Oh, here we go. I took it all back.
Yeah, I mean, to save Jace.
Jace. Wow, I love it.
We just cast Brainstorm.
Wow, that was pretty good.
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous about that attack from their perspective, right? Like, it's kind of worrisome. So I think the mistake was playing Saheeli Rai before combat.
Right.
Right. If you just attack like that, we're not going to dare, right?
Okay, let's spin Jace.
I mean, yeah, we can.
A Marvel, we actually can't spin, unfortunately, unless it's exactly Aether Hub.
What we can do is we can glimmer away the 2 cards we put back, and then get 2 energy and draw 2 cards and spin next turn.
Yeah.
That we can definitely do.
Okay. Looks like Paul's just thinking out the turn. You know, what's my plan? How likely will my Jace survive, et cetera, et cetera.
I don't think we can. Yeah, this seems awful to me.
Okay, so it looks like our plan is to scry first.
Oh, okay. So this is to get us to 7 energy. So now we're just Okay, so we're maximizing our chance of finding Marvel, right?
Okay, that makes sense.
That's what we're doing.
Marvel, please. No. No Marvel for us. Okay. So we have to put back 2 cards. How much mana can we spend this turn? So we could make a 4/4, but it doesn't really do much.
I think our plan has to be Glimmer.
Oh, wow. It's not Glimmer if we put back that land.
That seems different than what I had in mind. I figured we Glimmer, we scry those 2 cards, the 2 cards we put back to the bottom. We draw 2 more cards. We have a decent shot at finding. And then we have 3 extra. We have those 2 cards plus the draw step to find what we're looking for.
Okay, so I assume a Thopter is going to get made here to guarantee Jace being killed, but not.
Didn't happen last time.
Yes, true. So we are going to attack, or are we going to attack?
This has got to be a Marvel,
thinking.
right? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I guess I just totally missed what happened. Okay, so I spurted out a little bit. Okay, there we go. We're going to reject the Marvel. We finally did it. We got our ceremonious rejection off. So now Jace can for sure die with a double attack.
Right. I mean, their line didn't make sense without a Marvel.
Right.
Right. Like, I mean, they can't be that surprised we countered it. And once again, by the way, they're casting spells pre-combat. They should be casting post-combat, I think. Right? Like, playing the Saheeli Ride gave us the information necessary to let us Nature's Claim and let us not have to play around Marvel last turn. And this turn, playing the Marvel means that, we don't have to think about whether to expose the server to the conduit. Okay? Because you can attack in a way that lets them sacrifice both servants to kill Jace or
Where are we attacking?
I don't know. I can't tell. So
I can't tell either.
An interesting play before was to send the Whirler Virtuoso at Jace and the Hydra and the Hydra to face.
The 2 Hydras are coming at face.
Right. So like this attack is very interesting before, right? Because if you have both servants, it's a reasonable double block on the Whirler, but that would take your mana away. Right. And so like you're giving them the opportunity to make that mistake, and now you're not.
So there are 3 pumps available for the Hydra, and so 4/8. So that's not lethal. Where's I don't know where the Whirler's going. Unfortunately, I think it's going at Jace, but I'm not 100% sure.
So like if it goes face, then we're forced to chump block.
Yes. So it must be a choice, right? Because otherwise we would just have to chump block.
Yeah, but if it's a chump block, but then we keep Jace, which is not great.
Because then we're back on the Marvel plan.
Yeah, then we have a full 4 cards that we can use to find Marvel. Right, we draw a step and then 3 more afterwards, and then we get to put 2 cards back actively.
Okay, so that is what's happening. So it's 2 4/4/4/3s heading over to our life total, and 1 2 3 heading over to Jace. Where we're stuck right now is trying to decide: do we save Jace by chumping the 2/3? Or do we save our life total by chumping the 4/3? Or do we do nothing?
They're 1 energy short of lethal if we let the Hydras through.
Yeah, so we do have to make a choice soon-ish. I want to chump the Whirler and save Jace and just go for the turbo Marvel plan.
I don't think we have a choice. I think that hitting either Terastodon or Ton Stretch off of Marvel was the only way that we get back in this game for the most, like, that I can see.
So keep in mind, Saheeli's minus is a -2, so it's actually possible next turn as well.
Yeah.
And we, I guess our opponent doesn't have enough to make 2 Thopters, so they can't. Ooh, upkeep Glimmer.
No, we need the mana. We can't afford to.
Okay, well. It was worth pretending we could do it. Okay.
We can do anything we want.
I have a line. So I think we're actually in a pretty big trouble because we can make a Whirler, a Thopter end of turn. Sorry, not we. Our opponent, Jack, can make a Thopter, and then Saheeli can copy it. So we actually need to find Marvel now, which we did not.
No, I think we're done.
So we actually are done, because even if we cast the elemental wolf thing, we can make blockers for the Hydra, but we're dead on board. So yeah, I can't.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess we can find a Nature's Claim. There we go. I found the line.
If we wolf here, we die, so we can't. But now we.
Oh, now we don't die.
Now we puzzle not.
Okay.
You're 5.
That gets us above the line. Does it? No, I guess they can make a Hydra instead.
They copy Hydra, and now we take one of the 2 Hydras and we die.
Now we're dead for sure. Okay. So we were really in a rock and a hard place. We really needed the marble on that turn.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I wanted to play Glimmer last turn.
Oh, do you know what? Oh, you know what? If we played Wolf here and attacked, they can. Yeah, if we had played Wolf here and made a bunch of wolves, we were actually not dead, because we could attack the Saheeli with our servant.
Okay.
And they can either make a Thopter to block it or let it die, and then that way we don't die to 2 Thopters. So we actually, I think, could have survived.
We also keep Jace.
Yeah, I was like, at first I thought we were dead to playing the element.
We don't keep Jace, but they. All right. So yeah, your line's better.
Yeah, once we found out we were dead to getting Marvel, I think we should have played the element.
Yeah, I still like the Glimmer line last turn, but given we didn't do the Glimmer line, I think your line's good.
Yeah. No, we are DOB, unfortunately. So that does mean we have Jack going to be advancing into the finals. So we have a Marvel in the finals for sure. Right. And why don't we just double check what else is going on?
There's a whole lot of nothing that was coming up. All right, so all the lines lose.
Okay. So we don't have a resolution on Robert Taylor yet, but why don't we go check it out? Let's go watch Robert Taylor play my favorite deck of the tournament so far, which is the Gruul Palm Miller deck.
I mean, why not, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So we're coming into the match with a lot of elephants attacking, so it's not looking great.
And the stream has ended. No, okay. All right, sorry. Where is it?
Now we're in feature 5. There we are.
All
okay,
right.
So we're heading back to Robert's turn. Robert needs to draw a card. That's great. That one is not it, really.
Somehow why do they have 15 power and 15 toughness, and we have like a 1-drop or 2-drop and a 3-drop?
Because we're playing Fair Magic and they are not. But
why
short answer.
But then why do we let them have so many turns?
Oh, who knows?
Seems careless of us. I think we made a mistake. Okay. What do you think?
It's hard to tell.
Also,
there are a lot of cards in the graveyard. So
also,
there's a larger than life that was cast.
Also, shouldn't we have attacked Barbarian Shaman?
It might be jumping this turn.
I mean, we have a bird to jump with, right? And we're just dead, but I know this deck, and like there aren't any outs, right? If the Viridian Shaman is jumping, like we are just dead. Like,
so yeah, we don't really have a ton of outs. I was trying to think of like a larger than life plan, but there just isn't really one.
We need Joko Hops.
I think we're actually just dead. I guess we're not really dead on board. Okay, so we can chump the Terracodon with the birds.
Oh my! Remind me to link you my hand after this. So you're saying.
So we're going to take 6. We're going to go to 1. There isn't a lot we can draw that can do 11 damage, but
there's definitely no way we can live, right? Like.
Let us see what we draw. It's nothing.
I mean, it's.
Oh wait. 4.
No.
5, 6, 7, 10. Oh, brutal. Oh no. That's so. No. Oh no. Poor Robert.
No. It's a one-time. It's a one-time payment. You can't just keep paying.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So it's just 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he gets to 1. Yeah, that was really close.
Yeah. All right.
Hey. No, we were just dead. Never mind. I was gonna say if we had attacked with our 2/2, we would have won, but no, we would have been dead on board.
Yeah.
I think this is probably the match, just the way Fire Shoes is typing, but I'm not quite sure, so let's find out.
I mean, the match is.
I think this is so that is the match. So we will have a teamer Marvel Finals with Mason versus Jack.
All right.
So why don't we do this? Let's go to a quick break. Let the rounds kind of wrap up, get everyone ready for the finals, and we'll join you back here. We are going to say goodbye to Zvi for hanging out. I should say thank you for hanging out with us. We appreciate it as always.
Absolutely.
And then we're going to be joined from Jarvis. So bye,
All right.
everybody.
Good night, all.
I got us! Mythic Society.
Playset Oil promo. It's a real.
Welcome back. Wait, are we back?
We're back.
Oh, okay. I was definitely not listening. Hi, everybody. Welcome on back. We are not quite ready, unfortunately. We are just waiting for a player to show us their screen. Of all the featured players that we had, neither of them made the top finals. So we are scrambling to grab someone to jump into coverage. So we aren't quite ready to be back, but that's okay. Why don't we look at our 2 deck lists? So why don't we put up, why don't we just put up Jack's deck list for now, since that's the one I have opened. And take a look. And if you want, Jarvis, you can talk us through a little bit any sort of differences that you see between Jack's deck and I'm trying to think who the last person was.
It was Mason, I think.
Mason. Okay, yeah.
The card that stood out the most to me, the one that keeps showing up, is Saheeli Rai. I heard you comment about that a few times as well. It just kept showing up.
Oh no, I made a joke and I was completely joking, but we did actually go turn 2 Saheeli Rai both in games 1 and 2 by Jack, and then in game 3 we played it on turn 4 or 5 or something. So we definitely we got our values out of that one for sure. Yeah. So I think the biggest difference between the last round Marvel and this round Marvel is the Harness Lightning versus the Fog. And let's check out. So Mason also has the Harness Lightning, but doesn't have the Glimmer. Do you think the Glimmer of Genius will matter?
Yeah, I definitely, because one thing that happens in these matchups is you saw how important the card Aetherworks Marvel itself is, and just being able to find that more consistently, I think, matters a lot.
Yeah, I agree. Zvi was actually going on a little bit about the idea of casting, not always, but having the option of casting a Glimmer in upkeep to really guarantee that you're going to progress your turn the way you want to.
Right. I think that's like after Jace Brainstorm happened, there are 2 dead cards, so resetting it is a good idea.
Totally makes sense. So looks like we're getting... let me see who this actually is. Again, kind of tricky with the fake names versus the real names.
I think this is Mason that we're watching.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. So we're going to be getting Mason. We're going to be looking from their side. And if we have a second, we could get Mason's deck list on the screen. Again, not a lot of differences. I guess the thing to note here is we have 1 Nissa Vital Force in the main deck, and we also have an Eternal Witness, which both players have. But we've really noticed the Eternal Witness being a pretty powerful card, either getting back a card that was removed or countered, or just getting value back with some attunes or serum visions or anything like that. So that card is going to be one that will be still a fun of, but still will have an impact on the game when it is played. It looks like we don't quite have magic, but we do have a player sharing magic. So it's a start. It's getting us there. Players are queuing up, likely about to challenge each other, which will get us closer and closer to a resolution, but more importantly, closer to us seeing some magic. So let's kind of recap what you're watching if you are just joining us for the first time. This is our Set Roulette tournament. This is our 4th edition of it. We actually will have a 5th copy of it. That's not the right word, but we will have another Set Roulette tournament in August. I have some dates from you that I'm definitely know, and I'm not stalling to go find. And it will be on, the set reveal will be on Saturday, August 15th. That will be our set reveal. And our actual tournament will be on Sunday, August 23rd. So pretty much exactly a month from now, which is pretty cool. And we can't tell you what the sets will be because that's the whole point of that. But please keep an eye out on the Twitter. I think you can go ! Social to get some social media links for the Mythic Society. Keep an eye there. They tweet out both when they're live for the set reveal. They have also been tweeting out a ton of deck list ideas, and anyone in the community that's sharing. So I noticed Simon Nielsen, for example, is a big fan of just having information to everybody. So he's often tweets out deck lists ahead of time. He actually messaged me and kind of has said, hey, this is what I think the meta will look like. So big information sharing, and all that gets retweeted by the Mythic Society. So definitely the place to be in terms of getting more information. And Yeah, Jarvis, have you had a good time so far? This is your first time with us.
My first time in the booth. I played the last two, obviously.
Yeah, you came second in two set roulettes ago.
Yeah, the one where you could play with dual lands, the OG dual lands.
Yeah. You beat good friend Ben Whiteson, or sorry, you lost to good friend Ben Whiteson.
Wow, rubbing it in already? Too soon.
Nope, you're fine. Okay, here we go. It looks like we are not sharing our screen anymore. What happened? Okay, give me 1 second. Oh, there we go. I got tricked. Oh, I understand what was happening. That makes sense. Okay, so we're about to go. The players are ready, and we have magic to show you. So hopefully you will join us shortly. I would love to give a lesson on making parts of our Moto screen smaller, but that is fine.
I agree with you.
We will deal with this tiny hand. Our opponents are being extremely nice and kind to each other, and that is awesome. What is your thoughts about this hand? We have, so to describe our opening hands, we have an Aether Hub and a Tune with Aether, a Mountain, Harness Lightning, a Time Stop, I think, or Time Stretch, and a Terrassion. So really not a lot of our game plan in the sense of no Marvel. But we have the Whirler as a backup plan, and we had a way to, get it out there. But it looks like we decided to go for a mulligan. I have to admit, I don't think this hand is even close to as good as the other one.
I agree. And very quickly, Mason put it back. This hand, I think, is very clearly a keep on 5 cards, especially.
Yes, we're definitely keeping it. I'm pretty interested in the 2 lands. I'm interested in the Tune. Looks like Mason's not, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's like kind of close. The Serum Visions is sort of appealing, but the problem with that is it would basically require you to Serum Visions into the nuts. But I think he's satisfied with setting up for a turn 3 Jace instead.
Well, you do have to draw a third land for that to happen, but you know, anything is possible. So turn 2, our opponent played a tap land, so back to our turn, we play a Servant, get some energy for the first time, pass back our opponent. So if they play a Servant on this turn, that could put us in a bit of danger if they do untap with a Marvel. They don't have a ton of energy, so it's not spinning right away, but something to think about. Looks like maybe in a Tune instead. Nope, it is just a Servant. So we have to be a little concerned. Not about our draws, because we're very good at the game of Magic. So we did draw our third land, which was also a Spire Bluff Canal. So pretty decent draw. Gets to play our Jace on 3. Interesting.
So I was about to ask the same question. Do you bounce or brainstorm here? And I think bouncing is actually correct. Okay. You just want to buy time until your Jace can take over the game.
Okay, and we know that we can't really do much with a brainstorm, and if they have a Marvel that could be the end of time. So I like it. It's interesting. It does give them 2 extra energy, but they have to spend their mana to do so.
Yeah. So I think especially when you mold a 5 versus your opponent's 7, you're trying to look for ways the game can fail for them, and denying them a mana on this turn is one of those ways.
Yeah, that was huge. Good catch. Spire Bluff Canal looking a little less good.
Yeah.
But luckily we have something called a free brainstorm, so let's use that. Oh man, that is a heck of a lot of Servants. Oh, I kind of wanted to play the Puzzle Knot. Okay.
I think it's better to play 2 Servants out. The reason I think it's better to play 2 Servants out is you just want to set up shop for this Jace to brainstorm as many times as you can, looking for the key cards, right?
Mm-hmm. This does get us to 5 energy, which is not 6.
Nope, it's not.
I didn't have much more to add to that than it's not 6. I was stalling because I was trying to decide if we draw Marvel, can we Puzzle Knot and Marvel and still be at 6, and I think we can't. I think we can actually.
You.
Yeah, we can. We use 2 servants to do that. Yep. Right, we put that one back. I forgot. We're going to keep seeing that servant for a while. Let's draw Marvel. Ooh. Oh, here's a benefit to playing the 2 servants. We get to maybe cast this Terracodon.
Yeah, not this turn, but the next turn. Although we saw in the previous games that Time Stretch does beat Terracodon.
Mm-hmm, we did. The little Thopters outdid the big elephants.
Yeah, with the help of manipulating time, though.
Yes. So now that we've seen these decks shake out, how do you feel about the Whirler Virtuoso main? Because I think Jack was one of the only Marvel decks to do that. Not confident they're the only ones, but definitely the only ones that are in the finals. So how do you feel about that?
I kind of think it was probably underrated, and there's a few reasons. I think the Thopters were pretty valuable versus Mardu Vehicles, Smuggler's Copter, and just having a fair game plan when you want to sideboard into it without taking up so many slots in your sideboard is sort of appealing.
Yeah,
right?
So because we know that Jack has the Bristling Hydras in the sideboard. Ooh, look at that. That is a time to start attacking. Dumping all 9 mana, 9 energy into Thopters, attacking, I assume, Jace, too. Yep. We actually attacked Jace for 3?
Yeah, so the reason you do that is to play on Harness Lightning, right?
Nice, okay. That's a reasonable thing. So we get the Terracodon next turn. What do you think that means for us?
It means we're probably going to kill 3 of our lands to make 3 elephants. Before, in another match we watched, Z was asking about destroying your own servants with it. You can't. It says non-creature on it.
Oh, good catch. I did not know that. Wait, you can't destroy creatures at all?
No, it says non-creature permanents on it.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea. I also recommended a line that involved killing a creature awkward. Okay, didn't know that.
It's okay. So. There's a lot of older obscure cards that you have to get the wording exactly right to know that.
Wow, it really says non-creature?
Yeah. That's
crazy. It doesn't even seem that good now that I think about it. You can't even deal with
pretty good.
You can't deal with the problem creatures. Okay, well, this does make a lot of the lines make sense, so I do apologize for just being so behind the times.
Well, it was before your time, right? You're not a Magic boomer.
I'm not, but it is a cube card, and I don't cube either, so. Okay, looks like we're gonna play a Jace.
Yeah, so the issue with this Jace is there are already 3 Thopters, so yeah, you either have to do this or you have to plus your Jace. And I think if you do this, you're supposed to attack with all of your creatures.
I think that's the plan. There it is. Or at least
with those.
Yeah.
At least with those. You can probably attack with the servants later.
Yeah. Do you want to play the Puzzle Knot?
No, I don't think so, because for all of the times where you draw your own Whirler Virtuoso,
we don't. Do we have one?
There are 3 in our main deck.
Oh, I thought we didn't have the Whirlers.
No, we do. The big difference in the sideboard is Mason has Longtusk Cub, where Jack has Bristling Hydra.
Oh, I didn't know we had Whirlers. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. This is turning into a weird tempo game instead of a weird Marvel game, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, third Whirler. Okay, we're gonna kill the Jace, I assume. Well, we kept back a Thopter.
That is interesting. Trying to figure that out.
So I don't. Oh, looks like we're going for the attack all. At least we're thinking about it. I don't know if I like the attack all here. They eat 2 of our servants.
Yep. He heard you through the power of the internet.
And not through the power of actually hearing us as they did in the first round. That one was a slight misstep that we fixed very quickly. Okay, so double block with the Whirler seems pretty strong, right? You just get to keep one.
Yeah. And even if your opponent has Harness Lightning, you're okay with this block. Like, well, he actually triple blocked to play around Harness Lightning.
Yeah, I was gonna say. It looks like we do value killing the Servant instead of the Whirler, since multiple Whirlers doesn't really matter. And I kind of wanted to play the second Puzzle Knot here at this point.
So the counterpoint to the killing the Servant instead of the Whirler is if you clear out the other Whirler, you can attack with your Servants.
Mm-hmm.
Because of how the creature sizing is, obviously. Oh, but it might not matter.
Whiff, maybe whiff. No, it's pretty hard to whiff. I think you just have a couple different options. Okay.
Yeah. That's basically a whiff, except it lets you spin next turn.
It's a respin.
Yep. Veteran Marvel players will remember that's just an automatic respin next turn.
Oh yeah. Well, actually now, not.
Oh, it's just a respin right now.
I love it. That's great. Okay. Well, now we're gonna hit something awesome. I can predict it. Well, I've decided my words were too powerful. Yeah, I decided my words were too powerful because we accidentally did whiff, and so then I was like, well, now we have to hit something, so we hit Time Stretch. So I'm great. It's not, our opponents are great too. Both players. Okie dokie. So we don't get to respin at the moment, because the Wood Weavers is just 4 energy. So we need to get something that gets us more energy. Let's see what we got. Is this a hard cast time? This is
Terracodon.
Time Stretch? Oh, a Terracodon. Okay.
Time Stretch costs 8 blue.
Oh, okay. That's a lot.
Which is a lot. But taking 2 turns should cost a lot, right?
Yeah. Okie dokie. Terracodon blow up our own things. And we get 1 more turn after this. Oh, we're going to blow up the Puzzle Knot. Interesting.
Huh.
Kind of want to blow up the lens so now we can use the Puzzle Knot to get a spin next turn. Okay. So now we get to attack Verloc. This could be a rough one for our side, for Mason. It looks like we can maybe do 1 double block, but not more than 1. Okie dokie.
Yeah, I think Mason's out is to draw. Oh no, drawing Marvel no longer does anything because we only have 6 energy, and we would have to tap one of our servants to get.
No, we can sack Wood Weaver's Puzzle Knot.
Yeah, but you. No, so look, you. Oh no, it does work. Yeah,
it works.
It works. Oh, that's a cute trick. He sacrifices Puzzle Knot with the Shaman on the stack, so didn't even get to target.
Okay, well,
but we drew another Terracodon, which is probably not going to be good for our health.
No. Well, I guess we do have a Terracodon of our own. Okay, we're actually not dead.
We aren't. We're just in very, 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 very bad shape.
Very, very bad shape. What are we up to?
The Raging Ravine does it. Ooh. I wonder if Jace does it.
Well, yeah, we can bounce Terracodon. It's not 13, though. Oh, but this is a spin, so let's do that. That's more fun.
Yeah. Assuming anything good was brainstormed to the top with Jace, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on to game 2. Yeah. So let's check out the sideboard. Yeah, I didn't realize that we both had Whirlers. That's pretty cool. Ooh, what is that card?
So I had to look this up beforehand. It turns out Time Stretch are targets, so you can ricochet trap the Time Stretch.
Oh, wow. It looks like we actually sided out the Time Stretches and the Marvels.
I think he was watching how the other games went. And he also decided that if my opponent's going to try to choke me on the Bristling Hydra, like stall the board, beat you down axis, then maybe siding out my Marvel going lower to the ground is good as well.
Okay, just checking out the sideboard.
Yep.
Here we go.
I don't know about siding in this engineered explosives in the mirror, actually.
looks like Jack is also, or not Jack, sorry, looks like Mason is also pausing about that. Looks like we took out a nature's claim. Thinking about the ceremonious, thinking about the engineered explosives, thinking about the trap. So there's our sideboard, our creature sideboard plan.
Yeah, and we've seen a willingness from Jack to side in Bristling Hydra basically in all of the mirrors. So I just assumed that would happen again.
Okie, which is why we have to leave in the harness lightnings.
Well, it's pretty hard to kill Bristling Hydra with harness lightning, right?
Yeah, that's true. Oh, still doing some thinking.
So, from just a theoretical standpoint, I don't think I would have Cub in on the draw because I think it's just too hard to actually beat your opponent with it on the draw. Whereas I'm definitely for that on the play. But
okay, here we go.
Yeah, well, we'll see if the Cubs work out, Oh no! Of course he's on the play. I'm totally backwards. That's why.
Yeah, so we're on the play. Mason's on the play for this match. Okay, so we're gonna play turn 2 Servant, which I imagine we wish was a Cub, but here we are.
Yeah, if it was a Cub this game, it would be so good. You might just be able to kill your opponent before they actually do anything real, right?
Yeah. But looks like Jack is just spending his turn doing some attuning, some serum visions, kind of setting himself up. We're going to probably play a second Servant. Nope. Just kidding. Might play a Whirler Virtuoso. Not sure yet. What's our plan?
Yeah, I think if you're going to play Whirler, it makes more sense to do it this way because at least you get the 2 damage in.
Yep.
If you do it the other way and play a tap line, you give up 2 damage.
Yep, so that's how we went through the turn, attacking for 2, passing back. Fortunately, only at 5 energy, so not enough for 2 Thopters, but...
Right.
So now Jack's got 3 mana. What is he going to do with it? Looks like Whirler Virtuoso is the play. So now we have kind of dueling Whirler Virtuosos with a bonus Thopter from our end. We're really spending our energy. Looks like we're trying to kill the Virtuoso on the other side.
So look at this. Opponent didn't use energy to make a Thopter.
Ooh, what does that tell you?
It either means Bristling Hydra or Aetherworks Marvel is in their hand.
Yep, I agree with that one. Looks like we're going to let them do it, so we're not even going to try and represent any sort of counter interactions. Instead, we'll just back for 3. We go to 2 energy. 2 is not a great number at the moment, I'm not going to lie. 4 mana. What is it going to be?
There's a Bristling Hydra.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, and this is a problem for the plan of beat your opponent down, right?
It is. It is. Can do it slowly with these Thopters, but...
Yeah, that's a hard way to do it. It's 1 damage per turn.
Okay, looks like we're going to draw this Jace, and I'm curious to know for... Oh, wait. Did we bottom both? I must have misclicked. I must have misunderstood. So we bottomed the Jace and drew the Cub. Is that what happened?
No. Serum Visions is draw a card, then scry 2.
Oh, draw. Okay. Thank you so much. I was like, wait, I'm confused. Okay, so we drew the Cub, then scry Jace to the top. There we go.
Yep.
The Cub's looking pretty good here. I'm not going to lie. We can sort of battle out a Hydra, can we? I guess not quite yet. Uh-oh.
But there's the Marvel... So Mason only has 2 rejection. So I feel like that's why Jack thought it was safe to go for it.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see.
Oh, hesitation means choices. but that probably doesn't mean powerful choices. There we go.
Yeah. This puts Jack up to 5 energy, which is not 6.
Yes.
For a respin.
Again, math. We're really great at it, Chad.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, so we get to play our Jace. Well, I guess we're going to go to combat first, but let's go to combat. Ooh.
So, Long Tusk Cub can force a trade-off here. Now, the problem with that is you have to use all of your energy if they use 3 of their energy. But I don't think they're likely to do that. Because suppose you went to 0 energy, then you can't cast Jace.
Right.
But also the other problem with this is it gives your opponent an energy for their Aetherworks Marvel. So I'm not sure you should have done that.
Yeah, that's not necessarily where we want to be.
Right.
Okay, so we are not looking great for energy, but we're actually kind of in a pickle because we can't witness back anything this turn. Can't make a Thopter.
Mm-hmm.
Our opponent gets to spin to win. Looks like they were going to get there on their own, so that's something.
Yeah.
With their Aether Hub. Let's see what they're going to spin and win at. I'm going to go with the same theory. Hesitation means choices, and choices probably mean less powerful things. There we go. So hitting second Marvel is not great. It gives you 2 more energy, but now we don't have 6 again. Now we do.
Wow.
So back up to 6. Spin again. Let's see. Okay.
So,
time stretch.
Yeah, I kind of wonder. I guess we'll see what happens. That's back up to 4 energy. We're just seeing so much spinning.
Okay, turn 1 of extra turns. There's 2 of them in the chamber. This is the first one. We're at 4 energy on our turn, 4 cards in hand, and a Bristling Hydra that can start attacking, but doesn't have fantastic attacks because we can do some double blocking to make them spend some energy and such. So not a great way to push through damage. Second Hydra does get us past 6, which is really what we're trying to do. Let's spin again. It was like our 4th spin or something, maybe 5th. Jace. Okay. So we're doing some brainstorming. Are you going to attack with this Hydra? I guess you can't now that.
No. I think. Well.
Ooh, Treetop Village. I like it. Oh, you are okay. So I want to double block, right?
Yeah, I think this makes sense.
Oh, you get an energy from it.
Yeah. So this block means if your opponent has Harness Lightning, you play around it. This block means you lose only one of your creatures. Okay. Because if you had made the other block and they don't have Harness Lightning, you lose both of your servants.
Right.
So I think that is the block that makes sense.
Okay, so we get to go 1 more for Jack's turns. So head back on over, draw a card. We're at 2 energy counts. We got Jace to dig a lot. We have a Treetop Village. Should we want to start attacking with that? Not necessarily yet, but, it's a choice. 3/3 Trampler. We're casting something. No, we're not.
But by trading off with the creatures the last turn, you get to make the same attack this turn too, which I think is sort of appealing as well.
Yeah, you do get to trade again, though.
Yep.
The sadness thing here is that while we got to survive, from Mason's point of view, we get to untap. We just won't get to do anything when we untap. We have a Marvel, but we don't have 6 energy. And our opponent, again, has 6 energy, spinning more turns, and I think Mason is done.
He's had enough.
And that does mean that we have a winner. That does mean that Jack has taken down the Marvel set roulette. So then that's it. Actually, we survived the day. We survived all of the energies, whether it was from Marvel, from Teamer, from pummeler. I have to admit, I really had thoughts that Mardu vehicles would win, and that didn't happen. So I'll call that a win in our book. Any last words, Jarvis? Oh, you know what we should do? Hold on one second. Let's just talk about what Jack has won, or at least, what the tournament was, the kind of results. So the top 8 did get prizes. They got Mythic Store credit, themythicstore.com store credit, $100 or $200 for the first place, $100 to second place, $50 to third and fourth place, and $25 to fifth through eighth place. And then we also did, I wanted to talk a little bit about our next one that's upcoming. So we kind of went over this before, but August 15th will be the reveal for the new sets, which we pull randomly. And then August 23rd, Sunday, will be our next event, so a month from now. You can find me on Twitter at Mighty Linguini. You can find me on Twitch / The Mighty Linguini. Jarvis, it was a blast hanging out with you today. Thank you so much. We also want to say thanks to, of course, Pascal. And in our ear, we had Sidetrack hanging out with us all day, which we appreciate. Jarvis, what about you? Any last words / plugging?
Oh, yeah. It was a lot of fun to do this today. You can find me on Twitter, JKYU06, Twitch, JarvisCU. And, Mythic Society is great. So come back next time.
Okie dokie, that's it from us. Bye-bye.